Meeting started. I want to say thank you to everybody for coming down. And just before we get, we'll call to order the Metropolitan Planning Commission meeting of June 13th, 2019 to order. And like I said, I appreciate everybody coming down. I do want a few housekeeping notes. Is that if there's seats available, make sure that you come and sit down. We don't want to get in trouble with our own fire marshal, so make sure that we do that. And then also we have a new sound system. So for commissioners, the right-hand button is the appropriate button to speak, and then you have to turn it on and off. So just from a housekeeping perspective, make sure that we have a new sound system. So our first order of business is the adoption of the agenda. And commissioners, that agenda has been placed upon your desk. And is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
There's been a motion and a second. Any other discussion on the agenda? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Next is the approval of the May 9th, 2019 minutes and also the May 23rd, 2019 minutes. And those minutes were given to you prior to the meeting. And is there a motion to approve? Second. There's a motion and a second. Any discussion on the minutes, edits, corrections, additions? Seeing no other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and those minutes are adopted. And then next, we always do the recognition of the council members. And I appreciate all of the council members for coming down. We generally go by the first council members that we see, but I do know that Councilman Kendall is here. I would like to ask Councilman Kendall to come up first. Councilman, come on up.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to say I'm not trying to mimic Ray Charles. I had some cataract surgery, and that's why I have these dark glasses.
Well, I asked you to go first, so we appreciate it, sir, for coming down here.
I was just here. I had an item on, but I believe it's been withdrawn, the one dealing with the rocket ship factory. Is that correct?
Item 2B? 2A and 2B, and it's been withdrawn.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And I believe that there was another one on the West Hyman that has been continued until the 26th of, is that correct?
Item 27, and it will be heard tonight.
No, be heard.
It's on for the 27th.
Oh, the 27th.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
Gotcha. Item 17 will be heard on the 27th, not item number 27. Sorry.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate you coming down. All right. Councilman Withers. Where's Councilman Withers? Oh, thank you, Councilman. You'll wait. Okay, no problem. Just want to make sure. Councilman Swope.
I'll wait.
All right. Thank you, Councilman. Councilor Johnson, you want to go now or? Yeah. Come on up. And we don't have the podium. The new sound system is. Appreciate you coming by.
Thank you very much. I'm Councilmember Mina Johnson, representing District 23, West Mead, Hillwood, and Persiwana area. And I will be briefly speaking item number 1, tree ordinance, and I would like to thank our planning staff and stakeholder and community activists. I know when the language we try to make it and incorporate everybody's opinion and good ideas. Sometimes little things and little how it says might be a little confusing, but I think we are getting into the really great position, and everybody's agree on the fundamental and basic. So if everybody's happy into the direction, I encourage that to leave it on the consent agenda, and then July 2nd council meeting, we can really discuss in detail, and if we can make really good first step, even better. I think we're on the task. So I'm really in good support for item number 1. My main reason here is item number 5, Highland View. We have been talking over 2 years, and I know our commissioner deferred in April. And so I just wanna speak about subdivision regulation and role of commissioners. I think that's the main reason, because this is not a zone change, so there's no change in the basic zoning. There's no change in entitlement. So what you as a commissioner have to decide this item is purely on subdivision regulation. And I know planning commissioner are very familiar with how subdivision regulation works, but it's a 105-page document, so you may or may not remember. So I just want to highlight a very important section. So the reason, what is subdivision regulation? The Tennessee Code in section 13-4-303 and 13-3-403 provide local planning commission with authority to adopt subdivision regulation. The purpose is the regulations are intended to provide for the harmonious development of the municipality and its environs, for the coordination of a street within subdivision with other existing or planned street, or with the plan of the municipality or of the region in which the municipality is located, for adequate open spaces for traffic, recreation, light and air, and for the distribution of population and traffic, which will tend to create conditions favorable to health, safety, convenience, and prosperity. So this section also provides the Planning Commission with broad authority regarding the scope of their regulations. The nature of this authority is directly tied to the role that subdivision regulations should play in implementing the community's comprehensive planning program. So community's comprehensive planning program in this case is Nashville Next. That is a planning program, very intensive and comprehensive. So in relate to subdivision regulation, you as a commissioner should utilize and follow the guiding principle and policy decision of the Nashville Next. So I just wanted to clarify for that. So subdivision regulation in here is, adopted by the Planning Commissioner in 2006, and the last amendment was June of 2017. So interpretation. So those subdivision regulations you as a commissioner adopted and amended and still enforce is to intend to promote health, safety, and welfare of the person within this jurisdiction. In other words, City of Davidson and Nashville. So that is the Planning Commissioner's role. So you will hear lots of neighbors about if this, presented concept plan is indeed promote health and safety of the citizen. And if you have any doubt, if it's not negatively or positively enforce health and safety of the neighbors, I would like you to think about it and just think if it's the right decision for you to approve. And if it's not, I encourage you to not to approve it. Because, the reason I'm saying is, if this is a specific plan, we as a council member have great authority to how we can enforce, how we can protect our neighbors. Indeed, after this planning commission's meeting, I am going to go back to have the community meeting of the Boost Commons. That Boost Commons was approved as a SP almost 2 years ago. And then finally, this spring, building permit was pulled and construction is started. So during the construction, surrounding neighbor, although they approve the plan, but they have to endure with, annoying noise and, construction traffic and so forth. So I am now having with the neighbors to get the update, how long those, construction, road, infrastructure, water, sewer, that will take. So as long as they know, neighbors will be able to kind of get a little bit more patient and then, work with the community and so forth. But if this subdivision regulation, what you are doing is just creating the plot. So we, as a council member, have no authority or no involvement, especially after you approve the plat, and those each and every single individual buyer of the plat will follow through infill subdivision, infill development regulation. Yes, they will have to follow some stormwater regulation, but as a surrounding neighbor or even council member, we have no person to go other than individual homeowner. So who is going to be responsible if there is any erosion or any stormwater runoff? So that's the concern of me. So that's why I am speaking in here to ask you to really deliberate, creating plat is not the line on the picture, so you will know because not every plot is flat. In this particular case, it's a knob hill. So it's on the hill, has mature trees, and have a stream and so forth. So when each and individual person started trying to rebuild the foundation, there will be great negative consequences. So when you deliberate, I would really like you to think about those consequences, and hopefully you will find this will be negative effect for the health and safety for the surrounding neighbor. And then probably if you disapprove, the neighbor and or the district council member can work aerial appropriate development. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. We appreciate it. Councilor Allen?
Chair, Mr. Chair, here.
Yes, Councilman.
I don't mean to be annoying, but I'm concerned about in case of fire that people wouldn't be able to exit the room properly. So I will wonder if you will ask people if they don't have an immediate case, if they can wait outside, just for the people's safety.
That's a good idea. So if security could, especially around the back part where if you don't have an immediate case up, if the security, we'll call security to get, if y'all could wait outside the vestibule, and I'm sorry, there's not enough room. So let me tell you, what we're going to do is, how about we try this? So since there's so many people here, if the council members could wait to go, and we could go through the consent and withdrawn agendas, and I think that would clear some folks out. Okay, so let's. Now hold on. We're volunteers, we're just normal citizens, just like you guys. So, as planning commissioners, so we try to get through this in a very professional manner. So, but we have to do it through a legal process. So, Councilman, we'll have to suspend the rules and make a motion to consider the consent agenda and the deferral withdrawal agenda and the consent agenda out of order. So there's a motion. Is there a second? Any other discussion? Seeing no other discussion, all in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. So why don't we go ahead and start with out of order with item E, for the deferral and withdrawals. Lisa.
The following items are for deferral or withdrawal. Item 2A, 2019 CP 008001 on page 5 of your agenda. The North Nashville Community Plan Amendment. Staff recommendation is to withdraw. The associated case, item 2B, 2019 SP 035001 on page 6 of your agenda. 2400 West Hyman Street SP. Staff recommendation is to withdraw. Item 4, 2019 SP 027001 on page 6, Roots East SP. Staff recommendation is to defer to the June 27th meeting. Item number 9A, 2019 CP 003002 on page 7 of your agenda. Bordeaux White Creek Haynes Trinity Community Plan Amendment. Staff recommendation is to defer indefinitely. Item 9B, 2019 SP 040001 on page 7 of your agenda. The Gateway Commerce Center SP. Staff recommendation is to defer indefinitely, and I will note that Commissioner Blackshear is recusing herself from those items. Item number 11, 2019 CP 010001, on page 8 of your agenda, Green Hills Midtown Community Plan Amendment, the Music Row Vision Plan. Staff recommendation is to defer to the June 27th Planning Commission meeting. Item number 16, 2019 SP 044001, on page 9 of your agenda, 3699 Dickerson Road. Staff recommendation is to defer indefinitely. Item number 17, 2019 SP 045001, on page 9 of your agenda, 2500 West Hyman Street. Staff recommendation is to defer to the June 27th meeting. Item number 18, 2019 SP 047001, on page 10, Nipfer Corner SP. Staff recommendation is to defer to the June 27th meeting. Item number 19, 2019 SP 048001, on page 10, Cedars of Cane Ridge SP. Staff recommendation is to defer to the June 27th Planning Commission meeting, and I will note that Commissioner Blackshear is recusing herself from that item. Item 22, 2019 SP 053001, the SR Residential Ackland Park. Staff recommendation is to defer indefinitely. Item 24, 2019 S 081001, Fox Valley Subdivision. Staff recommendation is to defer to the June 27th meeting. Item number 29, 2019 Z 094PR 001, on page 12. Staff recommendation is to defer to the July 18th Planning Commission meeting. And I will note that the July 18th meeting is in an alternate location at the Midtown Hills Police Precinct. Item number 34, 2019 Z 100PR 001. Staff recommendation is to defer indefinitely.
Thank you, Lisa. And so the items, Commissioners, the items for deferral withdrawal, I'll go through the list, make sure this is correct. Items 2A, 2B, 4, 9A, 9B, 11, 16, 17, 18, 19, 22, 24, 29, and 34. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Commissioners, you've heard those items for deferral withdrawal. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and those items have been deferred to withdrawal. Now we are on to, out of order, on to item F, which is the consent agenda. Lisa?
The following items are on the consent agenda. Item number 6, 2019 S 071001, on page 6 of your agenda, lots 1, 2, and 3 at 1003 Neely's Bend. It's a request for final plat approval to create 3 lots on Neely's Bend. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. Item number 7, 2019 S 072001, on page 7 of your agenda, 724 Devon Lane, a request for final plat approval to create 2 lots on property. I'm sorry, I forgot to read the legal notice part. I'm going to back up a second. I apologize.
It's okay.
As information for our audience, if you are not satisfied with the decision made by the Planning Commission today, you may appeal the decision by petitioning for a writ of cert with the Davidson County Chancery or Circuit Court. Your appeal must be filed within 60 days of the date of the entry of the Planning Commission's decision. To ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements have been met, please be advised that you should contact independent legal counsel. And as notice to the public, items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. No individual public hearing will be held, nor will the commission debate these items unless a member of the audience or the commission requests that the item be removed from the consent agenda.
All right, why don't we start over
Going to
this?
start at the beginning there.
Thank you,
Apologies. Item number 6, 2019 S 071001, on page 6, lots 1, 2, and 3 at 1003 Neely's Bend. It's a request for final plat approval to create 3 lots on property located on Neely's Bend Road. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. Item number 7, 2019 S 072001, on page 7 of your agenda, 724 Devon Lane, a request for final plat approval to create 2 lots on property located on Devon Lane. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 8, 2019 Z 065PR 001, a request to rezone from RS5 to R6 for property located on Katy Street. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item 12A, 2019 CP 010002 on page 8 of your agenda, the Green Hills Midtown Community Plan Amendment. It's a request to amend the community plan by changing from urban neighborhood evolving to urban mixed-use corridor for properties located on 13th Avenue South. Staff recommendation is to approve. The associated case 12B on page 8, 2019 Z 074PR 001, a request to rezone from CS and CN to MULA for properties located on 13th Avenue South. Staff recommendation is to approve if the associated plan amendment is approved and disapprove if the associated plan amendment is not approved. Item number 14. 2013 SP 030005 on page 9 of your agenda, the Porter Road SP amendment. It's a request to amend a portion of the Porter Road specific plan located on Porter Road to remove all commercial space and replace with residential. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Item number 15, 2019 SP 041001. 1304 and 1306 Hawkins Street, a request to rezone from R6A to SP for properties located on Hawkins Street to permit 9 multifamily units. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Item number 21 on page 10 of your agenda, 2019 SP 052001. EDGEHILL Village Townhomes. It's a request to rezone from R6A to SP for properties located on EDGEHILL Avenue to permit 10 multifamily units. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Item number 23, 2019 SP 054001. On page 11, 2540 Murfreesboro Pike SP. It's a request to rezone from CS to SP for properties located on Murfreesboro Pike and Lake Villa Drive to permit 50 multifamily units and a maximum of 10,000 square feet of non-residential use. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. Item number 25, 2019 S 103001. 901 Allen Road, a request for concept plan approval to create 12 single-family lots on property located on Allen Road. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. Item 26, 122 83P 001, the Woodlands cancellation. It's a request to cancel a portion of a planned unit development for property located at the terminus of Kenhawk Drive. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 28, 2019 Z 093PR 001 on page 12 of your agenda. A request to rezone from OG to MUGA for property located at 624 West Due West Avenue. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item 30, 2019 Z 095PR 001. A request to rezone from CN to MULA for property located at 307 South 11th Street. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item 32, 2019 Z 097PR 001. A request to rezone from RS5 to R6A for property located at 523 31st Avenue North. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item 35, 2019 Z 101PR 001 on page 13. A request to rezone from R20 to IWD for properties located on Couchville Pike. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item 36, 2019 Z 104PR 001, a request to rezone from CS to MUGA for property located at 1320 Rosa L. Parks Boulevard. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item 37, 2019 Z 106PR 001, a request to rezone from R6A to RM20A for property located on Elmhurst Avenue. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item 39, 2019 Z 108PR 001, a request to rezone from RS5 to RM20 for property located at 738 Douglas Avenue. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item 41, 2019 Z 110PR 001. On page 14, it's a request to rezone from SP to R6A for property located at 1029 North 6th Street. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item 42, 2019 Z 111PR 001, a request to rezone from CL and RS5 to RM20A for properties located at 2206, 2210, and 2214 Monticello Drive. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 43, 2019 Z112 PR 001, a request to rezone from SP to RM20A for property located at 1220 North 5th Street. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 44, 2019 Z113 PR 001 on page 14, a request to rezone from RS5 to R6A for property located at 1128 McFerrin Avenue. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item 45, 2019 Z114 PR 001, a request to rezone from AR2A to R10 for property located at 3196 Hamilton Church Road. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 48, 2019 Z118 PR 001 on page 15 of your agenda, a request to rezone from RS10 to R10 for property located at 4920 Shasta Drive. Staff recommendation is to approve. Item number 49, 174P 001. 174P011. It's a request to revise the preliminary plan and for final site plan approval for a portion of a PUD for property located on Hickory Hollow Parkway. And staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. Under other business on page 15, item 51, a new employee contract for Logan Elliott. And item number 55, to accept the director's report and approve administrative items.
Thank you, Lisa. So, commissioners and guests, the consent agenda includes, make sure that these are the right numbers because there are a lot of them. So the items to pass on the consent agendas is items number 6, 7, 8, 12A, 12B, 14, 15, 21, 23, 25, 26, 28, 30, 32, 35, 36, 37, 39, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 48, 49, 51, and 55. Is that correct?
That's correct, and I did want to note that that on item 39, the requested zoning is RM20A, not RM20. I misspoke, yes.
Okay, correction. So, commissioners, you've heard the items for the consent agenda. Is there a motion to adopt the consent agenda? There's a motion, and is there a second?
Second.
Second, and any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and those items have been passed on the consent agenda. So with that said, let's try to make an orderly, if your item has passed, if you could, oh, well, yes, and Vice Chair, that's a great idea. So wait, everybody, before you move, we're going to have a hearing on these items. So items number 1, 3, 5, 10, 13A and B, 20, 26, 27, 31, 33, 38, 40, 46, and 47.
26 was on consent.
I did just get a note that item number 38 was originally pulled, but the applicant has been speaking with the person that removed it and that we've gotten consent to put item 38 back on the consent agenda.
All right, let me ask, is anybody here in opposition of item 38? All right, seeing no opposition, we'll put that back on the consent agenda. We have not adopted the consent agenda.
I think we voted.
Oh, we did vote, so we have to,
6, I thought we was on the consent.
let me double check here.
I believe 26.
And 26 was also put back on the,
25 and 26 were put back on.
And you read those off,
and
yes.
I read those, but this is 38, which I was just notified after you all voted.
all right, so let's try to get 38 back on the consent agenda. So is there anybody in the room that objects to item 38? All right, Commissioner, so we need a motion to put item 38 back on the consent agenda. Is there a motion? There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. 36 was, 26 was in the, sorry, 26 was in the original reading of what Lisa had told us. So let's go over the list one more time. I know there are a lot of items, and sorry about that. So the items that we're hearing tonight, and the staff make sure I get this correct, are items number 1, 3, 5, 10, 13A, 13B, 20, 27, 31, 33, 40, 46, and 47. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that's 1, 2. That's 13 items. So let's try to get folks that, if you don't have any business, then if you could quietly make your way out, and then those open seats, if people could move away from the door because of fire marshal issues. So we'll give everybody about a minute to get sorted. And there's more seats up front. So if you're standing on the steps, if you could make your way in and try to find a chair, come on up. There's some chairs up front here. Come on up. Don't be shy. It's like a Southwest flight. You guys can. Yeah, there are several chairs up here. Come on up. And we need the people that are standing by the door to clear away from the door, or you're going to have to go outside. So if there's some room along the back wall too. But we need people to move off of the steps, please. All right, so the other way that we're going to try to get to most of the folks, if it's okay with the commission, but it would be my suggestion is to suspend the rules again and take item number 10 and item 13A and B, both of the community plans first, because we believe that most people are here for the community plans. So before we get to the council members, we're going to see if we can't get these things moved up. So is the commission willing to do that? Would there be a motion, or is there discussion on that? So we'll need a motion to suspend the rules to consider item 10 and 13A and B.
So moved.
There's a motion to consider item 10 first, then 13A and 13B. Second. And there's a second. Any other discussion on that? Seeing none. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and we'll consider those items first. But we are going back to our agenda. If there's a lot of council members here, but if we could get through the council members quickly, and I know because I know you all respect the public just like we do, to speak quickly and or on the item that you're here for. So next is Council Lady Allen. Come on up. Welcome.
Commissioners, thank you for your service. I've sat in that seat and I know how hard you work, and I appreciate that. I'm here to speak in support of item number 1, the tree ordinance. I think this is really important because trees are so important to both the environment and to humans and to business. They soak up CO2, they provide habitat for wildlife, they reduce the heat island effect, they reduce energy consumption, they reduce stormwater runoff, they are important for aesthetics, they increase property values. So it's entirely appropriate for us to work hard, and I'm sure those all align with a lot of Nashville Next principles. I just can't quote them to you. So with that in mind, I feel like this process has been amazing. I commend Councilmember Henderson for the hard work she has put into this for years, I believe. She has worked hard to listen to all the stakeholders, from neighbors to the industry, and I think that what we have ended up with is a good compromise that incorporates the concerns of all the people that both want to add more trees to Nashville, but also to enable us to continue to move forward as a city. So I appreciate the fact that this does increase the tree density for new projects, and most important to me, that it also provides some incentives for protecting mature trees because of the role they play in both the aesthetics and in holding stormwater. So with that, I would ask for your serious consideration of passing this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Council Lady, and we really appreciate not only your service on the council, but on the Planning Commission as well. Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Scott Davis, where's Councilman Davis? There he is. Come on up if you want. Oh, Scott, you can come over here, Councilman. Sorry, we don't have a podium for you. Our new sound system is put us for a loop here, but we'll get it. But it does work.
Hey, thank you, all the staff members and all the commissioners and that work so hard who volunteer their time. Just to be brief, I just want to congratulate my colleague Angie Henderson and Anthony Davis, Berkeley Allen, Brett Withers, all of them on affecting the tree ordinance. It's a great addition to give us more trees, and I just want to compliment Councilor Henderson and all her hard work over the last 4 years. Thank you very much. I'm here mainly today for something that I love a lot, and it may sound really weird for someone to love a street, especially one that's gotten a bad reputation where it shouldn't have had a bad reputation. Anybody that knows me, when there was an article, there was a couple of newspapers originally that said change is coming to the red light district. I took offense, big time, okay? Because I grew up living off of Dickerson Road. You know, my mom taught at Tom Joy Head Start right off of Trinity Lane, not too far from Dickerson. I used to walk, get the bus dropped off nearby off Dickerson, walk up Trinity, make that right, and go to my mom's work after school many, many times in elementary school and in a small part of middle school. And all these years, you know, there have been more positive businesses on Dickerson Road than there have been negative businesses, because you got good merchants like all the wonderful people that belong to the Merchant Association, which a lot of them are here today. I can't mention all of them, but you got one of the kings of Dickerson Road, Marty, the transmission king. He's the only place that I would allow to work on my daughter's car as far as transmission. And he was very honest about it because, A, he knew I'm a councilman, I don't have a lot of money, and he gave me a real story about, okay, he just needs this minor tweak. And the other person would have given me or maybe buy a brand new transmission. So I thank Marty for that, and because of that, I can now afford to buy my daughter books for her for college, which she'll enter this fall. But I digress. We need change along Dickerson Road, and I'm in support of high densities. I know there are some compromises. There's a few neighbors that had some issues with some of the height closer to some of the residential areas, and there were some compromises made. But overall, it's a great plan. The planning staff came out and they did a phenomenal job. Phenomenal, I will say. Lucy, Bob, everybody, you need to pat all those planners on the back. They did an awesome job and had several, I think it was over 10 meetings. They had a big charrette here, and not everybody got 100% what they wanted, but we got the density increase in other areas, and the goal is that we're going to have that dream that I always had, where there's no longer fighting words when someone says, hey, your mother works on Dickerson Road. And I'm just being honest. That would cause a fight growing up here in Nashville because of the reputation, which was not intended for Dickerson. Dickerson has the best views in the city. And at 7 o'clock at night, there's no traffic. So it's open for density. It's open for that large corridor. And the blessing that I have right now as I'm leaving this office is to see the rebirth and the revitalization of that area. And if it wasn't for my great council colleagues, the wonderful staff at planning, but more importantly, the great merchants that are behind me, the Norma Crows, the Marty Langs, the Mike Douglases, you know, the Bill Colson, God please rest his soul, and one of my good friends, Charlie Evans, that's gone on to glory too. If it wasn't for people like that, that fought pimps, drug dealers, and other kinds of people who would hurt my community, and who would constantly call the police. If it wasn't for the good motel owners like Pete Patel, who would turn away the crazy folks that would try to do terrible things on Dickerson Road, if it wasn't for merchants like that, you know, the road wouldn't have been able to sustain itself and have good businesses. And we were able to drive out lots of those bad businesses. Urban Cowboy has opened up a new spot on Dickerson Road. Lots of great things. We have a great market right next to Uptown Flats done by MDHA that's providing fresh fruit and produce as a real grocery store there on Dickerson Road. And so I want to continue that trend, want to put some affordable housing, and I want to get use out of that $5 million TIF that's left on Dickerson Road. Hopefully with this, it can spur that growth, and so people can use that TIF money to build some housing and to build some of those other services we want. Also want to thank the planning staff member, I forget the young man's name, that focuses on all the transit. He did a really great job in including and making that transit corridor better with some of the new suggestions.
That's our good man, Michael Briggs.
Michael, that's him. And so he did a phenomenal job, and I'm going to sit down, and if I have neighbors that come and talk in opposition, and even neighbors in support, I think everybody in agreement wants something positive to happen, you know, and agree. And I would say even people in opposition will probably agree with 60% of what's happening with these new changes, because we will need to get rid of, you know, some of those the few unsavory businesses still left. And this upzoning and these policy changes really help. So
thank you, Council.
Thank you very much. Have a great day, everybody.
Appreciate it, sir. Next is Council Lady Porterfield. Council Lady. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I did want to speak on two things that actually already passed on the consent agenda, but I did want to go on record for the viewing audience in case there were some questions, because we did receive some questions about it. Item number 23, which was the SP at 2540 Murfreesboro Pike. We did have a community meeting on that particular project, and the community did have some concerns that requested that the engineer go back and bring forth a different product. The engineer has done what the community has asked. We are having a community meeting on July 1st to address it, and on July 2nd, we will go for the first reading before the council. So I did want to make sure that our community did know that if there are still concerns, we will have the opportunity to address that at the community meeting on July 1st. So passing today is not that project going forward. Also on item number 35, and that was a rezoning from R20 to IWD. I did receive some calls today about some concerns about that as well. Many people in that area, which is very closely aligned to District 13, they have expressed a desire to keep that area industrial, and that is what this rezoning would potentially do, but we will also address that at a community meeting on July 1st, so we will have the opportunity to hear the concerns of our neighbors. And then lastly, one thing that was not on the consent agenda, the Forest View Park revision. We recently found out about this. Our constituents had a lot of questions about it and some concerns. I did ask the proposed developer to consider a deferral on this to give us the opportunity to have a community meeting. Unfortunately, he was not prepared to do a deferral, but he did agree to a community meeting after. Depending on what happens today, he did agree to a community meeting, but we do have some residents here that are strongly in opposition, and they want time to vet the project. It could potentially be a really good project. Our community just wants the time to properly vet it to know what will be coming into our neighborhood. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Council Lady. Appreciate you coming down. Councilman Sledge. Welcome.
Thank you, and thank y'all for dealing with us. I'll be brief, so thank you for going on consent on 12A and 12B. That's the African Methodist Episcopal Church Publishing House that's going to be moving over to EDGEHILL, and everybody's been very excited about it. And then on item 1, I just want to echo what a lot of my members said, fellow colleagues said about the work that's been done on this. I want to issue a special thanks to Sean and to Lucy as well. I want to call you Director Kemp, and that's all Secretary Kemp up there. Thank you for all the work that's been done on this. I think we do have a very good and very effective ordinance update that I'm really excited about because it does, for the first time, create a definition of heritage trees and creates a special additional incentive regarding TDU to be able to, if possible, keep the trees that many of us are most familiar with from childhood on here, and that I think make the greatest impact in our tree canopy. So thank you for your time, and I'd appreciate your support.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Larry Hager. Welcome, Councilman.
Good evening. How's everybody doing? I do not have anything on the agenda. I'm here as a
Well, you better. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. I'm joking.
But I'm here as a constituent on 2019 SP 051-001, the park at Wiltshire. Do you have that one? It's item 20. Okay. This.
Yeah, item 20, and it's going to be presented tonight. Yes,
right.
sir.
Can I speak now, or do you want me to come back?
Well, as a constituent of it,
it's near property of mine.
yeah, I mean, if you just make it brief, Councilman.
I'll make it real brief.
Yeah.
This particular piece of property had a concept plan on it for 36 units, as I understand. And as y'all know, this area has always been single family in that area on New Hope Road, John Hager Road, and Stewart's Ferry Pike in that area. And what they're trying to do here is double this capacity with 29 duplex two-family units, which goes against what we normally have in that area. And as you know, when Judge Kennedy was councilman, he had all that property rezoned in that area, RS 15. So it's always been 15,000 square foot lots. So I'm not in favor of putting duplexes in that area. I own that property along with my sister near this. I have 17 acres down at 7 Points Park campgrounds, which is zoned RS 15, but I've done nothing with it in developing it. So my position here is I'd like for this to be withdrawn. And not, since it's already got a concept plan on it anyway for 36 units. Also, Ruby Majors Elementary School up on John Hager Road. My understanding is at full capacity.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you.
Councilor Lee Roberts. So.
I'm going to wait and go with mine.
You'll wait? Okay. Thank you, Councilor. Councilman Anthony Davis. Welcome, Councilman.
Thank you, Chairman. I know you guys have heard a lot about the tree bill, but just one more quick comment. Just run through my list here real fast. First, we built a great consensus. We had many public conversations about it with all the stakeholders on every side of this, and I think we have built consensus. Number two, planning staff, as you've heard from the other members, did an amazing job. Lucy, you guys threaded the needle. I didn't know it could be threaded, but it was a great job by you guys leading those sessions. Angie Henderson, my colleagues that spent a lot of time on this, did an awesome job. Want to assure everybody we will work on the tree bank. That is a conversation that has come up. I've asked for some more information from Metro Water if they are going to be the ones taking over that, or just kind of some clarity on what's going to happen with the tree bank. But I assure you, we will make sure that everyone is confident in what's going to happen with any of those funds and the tree bank itself. We're going to have 57% more canopy in our commercial and multifamily by upping the TDU. And we're going to incentivize, hopefully better, to protect our mature trees on these properties. So it's a big deal. It's a big step forward, what we're doing here. My colleagues next term, I hope, can work on residential. I think that could use a little help as well, as far as potentially a slight TDU increase, or we can see what makes sense there next term. So I think that's out there in the future, but on this one, I think we've made a great step forward with multifamily and commercial. And if we need to amend anything at council, we will. But I think right now we're good, and hopefully you will pass this today. And I think it's the first step in helping restore our urban tree canopy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilor Lady Henderson, do you want to go now or during item one? Okay. All right, I didn't see any other council members. And so before we get started, which will take items number 10 and 13A and B out of order, here are just, I know there's a lot of folks that are new to this process, so I'm going to go through it very simply, what you should expect, and make sure that we're all on the same page since there's so many people here. So first of all, what happens is the staff will do the presentation. The applicant speaks, then we'll open the public hearing. The applicant will speak for 10 minutes. They can save 2 minutes for rebuttal. People in support then will line up down the middle aisle here, and the microphone is really sensitive, so you don't have to bend down and be right in front of the microphone. You can stand up and speak, and you'll have 2 minutes. There's a timer right over here, and respectfully, I tell you, try to keep your arguments succinct, short, because we have a lot of items tonight, and we'll be here till midnight if we don't work together on trying to and not repeat ourselves. So try not to repeat arguments. And then there's the folks in opposition will speak, then the rebuttal from the applicant, and then generally, if the council member is here, they go last, and then we take up, then we close the public hearing, and we ask for everybody to be professional, no name calling, anything like that. You know what it means to be professional, and so I ask for you to be professional, and we can work together on making this a great hearing to consider everything. And so I appreciate everybody coming down, because this is your public hearing and this is your right to speak to us. So we appreciate it very much. And so out of order, we are now on to item number 10.
Got it. All right, good afternoon. New microphones. I'm Michael Briggs, the department's transportation planning manager, and I'm presenting item 10, the Dickerson South study. The request is to adopt the Dickerson South study, which includes amendments to the community character policies and the East Nashville Community Plan, supplemental policies related to maximum heights and mobility, and updated guidance for the Major and Collector Street Plan. Residents and business owners and council members have continued to voice concerns about how land use changes impact our ability to get around Nashville. As our region continues to grow, there's often frustration getting in and out of downtown core, and there's also a lack of meaningful transportation options other than driving a car. Our major corridors, or pikes, form the backbone of our street and transit network. Accommodating more housing and job opportunities where major infrastructure exists today makes efficient use of our city resources instead of shifting those opportunities further out into the region. The Dickerson South study is our opportunity to assess and plan for our city's transit readiness over the upcoming decades. Mayor Brierley is interested in developing next steps for transit improvements along the Dickerson Road corridor. The Dickerson South study, as you can see on the screen, incorporates the area south of Trinity Lane, and that's about 2 miles that connect directly to the downtown core. Dickerson Road is dashed in kind of a reddish-brown color. The major intersections are located along Dickerson at Spring Street or Jefferson Street on the southern end, Cleveland Street, Douglas Avenue, and Trinity Lane. The southern boundary is formed by Spring Street at the interchange with I-24. Interstates 24 and 65 on the west side form the western boundary. Trinity Lane is to the north, and there's a small stream called Page's Branch that connects over to the Cumberland River, and parcels that roughly border that stream form the northern boundary. And on the east side, various parcels that transition into adjacent neighborhoods of Page's Branch, Highland Heights, Cleveland Park, and McFerrin Park form the eastern boundary. I should note that we are also undertaking a study of Dickerson North that would look at the area north of Trinity Lane up to Skyline Medical Center at Briley Parkway later this year. So when we begin a planning process, we often want to understand existing conditions and the current planned land use and transportation policy framework. As the basis for understanding how we grow in the future, we look to the Growth and Preservation Concept Map in Nashville Next to understand how Dickerson Road fits into the county and the region. The East Nashville Community Plan on the right shows the area in more detail, and our study area is on the western boundary of the community plan area. Zooming into the study area, we see that there is a center at Trinity Lane. That's the orange on your screen in this area here. And there's also another center around the Cowan Industrial area, this area here, also known as River North, that's adjacent to downtown. And Dickerson connects both of these two centers. Around these centers, there's transitions into neighborhoods, and then transit is envisioned to continue to be connected along Dickerson Road, but with planned more frequency, and then transit service eventually established and operating on Trinity Lane as a crosstown connector. This framework gets translated into a policy within the East Nashville Community Plan. And generally, the current land use policy is to encourage a mixture of uses and a more urban development pattern along the corridor. These areas should be more walkable with good transit access and might have commercial services or office space on the ground floor and residential units above. I've highlighted an area that is identified as a mixed-use center currently in the East Nashville Community Plan. A significant transportation component to the city's mobility vision was completed in 2016 after more than a year of community meetings and outreach by WeGo Public Transit. The in-motion transit plan was adopted by WeGo Board of Directors and by the Planning Commission. It identifies short-term improvements along Dickerson, such as enhancing stops and more frequent service, but also long-term improvements, which identifies Dickerson Road with a bus rapid transit line and a transit center near Skyline Medical Center. We began the study last year when there was a U.S. Department of Transportation grant funding opportunity that would have assisted with additional technical and market analysis for Dickerson Road. Although Nashville was not selected as a recipient for the grant, planning continued to analyze base information to understand the study area after 2 early touchpoint meetings. We posted this information on the department's website and outlined a process for engagement. Significant input opportunities started in late January. We framed our outreach and feedback around a week-long charrette, which was well attended. We worked with the agencies and departments that are listed on the right to gather their insights about growth along the corridor and notify their constituents to participate in the charrette and study process. Preliminary results from the charrette were posted on our website in February for feedback from residents and business owners. Since we had not received much comment after the charrette week on the deliverables, we then worked with adjacent neighborhoods to attend a regularly scheduled neighborhood meeting to ensure that they were aware of the preliminary information. Finally, mailed notices went to property owners in the area for the charrette and also for tonight's public hearing. The steering committee had a balance of property owners and residents of adjacent neighborhoods, investors and business owners. We even took them out, so the photos here are them on a tour of the corridor where they took one of the WeGo buses on a couple of stops. We crossed Trinity Lane and even crossed Dickerson Road near the Northeast Post Office. And so I want to thank each of them for providing their insights and helping guide this process for the last 6 months. As part of the visioning workshop, we asked attendees to describe what they love about the corridor, what bothers them about the area, and how they get around the area. You can see people understand there's potential with the corridor's location to downtown. We also asked attendees about areas that they want to see change or maintain. And we asked them to note issues with potential uses and place building types that might be appropriate in the areas they identified for change. It resulted in a vision statement and goals for the area that are reflective of Dickerson's role in the county and supportive of redevelopment, more attractive infrastructure, and improved mobility. We consolidated the results of the tables, and staff continued to refine them into a sub-district map to help guide maximum heights and transitions along the corridor. Those that attended the design studios during the Charrette Week comment on this work. We also asked attendees to identify their ideal street that we continued to refine based on conversations with Public Works, TDOT, WEGO, and the Greater Nashville Regional Council. It resulted in a mobility map identifying key transit stations and intersections, wider sidewalks, new streets for connectivity, and adjacent bike paths. So this is the conceptual framework that we have separated out the height and the mobility guidance so it's easier to see overall. Dickerson Road is located here on the map, so you can kind of identify it on the height map, and then it's the red line on the mobility map. There are two punctuations of height that you'll see on the height map, and those are located near the interstate interchanges where better access for properties are located, and it can handle traffic more easily being located near the interstate. Taller heights are proposed adjacent to the interstate, transitioning from 12 stories to 6 stories at Dickerson Road. So that's noted in the red dashed area that came up. Then 4 to 3 stories are located on the east side of Dickerson Road, adjacent to residential neighborhoods. And that is the yellow and red shading on the height map. The parcels in this area also tend to be more shallow in depth, so their ability to meet parking requirements and construction constraints limit the height in much of this area. Street connections are identified with redevelopment on the west side of Dickerson Road, so that is noted in the blue area on the right-hand side at the top. And it includes also connections on the lower end over to River North, which is noted in purple. So when you review the study, you will see that there are several areas of policy amendments that are highlighted in the staff report based on the additional height guidance, mobility guidance, and vision for the area. To arrive at the solidified framework, planners relied on the guidance from the January charrette and worked with our urban designers to sort of ground truth or fact check some of the assumptions, factoring in typical construction methods such as using wood or steel, the ability to provide parking that meets zoning requirements, upgrading infrastructure to provide wider sidewalks, and access to parking garages. A design scenario is developed with visual modeling, and this is the result at Trinity Lane with taller heights oriented to the interchange that transitions towards Dickerson Road. This is the result at Whites Creek Pike and Dickerson Road, so midpoint in the study area. And you can see how height is adjacent to the interstate on the left and transitioning to lower heights at Dickerson Road and how that might relate to the adjacent neighborhood, and in this case, Cleveland Park. We also developed a scenario at Spring Street to determine how buildings might lay out and access could be provided to the buildings while maintaining parking. And there's a couple of examples of heights that are oriented towards Dickerson Road to help give you an idea of what the character might look like here in this area. Regarding mobility, there are cross-sections providing updated guidance on how to incorporate additional space for future transit lanes. Since InMotion underwent a more significant process and check on the constrained right-of-ways, at the current time we do not see a reason to change the concept for Dickerson Road, but additional study will be needed that focuses on the type of transit mode such as bus rapid transit or light rail, and even a potential alignment. So there's also additional guidance within the study on streets with redevelopment west of Dickerson Road, and that's the bottom cross-section there. So to summarize, our request is to adopt the Dickerson South study, which includes amendments to the community character policies in the East Nashville Community Plan, the supplemental policies that are related to maximum heights and mobility, and updated guidance for the Major and Collector Street Plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. That was very informative. We also, just so the public knows, we had a workshop, public meeting, and the phone ring does remind me that if y'all could put your phones on vibrate, that would be great. We appreciate it. Or silent. Thank you very much. I had to do mine earlier as well, so I appreciate everybody doing that. Thank you, but I do want to just say that I appreciate the staff for working on this. It's been a long project, and I want to say, Michael, thank you for all your hard work on this community plan. And so this is a little bit different than a lot of our other items. So we're actually the applicant. The Planning Commission is actually the applicant. Now the councilman for the project, obviously we'll let him go last, but so we'll go right into opening the public hearing, but since we're the applicant, we don't have the 10 minutes for the applicant to speak. So, like I said in the process, so now we are on to the portion where anyone wishing to speak in support, if you can line up in the middle here and then come up to the microphone. So is there anyone in the room wishing to speak in support? So come on up. Everybody have 2 minutes, and please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Mac McDonald at 1222 16th Avenue South. I'm also co-chair of Nashville North by Northeast, a community development organization. My co-chair, Jack Cawthon, will be giving some historical perspective, but I also want to congratulate the community for being involved in making its voice known, because we did the same thing in our neighborhood along West Trinity Lane in an area that encompassed about 1,200 acres. Here we're talking about a little bit less than 500 acres. But the importance of that is that Nashville is growing north. And we wanted to make sure that the community itself was able to develop policies as opposed to be in a reactive state, responding to zoning change after zoning change for maintaining what we consider to be a vision for Nashville's future, because we're acting in the moment, but our impact is going to be decades in the future. And that's what we constantly reminded ourselves about, was that we're not really talking about making a zoning change for tomorrow. We're talking about zoning changes for 25 to 50 years from now. As we know, these are major corridors. What we like about this particular plan, and hopefully the plan that follows this to the north on Dickerson, will be how it interfaces with East Trinity Lane, because East Trinity Lane obviously connects in our gateway right there to West Trinity Lane. So from our standpoint, knowing that we are going to have a lot more people moving here, a lot more investors moving here, we need to have those people and those investors to give really good guidelines in terms of what the city wants to see when that money comes in. So it not only is intelligent growth, it's really smart growth for the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Jack Cawthon, and I own Jack's Barbecue on West Trinity Lane, and I'm also a property owner. And I'll give you a little history. 25 years ago, we ran crime back and forth across the interstate, from one side of the interstate to the other. So one day we all got together with the Dickerson Road side and the Trinity Lane, West Trinity Lane side, and we started 2 organizations. And one was the Dickerson Road Merchants, and the other one was North and Northeast now, but back then it was Skyline. And our main purpose was to look beyond crime and look into the future. Here we are just 2 miles from downtown, and great potential, but why isn't anything happening? So it's all timing. we feel like it's timing, and the time is here today to make the right decision. We feel like if the land use policy is amended today, it sets it up for the developers to make the right decisions tomorrow. So that's why we're here today. Well, I want to thank the Metro Planning, the great job they have done through the process. We all get it. Lee Jones, you know, his famous illustration about T6, the Batman building, and T1, rural farmland. So we've been through the process, and we all know that this is the future for Nashville. Thank you, and vote yes.
Thank you. Come on up.
Yes, my name is Bill Munson. We've been talking about North by Northeast. I'm the chairman of the Economic Development Committee. And I'm a property owner on Treading Lane, and I also own a business. We do a preschool that supports young families that are trying to occupy and create their lives there in the neighborhood. I also have had the benefit of doing that for 10 years and met Jack Cawthon early in the process, Mike Douglas, who is enjoying Florida right now, but he's been instrumental in Dickerson Road growth. And so I've had a good mind share of their vision over this time frame. And I was there at the Buffalo Trail unveiling, which was kind of a historic event. We went through recently, Charette, on the west side of the highway, and we also had a high both resident and business owner turnout, and it's an enriching process because it's people defining their own destiny. I like to call, from the very beginning, I have called where this is all occurring the gateway into Nashville from the north. And you don't have a second chance to make a first impression. And so this policy, to me, helps us to further create a super positive first impression of what Nashville is and can be. And I applaud the planning department for their support and work in this. I certainly support the land use plan. It's consistent with what we developed recently and you all approved about a year ago when we presented. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you all. My name is Sam McCullough. I live in Cleveland Park, and I've lived in the area for 61 years. I've seen Dickerson Road when it looked good. I've seen Dickerson Road when it got to probably its worst. But I always said this street has potential. We have an NFL stadium sitting at the end of it. It's the only city I've ever been to with an NFL stadium at one end, access to a ballpark at the other, and full of prostitutes and drugs. No nice motels, restaurants, or anything. I think this is the time we can bring it up. We can make it look the gateway of Nashville as we grow. Nashville's growing more national recognition than it's ever had before. When you roll in on 65 to roll off onto Dickerson Road right now, as it currently is an embarrassment. But if we do with the plan, and I want to thank them for asking me to be a part of that committee to work towards this plan, and everybody that I've spoken with seems to be in favor of it. I think that it's something that Nashville needs. It would be another jewel in the crown as we move forward and grow as a city. The one thing that I do ask is that we be mindful that Dickerson Road is a part of Nashville, and we're all a part of Nashville. We need to make sure we have affordable housing in it, good transportation for those who are limited with means and funds. It needs to be a street for everybody. And if we take it in that direction, I think we'll be taking Nashville in a good direction. Thank you, and I hope you vote yes.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Ben Jordan. I'm a resident at 1011 North 5th Street. I've lived in this district for 13 years. First of all, I want to commend you for actually being the applicant in this case. I want to commend the staff for doing a great job of engaging with the community around the issues surrounding this corridor. This is a corridor that's well documented in terms of needing investment. It's had a redevelopment plan in place for a number of years now that hasn't really seen the investment injection that you would expect from that type of plan. You've had the interest last year in the Tiger grant that we applied for as a city, and that failed, but at the same time, I think there was a lot of great information that came out of that study that could be used now to do what the mayor wants to do, is to create a great transit route and be very intentional about making this a really good case for Nashville's mass transit. I ask that you be very good stewards of this application, your own, and I ask that you would support this, because I think your staff has done a great job. I think the community has been overly and well engaged in this process, and there's no one that's been left out in terms of having an opportunity to speak and have their say. All of their say and their speak is reflected in your plan, and I support it 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Welcome. Good evening. My name is Scott Morton. I live at 1005 North 14th Street. I'm here tonight as both an East Nashville resident, but also as a development professional, urban planner at Smith G Studio. I've worked on several projects on the Dickerson Corridor in my career, both built projects, some under construction, and some in the planning stages. I think that this effort that has been invested by the city and the planning group comes at the right time. Our corridor on Dickerson Road as our original pioneer trail from the Cumberland Gap, that's okay, as the original migration point here, and also the cultural significance it's had over the decades. I really think it has earned its due, and that this is the right plan and the right time for an investment in this corridor. I was very involved over the 6-month process that the planning department did a great job with, engaging the community in multiple ways. The first meeting was here in this room, very collaborative environment. I am very supportive of the staff's policies and what the community has pulled together into this plan. I think it's the right way forward for the Dickerson Corridor. Furthermore, I think it provides great clarity and guidance for future growth in the area. It furthers the objectives of Nashville Next for investment in our corridors, with specific emphasis on density in the right place, density on the corridor. That helps relieve pressure, development pressure within communities. It provides opportunities for a new mixture of uses on the corridor, a better built environment, better walkability, a better transit-ready environment to prepare for, hopefully, and I think most people feel strongly about this, at least in the planning and urban design world, significant transit investment in this community and throughout Nashville in the years to come. With that, I hope you support planning's recommendation of approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. I want to thank all you guys for your time, and I want to thank Mr. Briggs and his team for all of the efforts he put into this. It was a pleasure and a lot of fun working with you on the process. My name is Taylor Perkins. I live in East Nashville. I'm a property owner on Dickerson Road. I'm a property owner on West Trinity Lane, and I have my business on Dickerson Road. I've started working on Dickerson a few years ago, and I've been privileged to meet so many of the owners and business owners along the corridor, and one thing that I've recognized is how much potential the district has and how much potential the area has. And through all of the introductions that have been made to me and meeting all the people in the area, it seems to be a unilateral feeling that we can make this area more vibrant, more productive for the community that it's servicing, more functional as a district for the city, and something that's aesthetically appealing and enjoyable. There's no walkability. We don't have any restaurants. We don't have anything that people are enjoying in the corridor at night, and we're less than 2 miles from downtown. I just think that it has unlimited potential and unlimited opportunity, and I would urge you all to adopt these, what Mr. Briggs has come up with here with the steering committee and with the Charrette Week. It's very informative, and I think it's a collaboration of a lot of people's opinions that all came together to create something great. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir. Welcome, ma'am.
Good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Jessica Williams, and my address is 2115 Yeaman Place. I lived in District 5 for over the last 7 years. I live in 5th and Main condos. I've always felt that East Nashville was like, Dickerson Road was like the gates to East Nashville. It has always been left behind. Our values are nowhere near the rest of the cities. We don't have the walkability that's there, and everyone in that area really desires, or at least that I've spoken to, desire to have a more walkable neighborhood, have better transit, have better affordability, and just have a beautiful place that we can all enjoy. So I believe they put a lot of great time and effort into this project, and I'm excited to see what becomes of Dickerson Road as it leads to Whites Creek, and it'll just open up the floodgates to the rest of the city. And so I'm excited to see you all adopt the plan.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for coming. Welcome.
Good evening. I will reiterate one thing that has been said by most everybody before me, and that is thank you to Michael and everybody else at the staff who took the time out of their days and weeks and months to put this whole, to really run this whole study. And I think what you see up here and what you've heard everybody say before is a result of that. I was on the steering committee. I don't live in the district. I'm a property owner and am here as a development professional. And 2.5 years ago, we had a phone call out of the blue saying, hey, are you interested in some property on Dickerson Road? And I was like, I don't know. And then the more I thought about it and the more that I learned about it, I said, absolutely, we're very interested in Dickerson Road. We think there's a lot of opportunity for change and closed on the property, and we'll be breaking ground first quarter of next year on a 200-unit multifamily deal. Putting myself out there claiming and admitting to be a developer, but I'm proud to do that, and I think there's a lot of potential on the road, and am happy to be a part of the process. It was very neat during the charrette week and all the community meetings to see everybody come together. Everybody didn't agree at all the tables. We were drawing lines and putting up the blocks and saying, oh, we think this should be here and this should be there, but I think the end result is something that appeals to a wide range of people, and so I'm here in support of that and would ask that you all do the same in voting yes. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to speak in support? Seeing none, anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Come on up. And if everybody would line up. And again, please state your name and your address, and we appreciate it. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson Atkins and Commissioners. I'm representing NOAA today. My name is Martha Carroll. I live at 325 Gatewood Avenue. I'm a member of the Highland Heights Neighborhood Association and also active in NOAA's Affordable Housing Task Force. NOAA's 63 constituents, churches, nonprofits, and unions represent approximately 60,000 residents in our city. In NOAA's recent issues conference, affordable housing was by far the #1 issue. I've discovered in working with people in my own neighborhood, with Metro Planning staff, with NOAA, and most recently through conversations with the new owner of River Chase and the River Chase managers from Elmington, that many people, including myself, are both excited about changes coming to Dickerson Road corridor, sidewalks, bike routes, green space, services, and concerned about what will happen to many of the people who live in this area. I know based on my own experience with your Metro Planning staff that they are open, they are willing to listen, and as far as I'm concerned, when it came to Highland Heights, they can work miracles. I also know that they are attempting to address the rapid growth in Nashville. But after reflection and conversation within our Affordable Housing Task Force, I'm here at as NOAA's representative to ask you to delay adoption of this plan for the Dickerson Road corridor for 2 reasons. One, this plan was made public on May 30th, 2 weeks ago. This is a tremendous amount of information for us to digest and respond to in such a short time. Numerous references to other documents add several pages to the 100 pages found here to be reviewed, including numerous maps covering many facets of this development. And we are lay people when it comes to understanding the various zoning regulations and abbreviations or acronyms. 2, according to your statistics found in Appendix B, the Community Assessment Report shows over half the residents along the Dickerson corridor are racial minorities with a per capita income of less than $15,000 a year. Just over 40% of these families are headed by a single parent. over 2,500 households with income, representing just at 1/3 of the households with income in this area live in poverty. And that's over twice the number of households with income living in poverty in Davidson County as a whole. And yet, while residential opportunities for all incomes and family household sizes is accurately identified as a goal, this plan for the corridor mentions affordable housing in the small area plan amendment once on page 30, at least as far as I can tell. The context is the transit-oriented developmental district, where it states the TORD and its associated TIF funds may be used to fund affordable housing, which is one of 5 potential outcomes listed for this area. This TORD has no calendar date of implementation. The date is marked to be determined. No serious planning for affordable housing is included. We realize this is not just the responsibility of the Metropolitan Planning Commission. I understand your primary role is infrastructure and land use, nor is this to be left up to individual developers. But it is a responsibility of all of us as neighbors, as government workers, elected officials, business people, service workers, all adults who want to see our children grow up in safe, secure homes, and our senior citizens, I'm not one, who have lived here for years, not have to move away from their neighborhoods. NOAA has grave concerns for the people living here and other residents of Nashville as well. We believe we need a clearer description of what can and will actually be done to ensure people have options for safe, affordable housing. Therefore, we request a delay of this vote to pass this plan until Nashville takes on the responsibility of creating policies and funding efforts to create affordable housing in sufficient numbers that the housing crisis we face is alleviated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Now remember, we had a deal, so everybody, no outburst, if we could keep it professional, and everybody gets their time to speak. Welcome.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Adam Vollrath. I live at 322 Wilburn Street in McFerrin Park, and I'm here as the president of the McFerrin Park Neighborhood Association. Last Thursday, we really appreciated hosting Michael and Marty at our meeting. And for many of my neighbors, that was their introduction to this plan. And after the meeting, we wrote Michael and the rest of the planning a letter about what we saw at the meeting. I'd like to read that now. Michael? So thank you again for presenting at our meeting last Thursday evening. We greatly appreciate y'all sharing our goal of gathering feedback from as many of our neighbors as we can. Your presentation was very informative, and you handled everyone's questions and comments with the respect our neighbors deserve. What we heard was a neighborhood looking forward to some increased development along the Dickerson Pike corridor. Many neighbors look forward to more mixed commercial use. We especially want for a nearby grocery store. While some increase in density is seen as desirable and even inevitable, the majority of those in attendance explicitly objected to 15 and 12-story buildings anywhere within McFerrin Park. When we asked for a show of hands, there was a clear, strong preference for limiting development to 6 stories all the way to Dickerson Pike, south of Cleveland Street. I know Facebook is what it is, but a Facebook poll Friday confirmed this with 51 of 68 neighbors asking for a maximum of 6 or few stories in McFerrin Park. When asked, neighbors living in single-family homes near these areas expressed concerns about sunlight, privacy, and especially lack of transit infrastructure. Our transit system is 20 years behind, and during that time, Nashville's rapidly increasing density has failed to encourage more robust transit. Given that, some feel it is appropriate to limit development within our neighborhood until transit connectivity improves. Hence the support for 6 stories of mixed use, but not 15. Of course, our membership are not a monolith, so there were other views expressed. Several neighbors did raise their hands supporting 15-story development. Some hope that allowing such significant density will attract the strongest and soonest improvement to the study area. And a few objected to any changes. We hope you'll hear from them too, and some of them are behind me, and I hope you'll listen to them as well. Some background. McFerrin Park Neighborhood Association is a group of committed and concerned neighbors. We aim to share knowledge and influence of policy decisions affecting our community. Membership is open to all residents and business owners within McFerrin Park. At least 30 voting members attended our June 6th regular meeting. Signed, myself, Ingrid, our Vice President, Mark, our Treasurer, and Sarah, our Secretary. And speaking briefly for myself, when Scott said that almost everyone agrees with 60% of the plan, I think he's correct. And the parts that at least my neighbors have issues with are just the parts in McFerrin Park, which is east of Dickerson and south of Cleveland Park. And Michael has been really great to work with, and so I hope you all will consider maybe deferring just those parts of the plan so that the rest can continue. And we can keep working with Michael to find something that more people are happy with. And thank you all so much for your time. I really appreciate the work that you do. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you coming. Come on up. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Michael Yang. I'm at 609 North 2nd Street. I am in McFerrin Park as well. Michael, thank you for your presentation last Thursday. I just wanted to say that I really mostly heard about this probably a couple weeks ago when news started breaking. And at that point, we had heard that there was going to be a presentation at the McFerrin Park Neighborhood Association, which occurred last Thursday, so a week ago from today. And at that presentation, we got to hear all about the plan, which is really great. I think most people are very excited for the plan. The main concern at the meeting and why there is a historic number of people that attended the McFerrin Park Neighborhood Association meeting was because of the southmost corridor closest to Spring Street, which is intended for the 15 stories and 12-story development on the east side of Dickerson Pike, which had been referred to as, or more of the development was on the west side. I understand that there was an emphasis on punctuation at the end there. The biggest concern is in the neighborhood, the transitions from these large developments into the communities, which are single-family homes typically. And so at that meeting, reiterating, most people said 6 stories. I created the Facebook poll on Friday because I didn't feel like there was a very good clarity there. And on that Facebook poll, there is, as of 3 o'clock this afternoon, there were 61 people that responded, and 77% of them said that they preferred 6 stories or less. I believe based on that, you're getting the direct feedback of the neighbors that are most impacted by this change. And so I think that just based on that, I would encourage you guys to review that and defer this or amend the plan just in that portion down to 6 stories or below to reflect neighbors' concerns. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Rob Bach. I live at 520 North 2nd Street. I'm going to try not to repeat a lot of what Adam and Michael said, but I'm up here representing 43 people who signed an online petition that we set up in McFerrin Park after our meeting last week. I believe Michael forwarded it on to you guys to look at before our meeting. So in that petition, we're not asking for you guys to reject the plan. In fact, a lot of neighbors love a lot of what you're doing in the plan. As Michael and Adam stated, our main issue is with Cleveland Street and below and east of Dickerson Pike. 12 and 15 stories, that's a very tall building in very close proximity, 75 feet from single-family homes. I don't think anybody in this room probably wants to live 75 feet from a 15-story building in a single-family home. So that's our main point with the petition. We'd like to ask that the development in that area be limited to 6 stories along Dickerson Pike with a 4-story height transition down to the neighborhood in McFerrin Park. Along with that, I'd like to close and draw attention to a few quotes that are in the Dickerson South study. On page 4, it says, neighborhoods adjacent are protected from intrusion of incompatible heights. High development intensities located on the west side of Dickerson Pike progressively step down in height and massing moving eastward into established neighborhoods. Page 5, it reads, taller buildings in appropriate locations. Taller buildings generally located on the west side of Dickerson Pike away from established neighborhoods east of the corridor. And finally, in the staff report for this meeting, page 88 of the first paragraph, lower heights should transition into the residential neighborhoods on the eastern extent of the area. And I want to say we really do appreciate all the work you guys have put in. We're excited about change coming to Dickerson. It's needed it for a long time. There's a lot of potential there for Nashville and East Nashville. But we would like you to honor those goals and objectives.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Okay, I live at 209 Trutland Avenue. My name is Jade Swafford. And so like these folk, Trutland, Second, and Barry are highly affected by these 12 and 15-story buildings. So I asked Mr. Briggs at the meeting, hey, why are we building so high up in our backyards? We want it to look like River North across the interstate. He spoke earlier that Cowan is an industrial, non-residential area. Why would we try to mirror that? So I would also ask you to defer that latter portion of the southernmost portion near to McFerrin Park. And again, we just had our meeting last week. I appreciate all the prior meetings, but just got to our neighborhood last week. Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is William Holbrook. I live at 209 Trutland Avenue. I'm a McFerrin Park resident. I would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak. I'm excited for the proposed development in my neighborhood and overall Dickerson Road revitalization project. I do, however, have objections and strong concerns about the SP for McFerrin Park. First, the proposed 15-story height proposal, having two 15-story buildings directly south and west of my home, blocking natural light and the entirety of my downtown view, which my house has had for 100 years. Put it quite simply, I don't want to live walled in. Why are my neighbors and I so lucky to get the tallest buildings outside of the downtown core? Secondly, I take issue with the allowance of non-owner occupied STRPs to operate in these proposed areas. We've hit our limit of these types of permits in my neighborhood. Why are we adding more? Lastly, I have major concerns about parking and traffic flow. After all, we're adding approximately 1,200 units to this small footprint. I implore the committee to reconsider the proposed zoning changes, limit heights, and remove STRP allowances, and take another look at how this will affect McFerrin Park neighborhood and adopt a different plan. So, wrote all that stuff. Don't really speak to you guys all the time, but I'm just some guy. I live in my house, and I don't want to be walled in. So take that into consideration, please. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Did great. Appreciate you coming down. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Julie Gamble. I live at 1440 Pennock Avenue in Highland Heights. So I'm just speaking as a property owner, but also as an urban planner. I don't study the city of Nashville, but I do have a PhD in planning. So I'll make two quick observations off of this beautiful plan. One, what occurs to me is that at the beginning of this process, I saw plans for a park and for opening more community spaces, and right now all I see is potential for development. So as a concerned citizen and as an urban planner, cities are for public, cities are for people. You want to make cities for people, not for profit. So if you only continue to create high-density developments, you are taking spaces away from people, which are democratic publics for the residents of Nashville to be able to participate in and to continue to make this city great. The second point that I would like to make is simply, yes, we can improve quality of canopies and trees, but if we don't continue to grow our green spaces in the city, we're going to have larger problems around heat island effects and our types of development up against issues that are climate change. So those are two more overall, broad perspectives that I would like to leave. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, is the councilman here? Where'd the councilman go? Councilman? He did. Councilman, you did speak earlier, but you want to come up and finish it off? Appreciate it.
I want to thank everybody that came out in support and in opposition. As I said earlier, even the ones in opposition, they agree with 60% of the plan. There's some concerns with the height closer to the McFerrin Park neighbors, which I stated earlier. There's some concerns about height that are closer to neighborhoods. But the rest of the plan, there's no opposition about, because we know we have from the Buffalo to Trinity Lane. I have, and this is crazy, I've counted these. I have 30 used tire places. I have nothing against, because not rich. I've had to have my tire plugged and patched millions of times. But do I need 30 of them? And then 4 or 5 right next to each other. This plan increases the uses, allows for other places. And I too want to know what happened to the green space that was proposed to. I believe it's still there. I do want to encourage that, and a lot more green space opportunities too. But more importantly right now, we got to get the corridor moving. We got to get the mass transit going. We got to do the study, and I want to push this through. I want to get passed. I have no objection to limiting certain heights closer to the McFerrin neighborhood area. I have no objection to that, because I think if we can adjust that a little bit, we could all be 100%. But I want everybody to know the affordable housing plight does not come on deaf ears. But I'm hoping that with the TIF money available and with the density potentials that we can get more affordable housing, just like with Uptown Flats, which has not increased their, Uptown Flats was put on Dickerson in 2010. It was completed in 2012. It's a Freeman Webb property that's managed. It was given money by MDHA, and that property has stayed affordable. The rents have only gone up 3% in the last 5 years, which is awesome. And they stay below market rate. 3-bedroom, 2-bath there is $1,000. 12, that's why it always stays full. It has a backup log of everybody waiting for an apartment. And so, thank you. Let's move this ahead. And I'm not in opposition against making a technical adjustment for those neighbors, for McFerrin Park neighbors to be happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Appreciate it. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. Vice Chair, you want to go first? You seem to go first on the hard ones. But there's a lot of good things. There we go. You don't have to.
Quite a thing there. Wow. Well, first, thank you to staff. I know this was a huge undertaking, a long undertaking, and it's a great plan. I feel very good about a lot of what has been put together. And also really appreciated the work session we had, because I think that gave us a really good chance to dig in and understand this. So just to reassure everybody, we have been studying this closely. And it's great to hear that overall there's good community support for this. I agree there is a tremendous opportunity. Dickerson Road is untapped. It's the gateway to the city. It's an exciting opportunity to think about what a redeveloped Dickerson Road can look like. I do have some concern relative to what the neighbors in Cleveland and McFerrin Park have been saying that I think we really do need to think about. I agree with them. 15 stories seems to be a significant height at that location, especially next to a low-density, single-family neighborhood. You noted that you had done some visual modeling of some of the other corridor locations. Was anything like that done down at the southern portion?
Michael, it might be helpful too just to show the area that we're talking about, where some of the community comments came in.
Yes, actually, if you could clarify too, I was looking at the map to clarify the boundaries of Cleveland Park, McFerrin Park, and how that relates to that southern portion.
Definitely. Let's, I've zoomed in on the height map to, I think, help us focus on the southern end of the corridor. So the area that we've been talking about in particular is this purple area here that denotes 15 stories. And this is around Meridian where it intersects with Dickerson Road. There's kind of this little spaghetti interchange through here. The Buffalo is roughly in this area. There's a portion that's 12 stories here. It sounded like the concern in McFerrin Park was south of Grace Street. So we're 6, 12, and 15 stories is identified up adjacent to Dickerson Road.
She asked about modeling, yeah.
I'm sorry, Cleveland Park is generally considered sort of north of here, between Cleveland and Gray Street. The heights in this area, the yellow is denoting 4 stories, and the orange is the 3-story transition. Today, the policy through here is urban neighborhood evolving, which generally outlines 1 to 3-story heights anyway. So it's really reflecting current policy in this area.
She asked about the visual modeling.
Yes.
Yeah, especially on the southern
So then on the visual modeling, so we did 3 areas. As several people have noted, it's a 2-mile-long corridor, so it's really hard for the planners and urban designers to really design out the whole area. We felt that Trinity Lane was a really good example of where 2 transit lines in the future would connect and was important to model. So we focused in that area there, and then also on Whites Creek Pike at that interchange with Dickerson Road to show how the height might transition into the neighborhood there at Cleveland Park. We did do a 2-dimensional rendering of a design scenario around Spring Street. And the neighborhood did ask later in the process about modeling 3D, but just due to time constraints, we were not able to produce that.
Okay. Okay, that helps. You know, I think there seems to be such consensus around and support for this plan until we hit that southern portion. And I think it seems like there are some real questions. I can completely understand where the neighborhood is coming from, that they want to have a feel for how this is going to flow and how what the transition is going to look like. You know, I understand the connection to River North across the freeway, but that's also way across the freeway, and we've got to figure out how it's going to integrate to that neighborhood behind it as well. So I think that I would be in support of moving the plan forward, but I'm not in support of letting that portion be corrected with a technical correction at council. I think that that's something that planning staff needs to really look at closely. So I would probably be more in favor of looking at how to pull that piece of the plan out and considering whether or not we need to reconsider that 15-story height right there. You know, that's especially River Chase Apartments. I mean, I'm very sensitive to that being a affordable housing project. There's, you know, I think we need to think very carefully about how that site's going to be redeveloped and make sure that we really have good guidelines for what that looks like. So, you know, I'm happy to listen to all the other commissioners, but I think my thinking at this point is that we should look more closely at that southern end before we go forward.
I think that's some good comments, but I think our director, could you clarify the boundary so that we have a clear?
Yes. Oh, well, I'm thinking of your southern portion. I don't know if it goes all the way, if it's the whole area that's going up to T5 mixed use.
I just want to make sure, Michael, if you can pull in the close in, I'm understanding the where you might be going.
I think Spring Street.
So you're suggesting you would be comfortable moving forward with the Dickerson corridor study with the exception of an area adjacent to McFerrin, and that would be
deferring that piece along Spring Street.
Okay. Michael, can you indicate to make sure that since we're looking at a screen and you have a screen and they're looking at a screen, that we're all looking at the same thing?
So it sounded like there's 2 policy amendments that are related in this area, and so those are highlighted in red in this area. So there's a small portion that is, if I can get my cursor to, here we go, that includes the Salvation Army property at the corner of Gray Street. And then what we've also been talking about involving the River Chase Apartments. There's 2 policy areas that would be amended. I think what makes sense is to look at Gray Street here and everything south on the eastern side of the study area in more detail.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm mostly concerned with, I guess, what's River Chase now, because that's where you really feed into single-family housing on the backside. So the idea of a 15-story building there
transitioning, I mean, I guess there would be some step down into the neighborhood, but even down to 6 stories there might feel very dramatic. I don't think, I know what the neighborhood has requested, that they've suggested 6 stories or 4 stories. I don't feel like I'm in a position to make that decision right now without additional information. So I think that's what I would suggest having planning staff look at, but open to everyone else's comments. Oh, and I guess one other quick question, the discussion of open space, I know we talked about a connection to a greenway or a new greenway. Where does that go?
I apologize, I failed to mention that. Zooming in, so this is the northern portion of the study area. The green dashed line roughly follows the Pages Branch stream through here, and would connect, this would be a greenway that would connect to a future greenway along the Cumberland River.
I mean, I think the last speaker made a very good point. You know, when we think about these major redevelopment areas, as much as we can think about maintaining pocket parks or any kind of open space, open plazas, I think that's a really important thing for us to always take into consideration. Thanks.
Thank you. Anything else, Commissioner? Commissioner Blackshear.
I agree with pretty much everything Commissioner Farr said, especially about the transitioning of building heights into the single-family area and also the inclusion of the green spaces. I did have a question about affordable housing and how it kind of went into play when thinking about the plan amendment. What was the consideration of affordable housing when coming up with the plan amendment?
That's a great question. So Nashville Next identifies the growth along the corridors and within the centers. And conceptually, we envision more housing and job opportunities within those centers, and then they would be connected through a robust transit system that's built over time. Those, I think, are really the tools that we have in our toolkit, is to look at how we can diversify housing along the corridors and really strengthen some of the mobility infrastructure to help cut down on the costs of living day to day.
We, when we put the steering committee together, put several folks who are expert in affordable housing to give us advice on some of the issues that they're confronting. And we talked, for example, about the cost of parking and other things. So we tried to get that level of work. Should this move forward, MDHA does have a number of properties here in a redevelopment district. I would anticipate a strong partnership with them as a first start to try to better understand, as this evolves, how we can work together. And then, of course, there are a number of priorities for affordable housing elsewhere through the Barnes Fund. And I think that there will be opportunities as we get further into the development of the corridor to focus on that work. Right now, we try not to get too far ahead of ourselves without bringing a policy to the commission. So this is sort of a first step of saying, here's what we heard the community wants, here's what we think meets planning principles. So we start here at a framework level, and then as we drill in, I think there will be those opportunities here more so than lots of the other areas that we've worked in. We do want to pursue those partnerships. So I appreciate the question.
I think it's really important to make it clear that planning does care about affordable housing. And I know the representative from NOAA went through and said that, it was basically relegated to one, phrase that was mixed in the document. And so I do want to make it clear that we are, paying attention to affordable housing. It is one of our goals, and I know that our toolkit, as you mentioned, is kind of limited right now for a whole host of reasons, but that we're not forgetting that that is something that's important to the city.
Commissioner Elam.
I don't have a ton to add. I would just echo some of the earlier comments. The plan, I think, is a great one, and I applaud the plan, but I think the process was even more impressive. So I just appreciate all the constituents and the staff that worked so hard to get to this point. And I really don't have much more to add. I did have similar concerns and kind of echo what the vice chair said. That's all I have.
Councilman.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So this seems to be, and forgive me for the metaphor, but this seems to me like the scooter issue, in that when we open something up to a disruption, to a dramatic change, we got to make sure that we have everything lined up to deal with the consequences. So I think the impact of gentrification on small businesses and residences, it's really a big concern. And I think this dramatic change, even on the community plan, will have a huge impact on what happens. So I will be more inclined to have somebody from the Office of Economic Development, from the mayor's office here, to give us assurances that there will be an effort to address those issues along the corridor. So, I mean, I like the plan. I mean, it looks great. We all say that. I mean, it's, I think, and that's what worries me, that it is so great, just like the scooters, that then we are going to end up finding problems down the road because we didn't address these issues on the front end. Once we approve this, it's going to be off our hands. So I will encourage us to do a small deferral and then have somebody from the Office of Economic Development to come and give us some assurances that, like the TIF that the council member mentioned, that there is an opportunity to address those issues together, even a commitment from them saying that they will actually work on addressing, preserving some affordability, preserving some of the small businesses. I think that will be important. I volunteer with Rebuilding Together Nashville, and I work with them. And I drove around that neighborhood recently, and many of the homes that we fixed, they have been gentrified. I think the changes already happening there are dramatic, and I think we have to be very careful that when we do this, we do it with a clean conscience that is really living to its full potential. And so I would say we're almost there. I just wanted to make sure that we don't just kick the can down the road, but that we really have checked all the issues, including the issue of gentrification. So I will be in support of doing a short deferral just to get feedback from the mayor's office.
Thank you, Councilman. Commissioner Moore.
I think that's a great point because we do talk about affordable housing, but not so much about sometimes what will affect small businesses. Otherwise, I think most of my issues were addressed. I definitely agree with Vice Chair Farr about the building height at the south of the plan. I don't know how we would take, I guess we remove that and approve it as is. Is that what the process, or I guess procedure-wise?
I do have some suggestions about procedure, but thought maybe perhaps after y'all gave your where you are, I can offer that.
That is where I am.
If that would help. Okay.
Yeah, Commissioner Haynes.
So, Councilman, I very rarely disagree with you, but in this particular case, I do. Having grown up driving Dickerson Road in from Madison and Goodlettsville, this street used to be the gateway to downtown, and it's no longer that way. And to take an area of over 500 acres and have only a very small component of that area be in opposition to it is a real credit to Michael and our staff for working so hard. A lot of the small businesses you're concerned about, I think, own property along Dickerson Road. They're going to have a choice to make. They can retain their small business there and own the real estate and benefit from all the new plan. So I would be in support of carving out the southeastern quadrant from Grace south and from Dickerson Road east and moving the plan ahead with the exception of that carve out.
All right, so we have a few, well, before we get into procedural things, I usually try not to talk too much, but I do, just like I said earlier, I want to thank the staff and all of the work that's done on this particular corridor. I think sometimes the Planning Commission, this is just my own personal perspective, we get a bad rap sometimes that we don't plan, we don't have enough community engagement. But in getting to know the team here and working with them, probably way more hours than I want as a volunteer, I am really proud to say that I think we do some of the best community outreach and working with the community. We try to be as transparent as possible, and I hope that most of the public, when you come down here and interact with our team, that it's a good experience and not a negative one. And to tell you that we take every single comment very, very seriously. And so I do also want to say that we're also, I'm very proud of the council members because they play an integral role with us as a planning commission, and then obviously the community. We could not build these plans without you, the community, and I just want to say thank you for all of that, and that we do take everybody's comments, every single one, seriously. And I tried to tell that to the staff team, and I think that they take that serious as well. So, and I know that the commissioners, every single one of them, are very compassionate, and their heart is in the right place when dealing with planning. So I just want to say that I'm sorry. I usually don't speak a lot, but procedurally, we'll need a motion. I think that, but let's clarify kind of what that motion would look like, or procedurally the timing. One more comment before I go. Yeah. Vice Chair, another comment?
So I guess because of Commissioner Blackshear's comment on the affordability, I felt like I needed to just say, and it's, again, specific to River Chase, you know, that is it's been an affordable property for many, many years. It's a great redevelopment potential. You know, I just hope that when it comes before us, whenever that happens, that, you know, we take into consideration what that property is, and that we really, you know, I assume it'll be an SP. I hope it's a design-based SP that really takes into account, one, how it integrates into the community, the surrounding neighborhood, but also how it takes into account, you know, existing residents who live on that property today. We just saw with the park at Hillside, a large subsidized property that is getting it redeveloped, and I think one of the reasons we felt good about that is that the developers went back in with a affordable housing replacement as part of that plan. And so I just hope when we see that plan that there is some consideration given to that.
Yes. Director, you have a few comments.
Okay. So essentially what I'm hearing, well, I heard two different comments. I would just address Commissioner Farr's first. I think if I'm understanding, you're proposing to approve the Dickerson corridor study with the exception of the area that Commissioner Haynes identified. Michael, can you show that on the screen? Okay, and that portion would be deferred to a later date, and your assignment to staff would be to focus on, I heard you say, the height and bulk. I'm assuming you would want a visual modeling study, which the McFerrin Park residents asked for. Okay, and so we could conduct that during that portion. My approach to that, and Bob and Lisa weigh in, would be that if that came back and when that came back, it would be treated as part of this overall application. In other words, we wouldn't be asking them to go back out and resubmit a new plan amendment and get started all over again if it were within some reasonable amount of time, so that they would, because I do know there is a zone change that has been noticed within this area, and so probably what I would envision is they would bring the policy amendment with that, as you might see you know, other cases. But we're not asking them to start over with the policy amendment because they have participated in a number of the public meetings associated with the Dickerson Road study. Lisa, Bob, are you comfortable with that?
Yes, I think that's what I would recommend, is just taking that part out and having it come back with any zone change that's already been filed.
Okay.
And so, Michael, if you would describe, I know you're showing it on the screen, but for the record, describe the area that we'd take out.
So it's from Grace Street on the eastern side of Dickerson Road, south down to Spring Street. So the whole study area from Grace Street south to the end of the study area.
Okay. So I know the councilman had stated a deferral, but So we have two options for a motion. So we'll need a motion to see which one the commission wants to do.
I'll make a motion to approve the Dickerson South study, but to carve out south of Gray Street, east of Dickerson Road, all the way to Spring Street.
As stated by Michael.
As stated by Michael.
That's a proper motion. And there's a second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Wait,
Oh,
sorry.
hold on.
Oh.
Oh, the
Thank you.
timing for the deferral. of
Sorry. Thank you.
The
That's what I was thinking.
south.
What time do you need?
How much time do you need, Bob?
Lisa, can you give us, or Bob, can you give us some advice on the
I-
modeling?
I would think we would, at a minimum, need till the August 18th, or no, I mean, the July 18th meeting, because, I mean, staff reports for our next meeting are being written next week. So I think a 2-meeting deferral at least, and it might take more, but I think we can start with that.
So it'd be within that southern portion, it would be deferred, taken out and deferred for 2 meetings. That's a proper motion. And is there a second? Second. Any other discussion?
Can we invite somebody from the Office of Economic Development for that meeting?
Yes, absolutely. Lucy, you make sure that happens. The director's going to make sure that happens. And it would probably be good, Councilman, to ask them to come to the council when this is proposed. Okay. So any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Good job, Michael. So I think we can at least do 13A and B, and then we'll kind of see where we are on break. We've been here 2 hours and 20 minutes, and so we'll let everybody kind of move out. Just give everybody a minute to move out. All right, so if everybody that is in here, if we could get everybody to quickly and quietly move out so we can go to the next session. There's lots of people still here for the remainder of the meeting. I appreciate, and I want to thank everybody for coming down. I know this is a big deal. And there are a lot of seats up here, so anybody standing up should not be standing up. All right, guys, let's quiet down. We're going to move on to, and if everybody could take a seat, and nobody should be standing. There are a lot of seats up here, and we come meet a friend and a neighbor. We appreciate it. Okay, if everybody be quiet down, and then we'll get to, so we are out of order on item number 13. Go ahead.
The next item on the agenda is item 13A. This item has an associated zone case, which is item 13B. As a reminder for the Planning Commission, each item must be voted on separately. This request is to amend the Southeast Community Plan by changing from Suburban Neighborhood Maintenance Policy to Suburban Neighborhood Evolving Policy. Staff's recommendation is to approve. The proposed plan amendment area is located north of the intersection of Nolensville Pike and Tusculum Road in the Fairlane Park neighborhood along Strasser Drive and Raywood Lane. Existing site conditions include a couple of residential structures, surface parking, and open area behind Tusculum Hills Baptist Church. The site is located in a single-family residential zoning district. The associated zoning case is for specific plan zoning.
This request proposes to change the land use policy from suburban neighborhood maintenance to suburban neighborhood evolving policy. Suburban neighborhood maintenance policy encourages low to moderate density development and generally maintains the existing character of a neighborhood. Suburban neighborhood evolving policy encourages moderate to high density development, a mixture of housing choices, and improved connectivity within the immediate area. Suburban neighborhood evolving areas anticipate suburban residential development at higher densities than classic suburban neighborhoods that will include an integrated mix of housing types. On May 28, 2019, staff hosted a community meeting at Tusculum Hills Baptist Church to discuss the applicant's request. Approximately 45 people were in attendance, along with the development team and planning staff. Attendees consisted of property owners, civic leaders, and concerned citizens. Staff spoke and answered questions regarding the plan amendment and the proposed zoning request, while the applicant discussed their request in detail. Reaction to each request was mixed. Staff believes the amendment request is suitable for the following reasons. 1, the split designations of the site as a transition/infill and neighborhood area on the growth and preservation concept map from Nashville Next. 2, appropriate application of suburban neighborhood evolving policy to provide additional housing choice and improved connectivity. 3, ability to provide an appropriate transition between the suburban mixed-use corridor policy and the suburban neighborhood maintenance policies. 4, existing transportation infrastructure and connectivity given transit service along Nolensville Pike. This site is located approximately half a mile north of a Tier 2 center at the Nolensville Pike Old Hickory Boulevard intersection. The concept map also designated Nolensville Pike as a high-capacity transit corridor, allowing a wider range of housing types supported by suburban neighborhood evolving policy in locations with convenient access to major transportation and transit networks on a primary corridor is appropriate. The site's split designation as a transition and neighborhood area along in a high-capacity transit corridor within a half mile of a Tier 2 center makes application of suburban neighborhood evolving policy appropriate at this location. Suburban neighborhood evolving policy is intended to enhance residential neighborhoods to include greater housing choice at higher densities along with improved infrastructure and connectivity. Single-family residential uses are located east of the site, as you see in yellow up on your screen. Commercial uses are located along both sides of Nolensville Pike as the commercial corridor. Those commercial uses are highlighted in red. And as you also see, multifamily is located west of Nolensville Pike, as shown in brown on your screen. Suburban neighborhood evolving's intent of providing additional housing choice near commercial corridors make this an appropriate application of the policy. Suburban neighborhood evolving policy at this site would serve as an appropriate transition and intensity for future development between the suburban mixed-use corridor policy along Nolensville Pike as depicted on your screen in the hatched yellow orangish color west of the site, and the suburban neighborhood maintenance policy in the neighborhood to the east as depicted in the beige color on your screen. Adequate infrastructure consisting of transportation options, connectivity, and access is in place to support this request. WeGo provides bus and BRT light bus service along Nolensville Pike. Bus stops are located near the proposed plan amendment area to the west and to the south along Nolensville Pike. In conclusion, staff believes the amendment request is suitable for the following reasons. 1, the split designations of this site as a transition and neighborhood area on the growth and preservation concept map from Nashville Next. 2, appropriate application of suburban neighborhood evolving policy to provide additional housing choice and improve connectivity. 3, ability to provide an appropriate transition between suburban mixed-use corridor and suburban neighborhood maintenance policies. 4, existing transportation infrastructure and connectivity given transit service on Nolensville Pike. Given the aforementioned, staff recommends approval. Given that this plan amendment has an associated case, staff will continue with item 13B.
Yes. Thank you.
The next item is item 13B. The request is to rezone from RS10 to SP zoning to permit up to 180 multifamily residential units. Staff's recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions if the associated plan amendment is approved. If the associated plan amendment is not approved, staff recommends disapproval. The location of the site, as mentioned in the previous presentation, is north of the intersection of Noblesville Pike and Tusculum Road. Existing conditions include a couple of residential structures as well as open area. The current zoning for the property is single-family residential. The existing policy is suburban neighborhood maintenance. The proposed plan amendment is for suburban neighborhood evolving. This proposal consists of up to 180 multifamily residential units. Some of the portions of this plan include sidewalk improvements consistent with local standards along Strasser Drive as well as Raywood Lane, also as well as on-site stormwater mitigation. All these units are proposed to be within one structure on the site. This proposal meets goals of the proposed suburban neighborhood evolving policy in this location as it provides an additional housing choice within the area, enhances the pedestrian realm through new sidewalks, supports a nearby transit route, and serves as a transition between intense uses along Noblesville Pike and less intense uses within the neighborhood. Given the aforementioned, staff's recommendation is to approve conditions and disapprove without all conditions if the associated plan amendment is approved. If the associated plan amendment is not approved, staff recommends disapproval.
Thank you, Gene. Appreciate it. And so commissioners will consider these two items together, but vote for them separately during the public hearing. So we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. And the applicant, you have, you know the drill. You have 10 minutes, and you can save 2 of the 10 minutes for rebuttal.
I'll do that exactly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the front end, I know it's a long night. I'll ask all those that are supportive of this policy and the zone change to please raise your hands. I'll also comment that in light of the agenda tonight, I've asked them to keep it to just a few people from that group, and I think that's hopefully where we'll go. Front end, I want to thank the councilman of this area, Jason Potts, and also Devette Blaylock, who has a councilmanic district next door. The districts are close enough at this particular place that some of the notices actually went out to people in Devette Blaylock's district. They both attended some meetings. They both responded. At the meeting that we had, as this guy, Gene Burse, at the church, the councilman didn't make a commitment that night. He thought it was a good plan, but wanted to withhold his comments. I've continued to stay in touch with him. He's clearly supportive of the proposal, both policy and the zone change. When I spoke to him, I asked him to communicate that to Lucy Kemp, and I believe he did. He's clearly supportive. I've continued the dialogue with Council Lady Devette Blaylock. She is also supportive. Without repeating all of the things were mentioned about policy, I do want to emphasize this is a church-owned piece of property. They intend to continue the ownership of the property, and one of their principal goals here is to make sure there's housing for people 55 and above that live in that area that are constantly moving out of there because they don't have this type of facility. You saw the structures to be under one roof. They've had huge support. The pastor can address this in a moment, but from the meetings they've generally had 95% support from the meetings they've had long before we had the big community meeting out there. So I think there's good support within the community with respect to what it offers without repeating what Gene commented about. You've heard those items. And again, the driving factor out here for the church is that it's a church that's been there for decades, and they've got a number of members that really don't have facilities like this in the area that want to stay in the area. They're moving further south, and basically the church is trying to fill that need. I think it's a good one, but the church maintains ownership. With that said, I respectfully ask that the policy be approved, the zone change be approved. As the chairman mentioned, they're separate votes. It takes 6 votes on the policy, as you're aware, so I hope that that's something that everyone considers when this takes place. And secondly, the zone change makes good sense. There may be some opposition. It may not be unanimity of support, but it was very close from the neighborhood. So I appreciate your courtesies. Ask for your support on both the policy and the zone change. Thank you for your courtesies.
Thank you, sir, and we'll reserve 2 minutes for your rebuttal. Anyone wishing to speak in support? Oh,
the pastor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's not go back to 7 minutes. There we go. Sorry, Pastor. I apologize.
No worries.
My fault. I thought we'll continue, and I'm sure you'll have enough time for both.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you so much, and staff, everybody who's been involved, thank you for your time. I'm Paul Gunn. I'm the pastor at Tusculum Hills Baptist Church, 4930 Nolensville Road. Our job as a church is to meet the needs of the community. We had a market study performed by JLL that does market studies specifically for this type of work. The market study came back overwhelmingly positive, even more than we thought it would. And so we moved forward to see what we could do to build a senior adult living facility. We want to build places to rent as a nonprofit ministry of the church with amenities customized for senior adults. We've lost people in our church and our community to distant facilities in other counties because nothing like this exists in this particular district. We want Nashville to be strong. As you know, Nashville, South Nashville in our area hasn't gentrified yet, but we want the area to be strong. We want a gift for the community that will meet needs now and well into the future. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you for coming down, sir, and I do apologize. And then we have some more folks from the team. Go ahead.
I'm Bob Murphy. I'm Vice President and Traffic Engineer with KCI Technologies. We were asked to conduct traffic analysis to identify how much traffic would be generated by this site. And as a result of that, it's well documented that elderly housing generates a lot less traffic than typical residential units. That was confirmed with the analysis that we conducted. The traffic volumes that would be generated by this development are well below the levels that are typically used by Metro Public Works in requiring a full traffic impact study. But based on the analysis that we did, we determined that because of the low amount of traffic generated, that this project would have a minor impact on the roadway network. And so in conclusion of that, we felt comfortable in recommending that this project would not have much impact at all on the roadway network. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else, Mr. White? All right. We'll save 2 minutes for rebuttal. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak in support of the project? Come on up. Welcome. Please state your name and address, and thank you for your patience in waiting.
Thank you. My name is Barbara Cobank. I'm a member of Tusculum Church. My address is 4856 Astor Drive. My husband and I have lived in this community for 60 years, and we've been a member for 58 at Tusculum. And all these years, I have seen many things. Our church has cared for the community in many ways. And this is one way I think that our church is really caring for our community. We've had a lot of people, as you heard, that has moved out of our church because they no longer was able to take care of their homes because of the age-wise. And I feel like if we have something like this near our church, the community around us, plus our church members, will have something that they can fall upon, being near the community they've lived in. I thank you for this, and thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you coming down. Anyone else wishing to speak in support? All right, seeing no one else wishing to speak in support, anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Come on up. And if y'all would line up, that would be great, and we appreciate it. And state your name and address.
My name is Rosalind Johnson. I live at 4922 Raywood Lane. And I just want to say my opposition is not to having a senior living facility, and for that. I understand my mother was 87. Passed away last year, lived in her own home, and she couldn't afford to go to that type of place. So I understand that. My opposition is how this is going to affect my house, my street. I live on Raywood, my community area, and I feel like it is going to affect it in some form or fashion. I live on that side of that street, so that's my concern, and it is going to affect me. With construction, wood traffic. They're saying low traffic. It's a lot of traffic that comes through there now because people cut through. So it is going to affect my living environment. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down. Welcome. Come on up. Yep.
Sorry, I haven't done this before. My name is Shirley Collins. I live at 348 Millpar Drive. I've been there for 36 years, 37 this fall. Okay.
Sorry about that. We'll start the time over again, and then there you go.
I raised both my children there. I really feel like I know the area. It's a very sweet neighborhood where I live. I'm on Millpar, which is basically dead-ended by Raywood and has a dead end on the other end. So because of that, children, parents, families, people who are trying to build up for races walk on my street every night. There are groups and groups of people that always come back there walking their dogs or just walking. It's a very nice area. Mature trees, and all of the residents pretty much around me have been there for minimum usually of 15 years, all the way up to 45 and 50 years. I'm afraid that this would really change the dynamics for our neighborhood. It's an affordable neighborhood, and when you start rezoning and start changing things, you start making it where you have a different character in the neighborhood. And I'm truly a person of the neighborhood. I was not told about any of this plan. It was a happenstance that I even found out about it. I don't feel that the church made the neighborhood aware of it. From my understanding, the councilman, Jason Potts, has not served our community in the way that we wanted it to be served. And just hearing that he's for it is not something that is a plus on my side. I think you need to let people know if you're bringing about a change like this, and we were not notified ahead of time in any timely manner, and it's like someone else had said about another neighborhood. It's a big thing, a big change. I have no other motive except I have invested a lot in my home, and it's gone up in value. I'm afraid this would bring it down. It's a real concern for me for that. So thank you for your time.
Appreciate you coming down. Come on up. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Hilda Mathis. I live at 310 Millpar Drive. I've lived there for over 20 years. This is really devastating to me. I don't want any changes or anything. I wrote my letter to the commissioners to say no, and I ask you please vote no.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Donna Sexton. I live at 5003 Crosby Lane in Nashville. I've lived in my home for almost 25 years. I'm really concerned about this development. Number one, the size of it. I just don't think it is the best option for our community. We have lost single-family homes, and single-family homes are not only apartments. They're homes where people can have their children, they can go out and play in their yards, and the church has bought several homes, took them down, and now we have this empty lot. During the community meeting, I had asked the church, have they done any studies on the impact of the community, such as property values, the traffic? They agreed that they had not. There are more suitable locations for this than in our residential neighborhood. And I just heard about the traffic study for residential, but what about the commercial traffic that's going to come into our neighborhood? Our roads are already too small. They're in dire need of repair. I worked very hard with Collier Engineering to get the traffic calming in our neighborhood. And this is just not the best location for it. The church has a lot of property to the side of the church. In my opinion, this would be more suitable to put it to the side of the church where it's facing Nolensville, where you already have that steady flow of traffic, and the traffic could come in off of Nolensville into this development. But if you're putting it in the middle of our neyborhood, you're putting our children at jeopardy. They catch buses. We've already had incidents where children have been hit by cars. Strasser and Fairlane are two cut-through streets. We asked Collier to do a study many years ago, and at that time, over 1,500 cars a day travel on each of these streets. So I ask you to please reconsider this. If the church wants to make some recommendations as to moving this, we would be more than happy to hear about it, but I just don't think that on Raywood in the middle of our residential is the place. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Sexton. I'm the director of the Fairlane Park Neighborhood Association. We have met at the at the church for almost 9 years. And the way I found out about this was through the preacher actually calling me and telling me that they had a codes violation for a home that hadn't been moved for some time. During that discussion, we found out that he had planned on doing this proposal. If we could look at it really quick, the evolving will change the character on its own. For them to be successful with this, we understand that the evolving has to be approved. We were not included in this. We have not been included in anything. Our councilman has not at all been involved with us. And if he does support it, where is he tonight? I would ask you to listen to Councilmember Johnson. She says, think about this. If it affects a community negatively, I see sidewalks and proposals for one street. We are asking and have worked with mayors, 3 mayors, to try to come in and help us. I say passion. We have passion. I'm asking you to please look in your heart. Do not allow a T3 to go from suburban maintenance to evolving. We have fought so hard. Today is our 25th year in Fairlane Park. Tonight is our meeting night that we meet at. We've had 2 weeks to try to garner any kind of information to our residents. The church has not been open. They have not reached out. A 1,000-foot buffer would not lead you into District 29. It would not do that. Where you're telling me that Councilmember Blaylock is in support of this. It doesn't impact her. It doesn't impact Councilmember Potts. He has been absent for 8 years. And to allow his support, this council body will change. He will not be a council member that will vote on this when it goes before the council. We need time to let that evolution of this council, where council members will change. We have a council candidate that went on record in opposition. Ms. Sandra Sepulveda is in opposition, and she is a council candidate. We need to put this aside and to get more time for this community to be involved. We have not had that. The church has not been open. And for them to say they have not. The traffic study was not done by Metro, which we would ask for that. It was done privately. We could do a private study and make it come out our way if we wanted to as well. I'm asking you now to please look in your heart. Your communities could be affected by this. There were 6 houses removed on this that could have been affordable. They have, if you will look at this, they have to the side, they have, without changing any zoning or removing any kind of residential, they have the room to the side that they own that is already zoned for SP. They have that right to the side of the church. It will create the traffic flow off of Nolensville Pike into their residence. Why would they want to come into this is a 4-story mega building. You can see it. It will affect every single resident. That is what they will see, not to mention the homes that are beside it. In 2015, Collier Engineering did the study, and at that particular time, there were 1,500 plus cars traveling on Strasser and Fairlane. We do not know today. We know Metro Public Works and Traffic was out at our meeting in February and discussed that we had a high rate of speeding in our neighborhood. I'm asking you, as a resident of 25 years today, to please look in your heart.
Thank you,
Think
sir.
about the residents and the effect.
We did give you 5 minutes, just for the record, as the neighborhood representative. Appreciate you speaking. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, 2-minute rebuttal.
Mr. Chairman, in listening to the comments, they were relatively direct. First of all, with respect to notice, your staff can confirm this issue came up. Notice went out exactly as it should have been. As this gentleman just said, it's almost like no good deed goes unpunished. This church has had that group at the church for 9 years for their meetings. I think that's the way they operate. That's what their purpose and mission is. With respect to the purpose in this housing for the elderly, I think the church was very clear about their motive. I specifically asked the group, who's probably 45 people behind me, not to get up one after one after one and say the same thing. I know what else is on your agenda tonight. We could have done that. You've heard from the pastor, you've heard from a spokesperson from the neighborhood, but with respect to the proposal, it's for the people staying in the community, number one. The church continues the ownership. The impact on the school is negligible, as you all know, with elderly developments like this. And with respect to traffic and the volumes, it's always the least impactful of anything. It's just an overwhelmingly good proposal. And with respect to sidewalks, you can look at the plan. There's sidewalks on both streets here. Someone said there's no sidewalks. They're obviously compliant with that. So I think the proposal is a good one. I understand from what I heard tonight, and I heard at the neighborhood meeting, some of the people may not like their district council person. I can't do much about that. I think he's done a decent job. He's in the office until the end of this term. He is in the State House of Representatives moving forward, but he's made a commitment to the community. I think that's well known. And apparently there are some people that may have problems with him. But with respect to his support, it's unquestioned. And Devette Blaylock has a district next door. She cared enough to come to the meetings, or at least the ones I saw, and voiced her support. I urge you to support the policy and the zone change. Thank you for your courtesies.
Thank you. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, we'll declare the public hearing closed. Commissioner Blackshear, you want to go first?
Anytime there is a change from neighborhood maintenance to neighborhood involving, I'm really sensitive, just because I try to put myself in the shoes of the neighbors and say, you know, will this be something that I would want? And looking at what the SP entails, it is a big jump in density. I mean, you go from 19 single-family lots to up to 180 multifamily residential units. I mean, that's huge. And I understand that from what staff said, that this was when you're making the analysis of going from maintenance to evolving, you're looking at the reasons that this could be appropriate, and obviously is very close to Nolensville, and that's obviously one of the reasons why. It does seem, though, that you're taking this development into the neighborhood. So this would not be on Nolensville, it would be on Raywood, and to the point of the neighbors, this is going to affect their neighborhood in a way that they obviously probably would not like. And also, you're going to be still surrounded, right, by single-family homes. Like it would be, I know there's a buffer, but you would still have single-family homes on the other side of that. Is that right?
That is correct, Commissioner. So the site is outlined in red, and there is a single-family pattern development to the east. As part of staff's evaluation of the proposed planned amendment, we looked at all the reasons that you highlighted, the relation and the proximity of the site to the corridor of Nolensville Pike, which is listed as high capacity, and looking at evolving being a potential area of transition between the mixed-use suburban policy, as you see hatched in the orange along Nolensville Pike, and the neighborhood maintenance. So we looked at evolving as being that transitional policy between those two, because you have more more intense uses. Nolensville Pike is a commercial corridor abutting a single-family pattern development, and so we looked at the policy as potentially being an area of transition.
So in thinking about transition, I'm not sure if this is a point that one of the neighbors made, or maybe it's something that you might have said, but obviously there's going to be precedent set, right? So if we're changing now because of the location of this amendment area to Nolensville, we're changing this to evolving, and we're allowing the 4-story, 180-unit building. What kind of precedent does that set for the rest of the neighborhood going in?
So we would look at each individual request for a community plan amendment on its individual merit. I will say that neighborhood maintenance generally has a height of like 1 to 3, and so there is, some height allowances within that neighborhood maintenance already, and so we saw this neighborhood evolving to allow for a bit more height to be an appropriate transition given what's currently allowed under the existing entitlements of the neighborhood and as a transition.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. It sounds like a lot of the benefits of the development is predicated on this being elder housing, but that's not one of the conditions of the SP, right? I mean, if it's approved the way that it's written now, it doesn't have to be developed as, I'm not to say that the church is being disingenuous at all, but I'm just saying the area would not be required to always stay as elder housing. So in thinking about traffic and all of those things, I mean, that wouldn't necessarily be the case forever. Is that right?
So staff worked with the applicant to reconcile the definition of with the use for this particular application. Recently, we worked with the applicant. They submitted a they applied for an exemption to a requirement for the traffic study because they did some traffic analysis, which they shared with our Public Works Department, who is responsible for looking at traffic analysis for each individual project. In this instance, we have proposed an additional condition. You all may have received a memo earlier today from us, and I can read it as follows. The following conditions shall be added to the conditions of approval for item 13B. The owner shall file a deed restriction on the property limiting the units to elderly housing. Metro Nashville will not be a party to the restriction and will not enforce the restriction. The restriction will be a private agreement. With the above conditions, Traffic and Parking recommends approval with the following additional condition. A traffic impact study waiver request has been received for this proposed development. That request demonstrates the proposed senior living facility will have minimal impact to the existing traffic conditions surrounding the site. Based on the findings of that waiver request and a land use restriction to a senior living facility, a waiver of the traffic impact study requirement is considered appropriate. However, either planning or Public Works may require the submittal of a comprehensive traffic impact study with the submittal of the final SP development plan. Therefore, given those conditions, Metro Public Works and or planning, we have the authority and capacity to require a TIS at final SP. However, the applicant has submitted and has applied for a waiver to the TIS requirement, and they are amenable to these conditions.
Okay, well, that's helpful to know that there is a condition. I mean, not something enforceable by Metro, but some type of land use restriction on it being senior housing. I do think that's helpful. I am very sensitive to the fact that the church wants to provide housing for its senior members. Obviously, that is an issue. You have a lot of people growing older in their homes and don't necessarily want to move away from the neighborhood just because they can't care for their homes anymore. I'm very interested to hear what the other commissioners have to say. I'm not wholesale against this development, but it does seem like a huge jump to go from 19 single-family homes in this plan amendment area to 180 units, although it is helpful that it is going to be restricted to senior housing, and so you don't have this development turning into some kind of raucous college apartment eventually. So thanks.
Commissioner Elam. Gene, you mentioned the process. I was wondering if you could just review that again, the process you went through in the community engagement.
Sure. So with community plan amendment requests, here at Metro Planning, what we require are process for notification. Given the fact that this is an SP, one, there's a step for mail notification. Two, this plan amendment request required, as determined by the executive director, required a community meeting, which was held at Tusculum Hills Baptist Church. At that community meeting, staff's role is to hear from the community and allow the applicant an opportunity to present their case for the proposed plan amendment, and in this instance, also the proposed SP. We heard concerns of the community. We took comment cards. Some comments were provided verbally, some were written, and we include that as part of our analysis when looking at the potential for changing the policy at this site.
And those concerns, have they been voiced tonight? Traffic, other issues that were raised at that meeting? Or I guess was the developer able to address some of those in the process?
Some of the concerns that were mentioned at that required community meeting are shown on the screen. They did include the potential for additional traffic, the scale of the project being 4 stories, 180 units, and also some additional items. The applicant did have an opportunity at that required community meeting to respond to those concerns.
Okay, thank you. And the last question, I guess, is related, I know we're not a design review committee, but related to kind of improving the pedestrian realm. This building sits off the sidewalk, and really, to me, I mean, improving the sidewalks is a start, but does the suburban evolving zone speak to how the building should address the street and sidewalk?
So suburban neighborhood evolving allows, in this particular instance, typically planning staff, we would prefer buildings be built close to the street, but given that suburban neighborhood evolving policy allows and it allows for suburban style development, which would allow like a row of parking in front of the building and the building not being required to be closer to the street than we typically would see. Also, here the applicant did provide a rendering of the proposed site. As you can see, there is an aisle of parking in front of the entrance. This is a perspective off from a view from Raywood Lane. And you can see there's landscaping along that portion as well as a bay of parking. But given the fact that the applicant is proposing suburban neighborhood evolving, it does allow suburban style development, which allows buildings to be set back from the street a little further.
Thank you.
Councilman?
That is a massive building. I have a question for you or for Mr. White. Why is the applicant not filing this as a religious use, like as part of their mission of the church? I mean,
if I may answer that.
Mr. White, Councilman, I think, we don't know, but Mr. White probably might have some suggestions on why.
Will it be okay to ask him?
Yeah, Mr. White, come on up.
Yeah.
I want to be very clear. My opinion legally is that the church could have done this basically without any approvals. Under the RFRA and other enactments, I think they could have done this, period. The church wanted to do the right thing. They came through this process. And with respect to, without arguing anything, you've got competent legal counsel here. With our loop of the federal enactment, the RFRA, and the state proposal, I think the church could do this proposal basically without any approvals from the federal government, other than building permits. But that being said, they made it very clear. We've discussed it with them. They wanted to be open, transparent about what they were doing, even down to the issue about the elderly, which was raised here. My opinion is you could probably restrict it to the elderly by doing just a condition in the SP. That's the public commitment, and it's in the ordinance. Metro always feels like they want to have a private enactment in a restrictive covenant. And we've said to the staff, and we're saying here today, we'll do both. We will put a condition in the SP that is restricted to the elderly housing. We'll also do the restrictive covenant. We'll do both of those. That's how clear we want to be about what the commitment is. But with respect to the building and the proposal, it's my humble opinion, you can ask council, there's a great deal of things that a church can do because they're continuing to own the property. If they were just going to sell it to somebody else, it might be a different story. But with the protections under the Religious Freedom and Restoration Act and the federal RLUPA, there's a great deal of discretion that be given to churches, especially on church-related activities. This is obviously a church-related activity for the purposes that you heard. So with respect to the mass of the building, they've hired experts.
I'm sorry, Mr. White. That was the only question there about the religious part.
Thank you, Mr. White.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Thank you. So can you tell me about that? I mean, because I'm wondering if they are entitled because of the religious protection.
Councilman, just hold on, everybody.
I apologize.
Just talk into the microphone there, Councilman. Thank you.
Yes, sorry about that. I'm just trying to get used to this new microphone, so sorry about that. So question for you. If they can actually, because they stated before that they are doing this as part of their religious mission, right? Like they are, so can we actually say no to them?
Well, I guess when you're saying, can we say no, the project could be disapproved, and if they wanted to move forward and contest the disapproval, citing the Tennessee Religious Freedom Act, they could. So, I mean, but what they've done is they come forward, they didn't exercise, or they haven't submitted this proposal under that act. They've done so as any other property owner would have done. and made their claim that says, hey, we think under the policy this should be approved. What the Religious Freedom Act says is that the government shall not substantially burden a person or entity's free exercise of religion unless two things apply. And those two things are, one, it would have to be essential to furthering a compelling government interest, like we'd have to have some good reason for doing so. And then two, we would have to apply the least restrictive means in forwarding that compelling government interest. I haven't personally done the analysis as it relates to this application under the Religious Freedom Act, because that's not how it was proposed, but I certainly think they would have a good case that they have the right to do this under that religious protection.
Thank you. And the reason I'm asking is, the first time I got involved with government, I was a commissioner at the Board of Zoning Appeals, and some council member had done something that violated the Fair Housing Act, I think, and we all had to take classes about, not violating the right of churches and religious institutions to do it. So I'm always thinking about, is this, and this is an entitlement that they have, is this a right they have? And that's why I was asking, trying to make sure that we don't burden the city again, making a decision that violates the Constitution. So having said that, I only have two comments. One is, I wonder, a question for you, did they ever consider putting the building on the parking lot closer to Nolensville Road to stay out of the more residential area?
So as currently shown on the screen, the building is set back from Raywood Lane as far as back as they possibly could get it closer to Nolensville Pike.
They own the parking lot right next to the church.
Yes. So the surface parking, and then this has shared access with the existing church parking. And so with the building, they've pushed it back, set it back far from Raywood Lane as far as they possibly could to be closer to the church and be closer to Nolensville Pike as a way to kind of provide that additional buffer between the site and the interior of the neighborhood.
Hey, Councilman, in regards to what the church may have considered, this was the plan as it was submitted to us. Mm-hmm. We have not seen a different site plan with the church located, with the building located anywhere else on the property. So we review as it's submitted, and this is the location as it was submitted.
Okay, because this is close to my district, and one of the concerns people have usually is limiting the expansion of high density into the residential neighborhood, and the church has this really big parking lot right next to the church facing Nolensville Road, so I thought that they could probably put that building there and do the parking in the back in this property. But, they, like you're saying, they make that choice, so. The other thing, I wanted to make a comment. Mr. Sexton is a well-known neighborhood leader in that part of the city, and it kind of I'm shocked that they didn't contacted him about this issue ahead of time. So I was just kind of taken aback. I mean, if there is one person that I will recommend that they talk to, is with a person that is leading the community. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And if everybody would speak in the microphone, sometimes the folks can't hear, so we want to make sure we speak into the microphone a little closer. It's because it's going in and out a little bit. So, Commissioner Moore. So nothing's working out. Can you guys hear me now, or? All right, so we'll talk into the microphones. Let's see if the staff could go back there and see what's going on. Thank you. It's all right. Okay. All right. So it's testing. 1, 2, 3, testing. We'll get it taken care of. No worries. We're gonna testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 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 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Can you? Okay. Perfect. Thank you for your help. Appreciate that. All right, Commissioner Moore.
So I can certainly understand the concerns of the neighborhood, and looking at this, and if we approve the policy change to neighborhood evolving, I could see myself in the future looking at some of the properties to, I guess, the north or south of this, and they would seem more feasible to change policy as well. But with that being said, I can really appreciate the church's intent in this and seeing a need in the community. And I know aging in place or in place of someone's community is very important. So I guess I'm still kind of on both sides of the fence with all that being said, and I'll listen to our last two commissioners and see where they are on this.
Commissioner Haynes.
So, Gene, let me clarify. There is an additional condition added on age restriction?
Yes.
And can you reread that one more time?
The following conditions shall be added to the conditions of approval for item 13B. The owner shall file a deed restriction on the property limiting the units to elderly housing. Metro Nashville will not be a party to the restriction and will not enforce the restriction. The restriction will be a private agreement.
So my sense is the church could have done whatever they wanted to. They've been above board and trying to do this the right way. This is a needed asset class of senior housing. So I applaud them for trying to do this. I would prefer that the building sit closer to the street, but that's my own personal preference, and put the parking lot in the rear. So I'm going to support staff's recommendation.
Vice Chair.
I don't think I have really anything much more to add, although like several other commissioners, I feel like from a design perspective, this could have been done better in order to integrate into the single-family neighborhood. I mean, there could have been several detached units or somewhat different scale. Is that anything that we talked with them about? Or is that?
We evaluate the proposal as submitted.
Okay. We definitely considered the design of the building. I mean, we felt like putting it right up at the street on a residential street wouldn't have been a transition, that having the separation between the single family across the street and the parking lot in between provided a much bigger buffer than moving that building up to the street. We debated that. There were pros and cons either way. Having the parking in the back, I think, would have been good, but I think it would have had, we discussed it, we thought it would have had much more impact on the single family across the street, having a wall of building right up at the street.
Yeah, I'm thinking a different scale altogether. I mean, detached units or something that would have been more in keeping with the existing design of the character of the street. I mean, this makes sense, as everyone has said, if it was fronting Nolensville, it's the right scale for that. That said, I think that it's an important use in the area. It is a big change. I don't think I'm quite prepared to be the one to make the motion.
So as y'all remember, we're voting on, we'll have to vote on 13A first, so we'll need a motion on 13A first. And we are at that portion of the discussion for a motion.
I'm reluctantly making a motion to approve because of the issue of the being a religious institution. So although I don't think this is the best way to do it, I think that basically, like Mr. White said, they could go the other way, and so it'll happen anyway. So at least now we have our staff can get involved in shaping and addressing some of the issues that this building will bring. So I'm going to, can you make a reluctant motion?
You can. No. Yeah, you just have to make a motion. I think our legal counsel would be reluctant for you to do that.
So I make a motion to approve.
All right, it's been, and that's of 13A, the policy change. So there's a second. Any other discussion? All in favor of the staff's recommendation for 13A, say aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Ayes have it. 13A is approved, and now we're on 13B. We'll need a motion for 13B. Councilman, you want to make another motion, send non-reluctant motion?
Yeah, I make another reluctant motion. Okay. And I want to remind people that what the city had to go through cost like $500,000. I mean, it was a very expensive mistake for the city. You really don't want to violate the Constitution and the people's right to worship and to exercise their constitutional rights. So in this case, I think that it is very clear that it will have, sorry for the long speech, but.
No, I think it's good commentary and a good reminder, and with the analysis of our legal counsel, I think we get it. I think it's, like you, it's good that we're involved in the process and that we have input, so anyway.
So I move to approve.
There's a motion to approve 13B. It's a proper motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. The staff recommendation.
With the additional conditions as noted in the memo from staff.
Absolutely. With the intention is with the additional conditions by staff. And so there's a motion and second. All in favor of 13B with the extra condition by staff say aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. And so we've been here about 3 hours and 15 minutes. I apologize for the long meeting, but it's probably time for us to take a restroom break, and we will be back to consider item 1 in a little bit. Thank you. We're going to consider item 1 next, and then we have items 3, 5, 20, 27, 31, 33, 40, 46, and 47. So we're going to be here a bit, but like I said, I appreciate everybody's patience and coming down, and we very much appreciate that. So now we are on to item 1.
All right. Item 1 is a proposal to amend the text of the zoning code, Title 17, specifically to amend various sections of Chapter 17.24 that pertain to tree density removal and replacement. You can see the specific sections that were in the original proposal listed on the screen. Staff is recommending approval of the substitute ordinance, which amends not only Chapter 1724, but also some other chapters of Title 17, which you can see listed. So to start, a little bit of background on why we're proposing to amend the tree ordinance, which is what I will use as shorthand for this proposal, rather than listing all those chapters every time. So in 2010, Metro Nashville completed its first assessment of the tree canopy, which was followed by creation of the Metro Landscape Coordination Program. And the Metro Landscape Coordination Program spearheaded preparation of the Metro Nashville Urban Forestry and Landscape Master Plan, which was a look at our forestry resources across the city. And it established tree canopy goals based on the Community Character Transect, which this commission knows well from your involvement with Nashville Next. Nashville Next, the adopted general plan, also identifies protection and enhancement of the tree canopy as the countywide goal due to the benefits that trees provide in terms of air and water quality, temperature regulation, and also quality of life, so beautification and enjoyment for the citizens. Implementation of the forestry master plan and its tree canopy goals was included as an action item in Nashville Next to achieve those goals. Over the past few years, Nashville has experienced significant growth and development, and folks at Metro Water Services and Stormwater have been working to assess the status of the city's canopy. Per their analysis between 2008 and 2016, we lost about 918 acres of our tree canopy, most of that within the urban zoning overlay. So there are goals out there that say we should be working to protect and enhance it. There's some data that we're going the other direction. And so to begin to address the loss of canopy and to take steps toward meeting those goals in our various policy documents, several council members introduced legislation to amend portions of Chapter 1724 to start to focus more on tree retention and replacement requirements. That legislation was introduced at council in November of last year, and it was referred to the Planning Commission for your consideration and a recommendation. The Planning Commission held a public hearing in January, and at that time deferred the item for additional stakeholder coordination. Since that time, staff has worked with the sponsoring council members, the council office, and various Metro departments to hold a number of stakeholder meetings. Those started with engaging the landscape architecture community in a technical analysis of the effects of the proposal. We then met with the nonprofit and advocacy community, who provided us with a lot of background information on work that had already been done, peer reviews of other cities, as well as thoughts on how to improve the proposal. We met with the development community, including folks that work in a variety of settings, urban, suburban, and at a variety of scales. So we tried to capture large mixed-use development all the way down to smaller multifamily projects. And then once we'd had those meetings, we put together, with the help of the council office, what we kind of informally called the stakeholder working group. It included representatives of all three of those subgroups. And that group met twice with Metro planning staff, staff from other Metro departments, and various sponsoring council members to have a more in-depth and focused discussion and look at actual draft language for some of the legislation. We also coordinated throughout with Metro departments that engage with trees in their work or that will be involved in the implementation and enforcement of these standards. And each of those departments, which include general services, parks, codes, public works, and Metro water services, have representatives on the tree working group, which is a group that meets regularly to address trees on Metro properties and in Metro projects, and we're able to contribute their expertise with this issue as well. So the legislation, as originally proposed, touched number of areas of Chapter 1724, and then the substitute that staff is recommending tonight actually broadens that out a bit. There's a lot of information in this chart, and I'm going to walk you through it, but this is just to show you that those changes fall into a few broad categories, which we'll then step through, and those include landscape plan requirements, tree density requirements and calculations, street trees, heritage trees, the schedule of credits for tree density units, and then some housekeeping changes that we've incorporated as well. So to start with the landscape plan requirements, under the current zoning code, you are required to submit a landscape plan with any application for a master development plan or a final site plan. To be clear, a final site plan might include what this commission would see, a full, very detailed set of plans, including a lot of civil drawings, like you might get with a large specific plan project. But it can also include a very simple plot plan, like you might turn in to build a garage in the backyard of your single-family home. So one of the things that we heard as we worked through this process was that there was an interest in having professionals seal and stamp landscape plans to have a higher level of detail and expertise behind them, but also that we weren't the sponsoring council members were not intending to have that requirement take effect on 1 and 2 family residential at this time. And so the staff substitute modifies that language a bit to require a landscape architect seal on landscape plans for projects with 5,000 square feet or more of permanent structure. And that threshold comes from the point in the building code at which you need a professional architect or engineer to stamp your plans for your development as well. So that would be the point at which you've engaged professional preparation. There was also a proposal to add a requirement for trees over a certain size to be shown on the landscape plan, and that is maintained in the substitute. So moving into tree density requirements and calculations, this was the, I would say, probably linchpin issue of all of the stakeholder discussion, and so I'm going to spend a bit of time walking through it. And to start, we need a little vocabulary to make sure that we're all kind of speaking the same language. So under the current zoning code for multifamily and non-residential development, each site is required to meet a certain tree density factor. There's a really technical forestry-based definition of what that is. But in simple terms, it's basically the density of existing trees on site plus any trees to be planted thought about in a per acre basis. And it's usually expressed in terms of tree density units, which you'll see abbreviated as TDU. So then we get to, well, what is a tree density unit or a TDU? And it's based on a schedule of credits that have to do with whether the tree is existing or proposed to be planted, the size of the tree, and also some other variables. But basically, there are numerous ways that you could get a TDU, but for our purposes, it's easiest to simplify it and think of one TDU as two 2-inch diameter trees. So we'll use that as a very basic working rule of thumb for this discussion, even though there are a variety of other combinations that could get you to one TDU. So when we talk about tree density or TDU requirements, there's really two different variables. The first is the tree density units that are required to meet your tree density factor, and then also the calculations. So what portion of the site are we using to determine whether you meet that TDU or not? As we've said, the current code requirement for multifamily and non-residential projects is 14 TDU. And currently, when you apply that standard, you take the gross acreage of the property and you first extract out certain things. So you extract out the area covered by buildings, area in water, athletic fields, golf facilities, and some parking areas. And then with the remaining acreage, you determine whether you meet your 14 TDU or not. The proposal as introduced by council includes changes to both of those variables. So the initial council proposal proposed to increase the TDU requirement from 14 to 20, and it also proposed to change the calculation method by eliminating the exclusion of tractor-trailer parking areas and allowing areas covered by buildings to be excluded only if they met certain sustainable design standards included in Title 16 of the Metro Ordinance. So that would be what is different. So since there were a couple of different variables at play, staff needed a way to compare the proposal across a range of sites and to try to figure out how those variables affected each other. So we worked with Bloomberg Associates, who advises Metro on a number of issues, to come up with a framework that would allow us to conduct that analysis. And what you're seeing in the table on the screen are the different pieces of information that we were plugging in. So we looked at a variety of sites across the urban core, focusing from large downtown developments all the way down to smaller multifamily projects in, say, East Nashville or Germantown or Wedgwood, Houston. And it allowed us to test a variety of different scenarios on this full range of sites. So we could manipulate the TDU number or the building footprint and figure out how those two things impacted each other and how they affected a range of different development settings. In order to realistically do that, we had to have a couple of assumptions to simplify things to a standard metric. So first, we had to assume that every development was going to choose to meet its TDU requirement entirely with new trees. Now, that's not how many developments work. Many will retain trees that are already present on site, and that will contribute towards meeting the TDU. But rather than go out and try to figure out where trees are on all of these sites, we just assumed everyone was going to plant new trees. And then we also wanted to be able to try to estimate some of the cost. And so for that, we used a TDU, one tree density unit, is $725. And that came from, there's an option in the current code that if you're unable to meet your TDU on site, you can pay a fee in lieu to a tree bank. And that is the current rate that's being assessed. And it assumes planting, installation, and some ongoing maintenance. So we were using those two assumptions as we did the analysis. And it helped us compare the effects of the proposal by order of magnitude in a standardized way. And so after analyzing numerous scenarios for multifamily and non-residential, the staff recommendation was to increase the TDU from 14 in the current code to 22. That's actually 2 higher than the initial proposal, which was 20, but to leave the building footprint exemption as it stands in the code today in place. So not modifying it to say it's only exempt if you're sustainable, but just leave it as it is in the code. Area covered by buildings is removed. And this would represent a 57% increase from the current 14 TDU standard. As you saw discussed in the staff report pretty extensively, this is a one-size-fits-all tool. I think we would all acknowledge that there's definitely merit in a system that might take a more nuanced approach. We have different zoning standards in different parts of the city. We have different community character policies, different goals, and our tree canopy goals are also varied. But given the scope of this proposal and the time that we had, we were looking for a reasonable balance between the goals to increase the tree canopy and some of our other planning goals for urban design and other standards, as well as the reality of our bulk standards. So we did not do the type of analysis that you would do where you really carefully compare the bulk standards and all of those different goals across the city and come up with a very nuanced system of TDU, although we do think there's merit in that type of discussion. But we felt that this was a first reasonable step toward increasing the TDU that appropriately balanced all of those competing goals. And that's where staff landed on that recommendation. To move quickly through the other topics, another key point of discussion had to do with street trees. Currently, street trees are required in the downtown code zoning district, but otherwise are not. And currently, in most instances, you do not receive tree density unit credit for trees planted in the right-of-way. There was some interest in making that an opportunity to help sites achieve the higher TDU standards. And so we have incorporated the opportunity for TDU credit for street trees outside the downtown code. So we're not modifying the requirement in downtown where they're required separately from TDU. We felt downtown was a form-based code that was best addressed holistically, so we've left that be. But outside, you could count street trees for credit. As you heard Councilmember Sledge mention earlier on, there was also an interest in adding some definitions of heritage trees. And this would be trees of a certain species and size that are significant contributors to our tree canopy, and such as a large oak tree or a large maple. And so the proposal includes adding those definitions and also incentivizing property owners and developers to retain those trees by increasing the TDU credits that are available if they choose to do so. To that end, we also looked at the tables of TDU credit. One of the things that came up right now in the code, there are two separate schedules. There's a schedule of TDU credits for existing trees that you choose to retain, and there's a separate schedule for new trees that are planted in replacement for trees that are removed or on sites that didn't have any trees to begin with. And one thing that came up during discussion was that currently, you actually get more TDU credit per inch of tree for a new tree than for an existing one. So there was some discussion there was some feeling that we had that incentive backwards. If part of the goal of this process is to encourage property owners to retain our mature tree canopy, we wanted to make sure that the TDU credits were reflecting that. So there have been some slight adjustments to those numbers. And then we also added the new schedule of TDU credits for heritage trees, as I mentioned before. And then in the last bucket, there were some housekeeping changes in the proposal introduced by council. As part of working through this, that bucket got broader. We identified a few places in the code where there were some definitions, words defined different ways in two places, some terms that were just inconsistent. So we cleaned a lot of that up. There are also some illustrations in Chapter 1724 of some of the principles of our landscaping standards. Over time, those had been scanned and resized so many times that they've gotten quite blurry. So part of this we've had new illustrations prepared that will just be clear and scalable, which will improve the usability of the code. There are also some simplifications proposed to some of the landscaping standards for parking lots to make those easier to use and easier to enforce. There are some adjustments to the landscape buffer yard requirements, again, to make those easier to implement. And then we also included an adjustment to the parking reduction incentive in the parking standards chapter that's available if you choose to protect an existing tree. So that standard is already in the code, but there was an interest in increasing the incentive that was offered in hopes that more folks will find it useful. So with that overview, staff is recommending approval of the substitute, and it touches all of those chapters listed there.
Thank you, Sean. And all I have to say is, wow, great work. Lots of discussion and lots of detailed analysis, so I appreciate that. So we'll open this item for public hearing. So, is the Councilor Henderson here? There she is. So you're kind of the applicant. So I think it would be good if you started the discussion off, and then at the very end, obviously we'll recognize you. And I appreciate you coming down.
I appreciate that. This is not really a typical
podium. We're going to fix that, so we're new
not
about.
to wear my heels to planning commission.
We're sorry.
I'm not going to be that informal and kick off my heels, but hopefully everybody can hear me. Good to be back with you. Thank you. As Ms. Shepherd shared, a lot of work has happened since we were first here before you. And I want to express thanks to my co-sponsoring colleagues, Mr. Davis and Councilman Sledge, to Director Kemp, and most especially to Ms. Shepherd for all her work on this. And so she has covered it so well, and I am just here to concur with my colleagues earlier that this council cares very much about our tree canopy and those goals of Nashville Next, of our urban forestry master plan. So I think this is probably the first of several bills you'll see. I think council is encouraged about the conversations that Ms. Shepherd alluded to about maybe getting a little more nuance in there, and as well addressing our street tree standards and requirements and looking at those, and then as well structurally looking at how we have urban forestry organized. Chapter 2 in our code for the urban forester, we've got somebody in water, somebody in public works, and just looking at how we as a city from a best practice standpoint would organize that effort. We are very much behind our peer cities in that regard as it relates to staffing. But we certainly appreciate Mr. Kivett and his contribution to this conversation and staff there in codes. I also wanted to express thanks to Ms. Smith, Jennifer Smith in Public Works, and Patricia Miller chairs our Metro Tree Advisory Committee, and all of those members over time have looked at other cities' tree codes to see kind of what best practices are. So this has been a conversation that has been in progress in addition to all the great additional conversations with staff in the community, in the advocacy community. And I think you are going to hear just from a small few of those folks this evening, but we'll keep it short. Wanted to thank Jim Gregory and Will Worrell of the Nashville Tree Conservation Corps, the Tree Foundation, Mikhail Houghton at the Cumberland River Compact, Rebecca Doan at Metro Water, Naomi Rotramel, who is with us in Water as our Urban Forestry Program Manager. I hear she is leaving, though, to go be the Urban Forester of Austin, where I think they probably have tens of 20s of staff in the urban forestry area. So wish her well. And then as well, finally, to thank Mary Beth Eichard in the mayor's office. And also, most importantly, to Ms. Carol Ashworth for the Urban Forestry Master Plan and all her work. I appreciate that. And I did want to thank everyone who came to our stakeholder meetings as well. That was a good, diverse group of developers and advocates. I think we even have a developer here speaking on behalf of this. But you all probably saw in a packet, I think you had 274 emails in favor of this, and perhaps maybe 2 that were not in favor, but that's because they wanted more tree density. So I was going to ask the folks that are still here, because everybody did come at 4, to speak for the trees. But if people are here in support of the bill, would please raise their hands. Oh, wow, there's so many folks still here. So thank you all for being here. And I just wanted to express my thanks to the community that is often in touch with council about their concerns. And so with that, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilor. Appreciate you coming down. Anyone wishing to speak in support? And everybody have 2 minutes. Please state your name and your address. Thank you.
I'm Roy Dale, Dillon Associates. I think this is so we kneel, right?
No.
I just think that this is a really good thing. I know Angie's done a lot of work on this. Sean did a great presentation. I just want you to know that there was adequate representation and communication with the developer groups and all the stakeholders. I just want you to make sure you know that. I think it's really good for Nashville. I have a nonprofit myself that's planted over 600 trees. So it's always been a surprise to me if you put a big transportation facility in, you don't have to plant a single tree. And I think that corrects this, and I think that's a very good thing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Hello, everyone. Well, my name is Jim Gregory, and I'm probably going to be over my time, but I hope as a nonprofit coalition member, I hope that I'll have a little more time. So my name is Jim Gregory, and I'm the co-founder of the National Tree Foundation, or National Tree Conservation Corps. We are a new tree organization in Nashville with a mission to promote, preserve, protect, and plant urban tree canopy in our great city. This organization was founded with my husband, Will Worrell, a civil engineer who has worked for the Army Corps of Engineers for 15 years and has been deployed to Afghanistan 3 times. We founded this organization with 9 other amazing board members, professionals with roots deep in Nashville. We all recently realized that just how much people really care about Nashville's urban tree canopy when in 2 days, nearly 70,000 people signed a petition to save a couple rows of cherry trees. Trees may seem small and insignificant, but they are a big deal to Nashville citizens. Nashville currently has the lowest tree density requirements of any city of our size and our climate in the country. We currently require 14 tree density units, while our peer cities average around 23. Franklin, Tennessee is 26. In addition to that, we are unique in that we don't account for a building footprint by entirely exempting it from the tree density factoring. We are truly at the bottom, and any reasonable increase to tree density to bring us on par with our peers will appear to be a massive leap. Planning staff's recommendation, which I would say thank you very much for all the hard work you all have done, on this bill is to raise the tree density requirement to 22, but keep the building footprint exemption, which without amendments, excluding the building footprint will continue to penalize builders who choose to build smaller buildings. We need to eventually fix this. Other cities have figured this out. Louisville, Kentucky handles this building footprint exemption by exempting downtown properties. Other cities have a table with a threshold that it kicks in. We're a smart city, we can figure it out. But the core of this bill, the framework of this bill is good. This bill does bluntly increase tree density by 57%, which is a big improvement. But with the proposed compromises, it still brings us below average for our peer cities. We will fix this. Does this bill have everything we want? No. But this bill is a step in the right direction, and a step we need to take now as we face a period of unprecedented growth and development. Hundreds of people wrote in support of this bill, average tax-paying people who have helped build the city into what it is today. People love the city and its trees to line their streets, shade their walks, and fill the small details that help define Nashville's character. Trees are beautiful. Trees are good for tourism. Trees and beauty is good for tourism. Excuse me, that's what I meant to say. Messed that up. Trees are inexpensive, and they provide a huge return on investment for both public infrastructure and private property. They absorb millions in gallons of stormwater each year, cool our streets and buildings, and clean our air and water, and make our shopping experiences a little more pleasant so we stay a little longer and spend a little more. And trees, in general, make people happier. Most people. And so on behalf of the hundreds of people who wrote and voiced their support of this bill, and for more trees in Nashville, please pass this bill. We have more work to do to improve our great city, and this would be a great first step. So thank you all very much.
Appreciate it.
And fix your podium, please. This is really hard.
This is a brand new. We are going to. I have directed our director to fix the podium. Welcome. I apologize.
I appreciate that no trees were lost on this podium. They needed that. I've been here a little while, and y'all have too, so thank you. No matter how many times I get up here, I'm still kind of nervous. So my name is George Ewing. I live at 4601 Whites Creek Pike. I want to thank department staff, planning manager Shepard, all of y'all for working on this canopy loss. I'd like to tie in a little bit to a previous comment that was made on an unrelated item we saw this evening, talking about the heat island effect. The amount of tree canopy loss that we've experienced the past couple of years with the growth that we've had, we can imagine that might be significant. However y'all feel about climate change, the science and the data strongly reinforce that the increasing frequency and severity of weather events, including heat events, not just flooding, are an issue we can expect to continue to face. In that respect, the tree canopy increase, at least turning the tide and mitigating this as we move forward, represents a potentially enormous amount of savings in regards to undoing that loss. In October of 2017, Metro Stormwater Director Scott Potter went to the council and was speaking at a Public Works Committee meeting on a presentation of Nashville's United Flood Preparedness Plan. The major emphasis of stormwater management is public welfare and public health. Mr. Potter, discussing risk mitigation, addressed that the heat maps of stormwater requests for service follow the tributary streams very closely, and then, quote, since 2010, Nashville has had at least 6 events that would meet or exceed the so-called 100-year threshold. It's a very important development strategy at our fingertips here for tree canopy mitigation as a stormwater device. Regarding those trees, Director Potter followed up saying that a tree is a spectacular stormwater device. It absorbs a whole lot of water, and Metro Stormwater spends a whole lot of time and resources to plant trees. In fact, $140 million has been spent by Metro Stormwater minimizing flood impacts just since 2002 to 2017 when he was speaking. So I thank everybody for their work on this, and I'd like to look at it just as a benefit, public welfare, an asset to the city, economically, environmentally, and I can see Whites Creek from my house, so thank you.
Appreciate it. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Arlene Wilson, and I live at 383 Normandy Circle. Notes. They call the Amazon jungle the lungs of the planet. Well, our big trees are the lungs of Nashville. As pollution increases, both noise and particulate matter, trees become more and more important. They are a buffer, insulating us from traffic, noise, and each other. We humans need green nature around us for emotional and psychological health. Then there's the erosion issue, which I've experienced personally. Much of Nashville's new construction lacks basic infrastructure like curbs and storm sewers. Roots from trees retain that soil and prevent erosion and cracked foundations, which I had because of this problem, from stormwater runoff. Thanks so much for your consideration. If you like trees, give one a hug this summer. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Patricia Miller, and I am chair, serving my 3rd year as chair of the Metro Tree Advisory Committee as a volunteer, and I do appreciate volunteers very, very much. The committee's job is to advise the community and government agencies on tree policies and to promote tree planting and preservation. I might add, this committee has been working, members of this committee have been working very hard on this tree ordinance, and they've had incredible support from the Planning Commission staff and Stefan in the back there. Just phenomenal support. I'm also here today. Just a little background. As a former statewide aquatic education coordinator for the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency, as a U.S. Geological Service researcher who mapped the tree communities of the state, and as an environmental scientist who did ecological risk assessment, a wildlife biologist and naturalist and educator. I have some background. I care about trees. Okay, today you will hear and probably have heard many reasons why we need trees. I want to show you one example, and I'm so old school, please forgive me. A picture. This is the Nashville tree canopy assessment done in 2010 by Metro. And the county, I'm so sorry, I have to just hold it up in front of you. The darkest part, there are more trees, okay? It's like over 60%. The lighter part is less than 30%, the lighter part. And here is the by the council districts. And I can just, should I pass that around? Okay.
If you'll hand it to the team.
And it goes from the council district, no, come, to like really down, unfortunately. The lots of green in the north and west community sections with the canopy cover over 60%. In the south and east, the canopy cover is in the 30% range and lower. And hopefully you see the maps. I'm sorry, I don't have a map for you guys. Okay. Now, that came from the Metro assessment, canopy assessment. I have two other maps from iCreek, a program developed by the Cumberland River Compact and the Nature Conservancy of Tennessee, which illustrates the health of different streams and watersheds. And I've got old school maps of those. One shows the middle Cumberland River watershed, which doesn't completely match our Davison County boundary, but it's close, showing healthy streams. And then the second one, and I'll just hold this up. The second sheet shows the unhealthy streams. You probably get where I'm headed. This part of the county had the trees. This part. The part that was healthy. Okay. Thank you. Now, what was the difference? It was the trees. The trees made the difference. With their job of slowing water runoff from rains, holding our soil, keeping the silt from the water, shading the streams, cooling the temperatures, which improves the health of the aquatic organisms, cleaning the air, absorbing particulate matter and all the air pollutants and more. Trees really work for us. Trees made the difference. And we all drink this water and we all breathe this air. I might remind you that this tree canopy assessment was done in 2010, and we all know that was 9 years ago, and we all know there's been a great deal of development which involves the canopy removal. I'm not sure what the assessment would show today. If we want to have a healthy community for all of our citizens and quality habitats for animal life, we must start saving our trees and increasing our urban forest canopy. Where would you rather live? Okay. Thank you. I respectfully ask for your approval.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hey there, Elise Hudson, 4601 Whites Creek Pike. And I would just like to mark the occasion that I'm here in support of something, and you'll hear me next time around in support of something as well. You've heard a lot already that I was going to say, so I'll skip those parts. I do want to address that this plan, we don't think it actually goes far enough, but in support of it, we'll take baby steps. This helps a lot of different things in terms of like helping the community character, especially for the rural areas when we have new developments. Keeping those trees is really a vital part of what a lot of the community, especially out towards the Whites Creek area, wants to see preserved. There's also research that shows roadways or neighborhoods that have more trees. Actually, the trees themselves can have a and the landscaping can have a traffic calming effect that's no additional cost to the city. Obviously, there are key environmental issues that trees that will help. They reduce the heat, but what that really turns into is that reduces the cooling costs during the summer for homes around those trees. So there's an economic benefit for it as well. We've already talked about stormwater issues and how they absorb water. One thing that I didn't hear mentioned was not only are they great air filters, but they're great water filters as well, putting that water back into the community. I think that in the future, we really do have to address some of the clear-cutting issues that this bill didn't go far enough on. This really only brings us partially in comparison to other peer cities, so we're closer, but we're still not there. Trees also would increase home values. There's less violence in areas that have more trees, and the cost for the trees actually have an economic value so that public doesn't have to pay for some of those things in the long run. So we're actually saving money in the long run by having them. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Joseph Johnson. I live at 2815 Belmont Boulevard. I'm an attorney, but I'm speaking here to give the commission and the audience a little bit of perspective. In 1972, I was hired by the Vanderbilt Institute for Public Policy Studies as a program developer. And one of my programs was to propose the city hire an arborist and develop a master street tree plan. And this idea, this proposal, was rejected flat out as being too radical. So I commend everybody for now bringing trees into the mainstream, and I applaud all your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Debbie Dixon. I live at 101 Laird Road, which is a house full of lots of trees and a ton of leaves. I love it. I'm here as a representative of EDGEHILL Realty, and for our boss and chairman and CEO, Jimmy Granberry, who is out of town and couldn't be here this evening, and he sent this letter. Dear members of the Planning Commission, as a longtime Nashvilleian and chairman and CEO of EDGEHILL Realty Company, I am asking that you vote in favor of the bill as substituted. This bill is far from perfect, and I still have some reservations with its implementation, though given the time and energy that the staff spent working to revise and amend it closely to align with Nashville Next, I believe it is prudent for the substitute to move forward to council for consideration. Admittedly, I continue to believe the following provisions could be problematic and may require additional revision. Tree bank. I believe that the current ordinance offers inadequate detail and accountability for the tree bank in terms of the authority and administration of the tree bank regarding who determines the location and species. Green roof trees. In the current and proposed ordinance, there is no written exclusion of trees being counted on green roofs. However, the interpretation has consistently been not to allow for trees planted on a green roof to count toward TDU. In light of these concerns, I would ask that the Commission and the Council consider committing to review the ordinance functionality following its passage to determine if further revisions are necessary. I want to personally thank the Planning Commission staff for their continued work on this important issue. I understand how difficult it is to develop this type of legislation and to respond to the concerns voiced from various ends of the spectrum. All of us at EDGEHILL Realty look forward to working with you and the council throughout this process for the betterment of our community. Sincerely, Jimmy Granberry. Thank you.
Welcome.
My name is Wood Caldwell. I'm a principal at Southeast Venture. I live at 4416 Granny White Pike. I was the other developer who was asked to participate in this, and to be frank with you, I was a little concerned about how this was going to go, but thanks to Sean and Lucy, y'all did an incredible job of bringing us all together, and I really appreciate your efforts. So it was a really good experience for me. But I think the important thing that I would like to say is that there was compromise among all parties. And so, through those compromises, I know on the development side, we came to an agreement on where we are, and we, as amended. So going forward, we just are concerned that these amendments stay in place as presented today, and if so, then we're in full support of what's going on. I will say, from Southeast Venture's standpoint, we've developed over the last 10 years about a little over 40 acres, and I think we only had to take down 3 trees. So, meaning there were no trees on the sites we were developing. And so we replanted probably over 600 trees on those sites. So there is a re-urbanization or reforestation of the urban core that's going on right now under the current ordinance. And there was a lot of effort with that going forward, but we're in agreement with this amendment as we go forward, and thank y'all again for all y'all's work on this. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Councilman.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Councilmember Britt Withers. I represent District 6, and quite a few of my constituents have been involved in this process and sort of generated a lot of community support for having this conversation, and I appreciate the work that all of they did. In District 6, when we had an election about 4 years ago, it was about, housing in particular and building forms, and in some parts of East Nashville, particularly on District 6 and 7 on our side of Gallatin, we have demolitions of buildings have reduced to a trickle compared to what is still the case in other areas. But we still have this loss of trees that's taking place, and that has sort of become the next wave of neighborhood character preservation that folks, even in our districts, are really interested in. And I definitely think that's really important. I know this bill does not address single and 2-family houses, so sometimes we don't necessarily have a better place. We're not at a better place necessarily than we were before. When it comes to removing trees from residentially zoned lots, unfortunately, but I know we'll keep working on that. But one of the things that I appreciate in particular about what Mr. Caldwell referred to as the compromise in this is allowing street trees to count as part of the tree density credits. We're starting finally on Gallatin and some of the Pikes to get good redevelopment of commercial and mixed-use zoned properties along the Pikes. They have to put in the planting strip, and it's just a grass strip. And we all know how, what a benefit we have from street trees for traffic calming and just making those areas more walkable. So I think that adding the street trees in the substitute to the tree credit that developers get incentivizes them to place those trees in a location that benefits the whole community and not just their specific property, and helps us to also address some of those traffic calming in particular and pedestrian benefits that we all are still struggling with as a city. So I'm really, really grateful to staff and the development community for working together on that piece. I think that's a very practical solution. Councilmember Sledge also referenced the heritage tree incentivization, which also, again, that is a heartbreak to a neighborhood when you see a large tree come down, and it's really hard to replace that, and I think staff have done a good job of finding a practical way to incentivize folks to keep those trees. So I look forward to having better development in the future, and hopefully during the next term we can revisit the issue of tree density and preservation for residential zoned properties. But I encourage you to support the substitute today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Anyone else wishing to speak in support? Seeing none, anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, Councilor, you want to come up and wrap it up, or are you good? Okay. All right, seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. Commissioner Haynes, you want to go first?
Sure. First, I want to commend Councilor Henderson for her patience. This, I know, is a much improved bill from when it came to us before. I will also tell the audience one of the unintended consequences of us becoming the IT city is developers rush in from all over the country who don't have the long-term commitments that Southeast Venture or HG-Hill or others do, and then they leave our city when it's no longer the IT city, and we're left with bad projects. So I think this bill will certainly help that issue. I do have a couple of questions. for either Council Lady Henderson or for Sean. Why aren't green roofs considered? Certainly in the downtown environment, when you've got projects with a half acre or an acre of a green roof, sometimes it costs more than $1 million. You're planting as much green space. They're just as environmentally important to have green roofs, and I'm curious why we don't get credits for those in the new substitute ordinance.
Sure. So the idea of green roof credits or even TDU credit for trees that are on green roofs was something that came up in our stakeholder conversations. I think we heard some different perspectives on the issue. One is that there's definitely an interest in trees at the street level where they have, in terms of their benefits of beautification and enjoyment and shade, that they function in the public realm in that way. There were also, I think, some concerns about the realities of inspecting over time trees that are not that easily accessible necessarily, just given current staffing and resources for that sort of thing. The other factor was that as we were working through trying to balance the TDU number, the building footprint exemption, there was a very strong interest in the initial proposal to require that the building footprint be counted. And so we were looking for the right balance point between the reality of our zoning standards and the bulk that they permit and increasing the tree canopy. And as we started to move toward our recommendation of leaving the building footprint excluded, some of the additional ways that you could get TDU credit were kind of taken out of the conversation to acknowledge that we weren't pushing the TDU as high as the initial proposal would have been. So it was just trying to balance the differing perspectives on that and also the realities of our enforcement capabilities.
Okay. Secondly, and it's interesting, Council Lady Henderson was the sponsor of this bill as well. I'm a little worried about how the tree bank is going to be administered, much like we have challenges now with the sidewalk fund. So can you walk us through how that works?
So I can give a little bit of background, and then if the council member wants to add on that, she can. So the tree bank is established in the code currently. There's already a provision that you, if you're unable to meet your TDU on site because of configuration or other issues, you have the option of paying a fee, which provides for plantings off-site. That is currently handled through the Parks Department, and it's a very, I think, sort of small operation at the moment. There is steps underway for Metro Water Services to assume responsibility of managing the tree bank. They're a department that's well equipped to handle that sort of fund intake and tracking in a transparent way, and they're developing their operating procedures to make sure that happens. And they will be working with the tree working group that I mentioned, which is a group of Metro departments that are already meeting and making decisions about tree placement in Metro properties and projects. And they'll rely on the guidance of the forestry master plan for how that will move forward. But I think they're, as a department, they've been working on being ready for this and are prepared to take it on.
So, Council Lady Henderson, I would just encourage you all to think through this so that the fund doesn't get to be a huge amount of money and it's just sitting there and we're not using it to plant trees in the areas that we need them.
Right. I appreciate that. I think anytime when we have a contribution in lieu, we need to have that public facing and accountable so that we can show the community. I would say you did allude to the contribution in lieu of sidewalks. That actually is being administered quite well. There are 16 pedestrian benefit zones. They all have separate accounts that goes via development services. And in fact, I got a report today from Sharon Wallstrom in Public Works. They can account for every dollar and how it is being applied to projects in the pedestrian benefit zones. So that's actually working quite well.
Okay.
And we did at the beginning of the sidewalk ordinance, I guess, get sort of a component in our CityWorks system, right, that was specific to that. So when I look at the draft version of the standard operating procedure proposed for the tree bank, it very much is kind of, here's the decision tree and the order of operations, and it will, there are flags you can put in the system so that you can then run a data set set and show, this is how much we've had in contribution in lieu into the tree bank, and this is in fact where it has been applied or planted. So I think staff will be looking at is it watersheds? Is it they'll kind of arrive at the best place to apply those trees. But I'm very confident. Rebecca Doan in water, Mary Beth Eichert in the mayor's office. I mean, it is in draft form, and I think given how well, in fact, the sidewalk contribution in lieu is going, that it would be using similar systems, that it will go quite well. So I appreciate your concern. Thank you.
So lastly, did you all consider the pre-existing conditions of a site, especially in the downtown core? And since street trees are not being counted, for example, the old convention center or the new Bridgestone headquarters was an existing parking lot, how does this ordinance apply to those two particular examples?
Well, not being, personally familiar with all the specifics on those sites, I would say, I think, and you heard this from some of the stakeholders who participated, we have a lot of sites in Nashville that are currently completely untreed. And so the effect of redeveloping under our existing zoning code or any version of this proposal is that those sites are providing trees that were not previously there. I think one of the things that would be worth examining were we to have a discussion about a more nuanced tree standard is how to handle sites that are going from 100% pavement to landscaped and treed for the first time in a while, and whether those should have a different way of accounting for credits or a different process. But as I mentioned, we have currently a one-size-fits-all tool. It's a pretty blunt instrument, but we were looking for a sort of first step at having, kind of one-size-fits-all do a little better. And then as we're able to spend more time developing that nuanced system, I think that would very much be part of the conversation.
So I would encourage you all, as you think about the nuances, you take the old convention center, it only had street trees. We didn't want to encourage bad form architecture. 5th and Broadway is going to be a fabulous project for our downtown, and yet had we forced this tree ordinance on them, we could have ended up with bad architecture and bad planning. So I think this is a good bill, but it still needs to be nuanced as we go through the refinements. Commissioner Moore.
So I think one of the things that kind of shocked me from Sean's presentation, I didn't know that we had almost lost 900 acres of trees over that short amount of time. So I think with that being said and knowing the growth we've experienced, this is very important. I'm in full support. And I think it's a great first step moving forward to improve our urban tree canopy.
Councilman?
Yes, it's. I want to recognize Patricia Smith and Brad there from my district, really strong activists in the tree advocacy, and I want to thank everybody else that's here today. I'm from Buenos Aires. We love trees. Buenos Aires lost a lot of the tree canopy, so when I moved to Nashville, I was in heaven. My mom once came to visit me, and she said, it's like you live in a country club because it was so green and beautiful. My only concern is if we are going to be able to do some type of a waivers about affordable housing nonprofits. In the past, we had meetings with them saying that they were facing compound fees and things that they had to do to be able to develop affordability in the city. So I will ask you to consider looking into how we can use some of those fees that are on the bank to help them offset those issues. But besides that, I'm very happy to support this.
Commissioner Elam.
I just want to echo the points. I think, Sean, you did a wonderful job. I was really impressed and appreciate all the hard work that council folks have done and the stakeholders. And I hope this is really a tidal wave of support and care for more and more tree canopy in the city and for more funding for maintenance and personnel and tree plantings. I hope it's the beginning of more good stuff. I did have a question about the 57%. It seems like a lot, but and maybe this is a hard question to answer, but does that meet does the proposal meet what you would see in the Nashville Next in terms of the tree cover?
So there is a mathematical way to translate the trees that are being planted into expected canopy over time. I am not going to do that math, well, maybe ever, but certainly not up here. I would say it's not going to get us the tree canopy goals. I think I actually. This is from the forestry master plan. It's by transect. And so in our more rural and suburban areas, the percentages, the goals are higher. This won't get us to any of these goals in and of itself, except potentially downtown. But I would say that we also felt like this was a first step. It focused on multifamily and non-residential. And so there will be other updates which will affect other kinds of development, which may start to contribute to those percentages. And like we probably weren't going to solve all of the problems with just this one step. But we think it's a move in the right direction, even if it doesn't get us all the way to these numbers.
Okay, thank you. The only thing I would love to add is an amendment that would prevent NES from hacking down all the trees. But that's all I have to say.
Well, there's that. Vice Chair.
I really don't think I have much to add. My last thought was exactly what you just said. At least making sure whatever trees are put in the street are not growing right into the NES wires above them. But I am happy to make a motion if no one else has any other.
Can I make it real quickly? Because I want to add a quick caveat to it. I want to recommend approval of the substitute, but disapproval if amended at council, if council modifies the TDU requirement or modifies the building footprint exemption as stated in the substitute. Because what I don't want to have happen, Council Lady Henderson, is one of your peers tries to make modifications on the council floor. That's not the intent. That's not the compromise that everybody's worked so hard to reach.
So I think we probably need to get legal analysis of that, Commissioner, just to make sure that, what is the normal, I think our normal procedure is if something changes significantly that it comes back here. Is that right? Can you give us a, okay.
Well, and I don't know it completely, but my understanding is that if you have provided a recommendation to the proposal as is, as modified by staff, if it goes back to council and there are those significant changes, I would say the recommendation would have to, or there would have to be a new recommendation as to what the substantive changes were.
If I'm hearing, so I think typically we're accustomed to dealing with site plans, and there's very clear requirements for when a site plan would come back to planning or would be deemed disapproved. I would say there's a little more gray area with respect to text amendments because they are as complicated as you just heard. I think what I'm hearing Commissioner Haynes suggesting is that his view is that that there are two key components from your perspective that make our recommendation of approval that basis, and what I'm hearing is he's instructing me if that were to change at council that my guidance to the council office would be that this would be disapproved or it would need to be referred back to planning for reconsideration. And so it's just, I appreciate the candor because otherwise I would be the one working with council office to try to figure out what the procedure would be if it changed at council. And so we're just getting very clear guidance from one commissioner, and I would put that in the motion probably if the other commissioners wanted to entertain that, but Council Lady.
Yeah, I appreciate the concern. I think my understanding as it relates to text amendments, specifically like the sidewalk ordinance, and is that if there is something of an order of magnitude or that is significantly different than what this body is recommending, though nuanced, that would mean that would require a re-referral. And so, I appreciate, y'all are a recommending body, we're a legislative body, I understand that concern. But certainly, I think it's incumbent upon us that the bill, while there might be a little tweak here or there, or like, oh, well, should the parking minimum be one more parking space for the tree? You know, some of that, little things like that. I could see that being amended, but something of significance. And again, it's nuanced, but I think something of significance, my understanding has always been that it would require a re-referral, and we want to move this on forward. So I appreciate your concern, though I'm not sure if you can have a retroactive disapproval motion, but I will leave that to your legal counsel, but I appreciate your concern, and I hear you. Thank you.
And Commissioner, so I think I would feel more comfortable with the intent would be to re-refer it if it was significantly changed at the council.
So let me modify the motion. I move we approve the substitute and that it get re-referred to the Planning Commission if council modifies the TDU requirement or the building footprint exemption as stated in the substitute.
Well, I'd say anything significant change in the ordinance as well.
Or any significant changes to the ordinance.
That's a proper motion. Is there a second? Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and I think we should give Sean a round of applause.
Sean, we want the canopy calculation next meeting.
Yeah, next meeting. She'll get right on that. And then if everybody, I know there's a lot of folks here on that particular item, but if you guys could quietly and quickly move to the exit, that would be great. We'll give everybody a minute to do that. All right, everybody, let's, I think we need to continue, but I want to do, there were a couple of items, and I want to just double check. There was items that were on the consent agenda, and I want to double check and see if the opposition is here and in opposition. So item 27 was on the consent agenda, and I want to see if anyone here on item 27 to oppose. Okay. All right. We'll keep it off the consent. And then there was item 33. Item 33. That was, yeah, read item 33. That'd be great. Yes.
Sure. Item 33 is 2019 Z098PR001. It's a request to rezone from RS10 to RM15A for property located on East Trinity Lane. And staff recommendation is to approve.
On the consent agenda, is anyone here in opposition to item 33? Well, seeing none, I think it would be a proper motion to add that item back on the consent agenda. Is there a motion to do? There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and item 33 is now back on the consent agenda. And as we move on tonight, we'll check on a few other items, but I do appreciate everyone continuing to be here. So we are now on to item number 3.
The next item on this evening's agenda is item 3. The next item on this evening's agenda is item 3. This is a request to rezone from R6A to specific plan residential. Staff's recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. The site is located on various parcels along 3rd Avenue North at the southeast corner of Coffee Street and 3rd Avenue North. The site is currently vacant and contains some mature vegetation. The site is currently zoned R6A, 1 and 2 family residential, which requires a minimum 6,000 square foot lot and is intended for single family dwellings and duplexes. The surrounding zoning includes R6A zoning and industrial general zoning. The primary uses in the area are 1 and 2 family residential dwellings. A water treatment plant is located across the site along 3rd Avenue North. The policy for the area is TU4 urban neighborhood maintenance. This policy is intended to preserve the general character of urban residential neighborhoods as characterized by their development pattern, building form, and land use. These areas will experience change over time. When buildings are replaced or expanded, the character is intended to be maintained. Oops. The plan proposes a maximum of 21 residential units. 14 units will front public streets. The remaining 7 units will be located within the interior of the site. The units proposed along 3rd Avenue are shown as duplex units. Units along Coffee Street will be detached units. All the units which front a public street will contain a pedestrian connection to the required sidewalks. A connection is provided to the sidewalks along 3rd Avenue North from the rear units via a pedestrian connection shown along the right-hand side of the screen. The interior units will be limited to a lower height than the units fronting public streets and will contain smaller footprints. The maximum building height is limited to 3 stories and 40 feet for units fronting public streets. Interior units will be limited to 2.5 stories and 30 feet. 2 access points are provided for the site. Both points of access are driveway connections to the existing alley at the rear of the site. Parking is provided in the form of surface spaces and rear-loaded 2-car garages. Bicycle parking is provided on-site consistent with the infill standards within the urban zoning overlay. Sidewalks currently located along both street frontages are currently existing. However, they do not meet the required standards for local streets and the major and collector street plan. Architectural elevations included with the site plans indicate the design will take its cues from the Salem Town neighborhood located to the west. Elevations provided with the preliminary site plan illustrate the reduced bulk of the units located within the interior to the site, which is demonstrated by the image towards the bottom section of the screen. The proposed plan provides additional housing choice within the neighborhood. The SP proposes attached and detached dwelling units. These unit types are representative of the predominant development pattern within the larger surrounding neighborhood. The SP will enhance the sidewalk network within the area by providing sidewalks consistent with the standards. The plan provides a transition from the larger bulk units fronting 3rd Avenue and Coffee Street to the existing single-family detached dwellings within the interior of the neighborhood. This is accomplished by limiting the overall height and footprint of the units towards the interior of the site. The SP as proposed is consistent with the urban neighborhood maintenance policy, which is intended to preserve the character of the existing neighborhood, which should be maintained as buildings are expanded or replaced. In conclusion, staff's recommendation is to approve the conditions and disapprove without all conditions.
Thank you. We'll open this item for public hearing. Is the applicant in the room? Welcome. And you have 10 minutes and can save 2 of the 10 for rebuttal.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you for all of your service, especially on a long night like tonight. Appreciate Patrick and the presentation, the work with staff. We've worked with staff in a long time on this one. The client charged us with kind of a challenging puzzle on this property, it was very important for them to provide units all with rear-loaded garages. And it provided some unique challenges, and so it took a while to kind of put that whole puzzle together. When we started off with 25 units and had a slightly different, or a different configuration than what you see before you tonight. We met with the neighbors, the Salemtown neighborhood community, back on October of 2018. So we held a community meeting then, solicited input, continued to work with staff, and worked on it quite a long time to get to this point. Wanted to point out a few items. We went from 25 to 21 units. We decreased a few units so we could add some green space and add more parking. Our original proposal had 16 surface spaces. We now have 18. And so if you add that up, all those units except for one have 2-car garages. And in addition to that, there's an additional 18 surface parking spaces for guests and for overflow. All the units are detached from the facade in a sense. I mean, the ones along 3rd are going to be attached, but if you look at the elevations, the architect took care in trying to make those look like a single unit that is more predominant along 3rd. That's the major road that we're on. As you wrap around Coffee, the units are detached single family, and then along the alley, those are subordinate to the street units, and those are all detached as well. There were some comments from staff and on the public works side there. We have to dedicate a lot of right-of-way here, and it actually kind of works out. There was a couple comments about rideshare and FedEx delivery, and now in the urban area, a lot more people are using Uber and Lyft and need places to pull off, and rather than pull back the alley, we were asked to put a bump out. But in fact, we actually are dedicating 17 feet of right-of-way off of 3rd Avenue and proposing an 8-foot sidewalk and a new grass strip. And that extra pavement along 3rd will provide ample width for a pull-off all the way along there for rideshare, FedEx, anybody that needs to deliver without having to enter through the alley, which is one of the concerns we've heard from planning and from the neighbors. And so I think that'll accomplish that goal. All the access for the residents is off of the alley, and so all of the units, the facades will be facing the streets. And like I mentioned, yeah, all of them, but that one on the corner have garages. And so we've worked quite a long time on this. We believe that this is the best plan putting forward for this property. Really thank you for your time. I'm here for any questions, and I'll leave 2 minutes for rebuttal if I need.
Thank you. 2 minutes for rebuttal. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak in support? Seeing none, anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, how about we close the public hearing? Declare the public hearing closed, and Commissioner Elam, you want to start?
I guess. I guess the follow-up might be, does the plan follow the proposed tree ordinance? I have a little bit of concern. I mean, again, we're not a design review board, but as we look at these SPs, we're facing the design and character of these buildings. I guess I have concern about how this would be in keeping with that neighborhood. It strikes me as completely out of context, but that's sort of my initial feedback.
Councilman? Or wait, I'm sorry. Wait a second, Councilman. Lisa?
Sure. I did want to, I think Patrick might have mentioned this, but I did want to kind of give a little bit of a clarification. The height of the units along the streets, both 3rd and Coffee, is a maximum of 40 feet in height. The existing zoning actually would allow for 45 feet, and so there are units in this area that are already taller than that. It actually, in the UZO, allows 45 feet plus an exposed basement, so you can get up to 52 feet. And so one one of the things that we really worked with the applicant on was the height of the units and making sure that we were taking into consideration some of the historical form in Germantown that you have, Germantown and Salemtown, with units on the front and subordinate alley units in the rear. And so one of the things that we did was work with them on transitioning those heights, but also keeping the heights a bit lower than actually what's permitted now.
Thank you. Councilman? Commissioner Moore? Commissioner Haynes?
No comment.
Vice Chair, motion?
I just had a quick question for the applicant. Can I ask one quick question?
Absolutely, yes.
A really dumb one, but where is the parking for that one unit in the corner that?
Sure. I think the initial one, when we work with staff initially, a lot of the units don't have any garages on them, and so
Okay.
it's surface parking. And so there's 18 parking spaces right there. They
Got
can
it.
choose any one of those. They'll probably choose the two closest.
Okay. I know we always get questions about parking, so.
Yes, we do.
I will be happy to make a motion to support staff's recommendation of approval with conditions.
All right, that's a proper motion. Is there a second? Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it and adopted with all the staff recommendation. Now we are on item number 5.
All right. Item number 5 is a request for concept plan approval to create 32 cluster lots, including 8 duplex lots, for a total of 40 units on approximately 37.5 acres, located at Watts Lane and Knob Road, in the 1 and 2 family R40 zoning district. The proposed subdivision is located on the portion of property outlined in red. The portion outlined in blue is not included in the proposed development. Here's another view of the site. Watts Lane cuts along the northern boundary. Knob Road is to the south, and there's an existing church on the eastern portion of the property, and then the WSMV TV tower is northeast of the site. Staff recommendation is to approve with conditions. As a reminder, this case was deferred by the Planning Commission at the April 25th, 2019 meeting after a public hearing was held, with direction to Metro staff and the applicant to further evaluate specific concerns raised at the April 25th meeting. I will address each of these concerns following a brief recap of the proposed plan. I do want to note that staff's recommendation is unchanged from the original staff report publication, and the public hearing remains open. The site is zoned R40, which is permitted for 1 and 2 family development. As a reminder to the Commission, this proposal is for subdivision development under existing zoning entitlements, and no rezoning is proposed with this application. I've included a slope map from Metro's GIS data for the site. It's shown on the screen. The different colors represent different slope categories, which are pulled from our GIS data to give us a visual indication of where there may be some steeper areas on site. It is important to understand that this data is used as a starting point to help us understand when we are looking at preliminary plans what the existing conditions are and to point out those areas that may have steeper slopes. Our slope information is not survey matched with the site plan, and it is not based on or is not scaled based on property boundaries. And so it's just important to remember that our slope information is based on composite data based on our GIS and is not survey verified. As you know, the Planning Commission is granted the authority to review and approve subdivisions through state statute, which this commission has done, and subdivisions are reviewed against the technical requirements of the adopted subdivision regulations. The subdivision process is a three-step process. The first is the concept plan, which is before you tonight, and there are steps 2 and 3 after a concept plan is approved. The proposed plan is for a cluster lot subdivision, which where residential lots are allowed to contain less area than what is typically required if certain standards are met. And this is something that is permitted by right if the property is owned for single or 1- and 2-family residential development. This site is, and the plan complies with the cluster lot provisions of the Metro Zoning Code. As proposed, all of the single-family lots have been clustered down to a minimum of 20,000 square feet and include landscape buffers per the cluster lot provisions. And the lots that are identified as 2-family or duplex lots include 40,000 square feet, consistent with those provisions as well. The plan proposes a cluster lot subdivision with 32 lots, including 8 duplex lots for a total of 40 units. The single-family lots are clustered down to the R20 district size, and the duplex lots are a minimum of 40,000 square feet and have been interspersed in with the single-family lots. All of the lots are oriented along new streets, which will connect to Knob Road and Watts Lane. The southern road is accessed from Knob Road and will share access with the church to the east. And then the northern road connection is accessed from Watts Lane, which will be improved from the access point to Charlotte Pike to the west, as determined appropriate by Metro agencies. None of the lots have been identified on natural slopes containing 20% or more slopes, and no problem soils have been identified on the plan. The stream and stream buffer at the front of the site are not located within any of the proposed lots. In cluster lot subdivisions, a minimum of 15% of the area must be open space, and this site plan includes around 15 acres or 40% of the site, including the tower easement and tower buffer areas, which are shown in purple. Again, no critical lots have been identified on the plan, and as proposed, the plan meets all of the requirements of the subdivision regulations and the cluster lot provisions of the zoning code. At the April 25th meeting, the Planning Commission requested further evaluation of specific items shown on the screen. And so following the April 25th meeting, Public Works further addressed slope standards for the proposed road connection to Watts Lane. And the applicant, those are items 1 and 2 on the screen. The applicant tested the soil as directed by the commission to test for lead paint. And then Metro Legal also further evaluated information related to health and safety issues and associated risk related to the tower and general case law related to the safety issues in subdivisions. Regarding this road connection and slope standards, Public Works has reviewed the proposed road connection to Watts Lane and has indicated that at a conceptual level, the road profile complies with Metro standards for slope and running grade. The road connection will continue to be evaluated once construction drawings are prepared and submitted to staff, which comes with that second step of the subdivision review process, the final development plans, to ensure that all safety concerns have been addressed. Public Works is here to address any questions that you may have. And I'd also like to mention that planning staff received an engineering report from an outside engineer outside of Metro who reviewed the plan, and his report was included with the public comments that were sent to you. Our Metro Public Works has also reviewed this report and is available to comment and address questions on this report as well. The applicant did conduct a soil test to test for lead in the soil at the site, with results indicating that the levels were below 40 parts per million, which is within the normal range and below the residential criteria for 100 parts per million. You should have received copies of the test results, and the applicant is here to answer any questions related to the test. The last two items regarding health and safety issues and associated risk with the tower will be addressed by our legal counsel shortly. As proposed, the plan meets all requirements for the subdivision regulations and the cluster lot provisions of the zoning code, and staff recommends approval with conditions.
Thank you. And as part of the presentation, before we continue to reopen the public hearing, which we never closed, I'd like for our attorney to speak on the two legal issues that we asked him to do.
Thank you, Chairman Atkins. First, I just wanted to state for the record, I believe there's a letter as a part of the record that states that the legal department's position is that no off-site considerations can be considered when the commission is considering a subdivision. That's not the official position of the legal department, because the off-site considerations are often considered, whether it be like the floodplain, roads, et cetera. So just a little bit of a slight disagreement on that. But as it relates to the health and safety concerns, the Planning Commission can consider those concerns. What the rules or what the law in the state of Tennessee is essentially is that the concerns must be supported by material evidence. Courts have held, going back a number of years, that the generalized fears or opinions of neighbors in and of themselves is not material evidence. So if the concerns that you hear are not based upon material evidence and the subdivision complies in all other aspects, then at that point, the commission should vote to approve the subdivision. I believe that the determination of, the final determination of if a subdivision meets these regulations will have to be made by this body and this commission. However, if you hear some concerns, and again, those concerns are supported by actual material evidence, in making an approval of the subdivision, you do have the ability to place some reasonable conditions on your approval. Again, if you hear material evidence. I believe one of the questions also related to the liability that the commission might incur by approving a subdivision as it relates to some of these alleged risks or some of the concerns. As an entity of the Metropolitan government, the Planning Commission enjoys immunity under the Governmental Tort Liability Act, the GTLA. And so the mere act of approving a subdivision tonight, if some later injury occurred on or about that property, the individual commissioners, the Planning Commission as a body, or the Metropolitan government would enjoy the immunity under the GTLA. I know it was mentioned, and I would say that I would advise against this. It was mentioned that the Planning Commission staff would assist in notifying potential property owners of the risk related to the falling ice or any other hazard. We would advise against that because it's arguable whether, in doing so and communicating some notice to these future property owners, whether you at that point would incur some liability and remove the protections that you enjoy under the GTLA. I think the final thing is Secretary Kemp asked that we look into whether the cluster lot option is available when you're examining subdivision approvals. And so the cluster lot option, which is codified in Metro Code of Laws 17-12090, it is just that, it's an option. And so if the applicant meets all of the conditions that are listed in 1712-090, and I won't go through all those. I believe Ms. Rickoff has sort of made that determination and examination. If they meet, and there are a lot of those requirements, if they meet all those requirements, then that option is available to them. As the subdivision regulations are currently constructed in Chapter 3, there's no authority for the board, or excuse me, for the commission to disapprove that option to the applicant. Should the commission choose to redraft the subdivision regulations or revisit that concern and determine the appropriateness of the cluster lot option in certain scenarios, it's possible that could be done, but as the date of the application, that authority didn't exist in Chapter 3, so you have to consider the proposal, or excuse me, the rules that were in existence at the time of the application. I think that's pretty much what I have. So certainly if there are any follow-up questions on that, I can answer them.
Thank you, sir. So we will reopen the public hearing, or continue for it to be open, and we'll allow the applicant 10 minutes, and you can save 2 of the 10 minutes for rebuttal. Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Tom White, 315 Dedrick Street, represent the applicant. Would like to ask for the 2 minutes.
Let's hold on. Let's stop the time, and then let's, Mr. White, can you? Yeah, let's give him a chair. Sorry, we're going to get this fixed. Lucy, this is going to be your top priority, Director. All right, let's test it out and make sure it's okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Okay, restart his time.
I won't wait. Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Tom White, represent the applicant, 315 Dedrick Street. Do want to save the 2 minutes for rebuttal. Remind at the front end what the staff has said repeatedly and what you heard from legal counsel, and that is the issue is, does the applicant meet the conditions and requirements? The staff has repeatedly said they do. The staff sat here on April 25, heard all the comments that were made. They're back here tonight saying the exact same thing. We meet all the conditions of the cluster lot option. We should be approved. Now, I'll mention as well that under the staff report, the key things were on April 25, there was a directive, Metro Legal to provide information on health safety. You've just heard that. Number 2, Public Works to address slope standards, which they've done and said that meets the slope requirements. Number 3, for the applicant to test the soil for potential lead paint. We did that. It's at 40 parts per million as opposed to a level of concern at 10 times that. With respect to the legal issues, I think the law is relatively clear, as counsel has confirmed to you, that generally off-site issues are not to be considered unless it's by another metro agency. Stormwater agencies like that, of course, they can consider it. In this case, I think the law is absolutely clear that if you meet the conditions, it should be approved. Council's aware within the last 30 days, one of our chancellors has reversed the Planning Commission where they did not approve a matter where the court said it's basic. If you meet the conditions, it should be approved. That's a Chancellor Perkins decision in Pennington versus Metro. Again, it's within the last 30 days. I'll also make this comment in trying to address the issue about the tower. Towers, cell towers like the very one we're talking about, are allowed in every residential district in Metro as a PC, permitted with conditions. They don't even go to the Board of Zoning Appeals for a special exception. Permitted with conditions, every residential district. So if this were being proposed as new, it would be permitted with conditions. One of the key conditions is you have to make sure that there's a barrier or a buffer. That buffer runs from the first break joint, if you will. On this tower, it's been admitted that's 350 feet. Our buffer area is 500 feet. So we comply and exceed with the current Metro requirement for the break point. There's no dispute about that. The other thing that I'll mention is that when this matter came up 2 years ago, an engineer from Meredith, which is the parent company of WSM, came and, quote, said, We've had a number of conversations with Roy Dale concerning the safety zone around the tower, and we have come to the conclusion that the zone at 500 feet is acceptable. So it's not just the Metro standard, it's what the engineers for the parent company came in and said. This is the company that sold the property to my clients. So obviously that's consistent. They wouldn't sell something and be concerned about a safety area when you got a church and all the congregants over there. It wasn't an issue. It's not an issue now. With respect to just a basic principle, it seems to me that for the general public and for landowners, developers or not, there's got to be some reliance on what's on the books at the time. This is a matter where the client has repeatedly met, my opinion, concurred with staff recommendations. When this matter came up 2 years ago, there were more than 100 people here in support of the proposal. We've told the people that doesn't have to be done. At the meeting tonight, there may be 10 people. I'm urging them. They're a client representative. They don't need to say the same thing over and over again. The question is, do we comply with the subdivision regulations? There was no dispute that we did not. With respect to the offsite, we've discussed that. With respect to this tower, we've addressed that. With respect to shards and ice and other things like that, this can come from any crane in town, overhead lines, trees. It happens all the time. It's not indigenous, this. It's not a health and safety issue. So I respectfully ask that this be approved tonight and appreciate your courtesies. Mr. Dale is going to address the commission, excuse me.
I'm not as old as Tom, so I'll stand up. I just want to remind you real quickly, because I don't have much time, but that this did meet all the requirements of a subdivision. There's no variances requested. As you'll recall, all the lots are being preserved. All the vegetation on those lots are being preserved. The roads will be built. There'll be an HOA. Anytime anybody gets a building permit, they have to do a tree survey. So there's been a great extent to try to preserve this property. Each parcel is going to also have to provide its own water quality. So there's like a double measure of protection from that standpoint as well. We've been dealing with this for a couple of years. This commission has given this applicant several directions in the past. The first was a connection to the north. Originally, when that was looked at, we could only get an easement. We've now been able to get a very wide parcel through there, so there's enough grading to make that roadway occur. And Public Works has looked at that to ensure that there can be a connection to Watts Lane. Watts Lane will also be widened, so I know there were some concerns about that. The lead levels were checked. I know Councilman Bedney had a concern about that. This is 10 times below the requirement, or any lead contamination. It just doesn't exist. As for the tower, I've done a lot of research on this. I found a tower in Channel 48 in Huntsville, Alabama. It's taller than this tower. Our tower is about 1,300, 1,400 feet. There's a tower down there that's 1,900 feet. Within 350 feet of that tower, there are 5 houses. Within 500 feet of that tower, there are 14 houses. We don't have any of that. I was fortunate enough to talk to some of the property owners down there, and one of them happened to be a PhD in meteorology for NASA. And we talked about it. I'm like, this is sort of strange. I noticed that all these homes are situated on the southeast side of the site. He said, well, there's a reason for that, because when ice fall, it's going to predominantly go to the northeast side of the property because of the prevailing winds that will occur. He also said that he's seen some ice, but generally the smaller pieces of ice will be blown, and they'll blow around. They don't create any real damage, but the larger pieces of ice don't. And I've calculated that myself. If you have a large piece of ice, it's going to fall from the top of the tower. It's going to hit the ground in 9 seconds. That's just physics. For that same piece of ice to be blown 500 feet horizontally, it can't occur. It won't occur. And I think you've got someone here from Meredith that will probably talk about that more than I can talk about it. But I take seriously everything that you tell me. If you're going to ask me to research something, I'm going to research it. And I did it. I did it to my best of my ability. I provided staff some photographs of the tower in Birmingham, so it's part of your record. It's something that I have quantified, and I think it's something that you can consider. And you certainly have the testimony from the people that own the tower here. If you want to ask them questions, I'm sure they'll answer them to the best of their ability. So I'll sit down. I'll retain the 2 minutes. We've done everything we could possibly do. This meets all the requirements of a subdivision, and I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And you have 2 minutes for a rebuttal. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak in support? Come on up. If y'all come on up. And everybody have 2 minutes, and please state your name and address, and appreciate you coming.
Thank you for allowing us to be here. I'm David McCall, 461 Rochelle, and I'm not even going to take my 2 minutes because it's just real quick. You've heard what the council and the engineer have had to say. We've met different requirements along the way, and we're just trying to do the right thing by the neighborhood, by the engineering, legally, for the neighborhood as well, be good stewards of where we are. And our property is and how we take care of it and take care of our neighbors. So I just appreciate your indulgence and just request respectfully to vote in the favor of this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
My name is Gene Cook, Highway 70 South. I am just here to show my support for this project as well. I definitely want to go by the law and do what's right by all the people in that neighborhood. I think that we have done that as a church, and I would appreciate your consideration for this. And like I say, we just want to do what's right by the neighborhood, but we do feel it is our land, and as long as we're within the law, we're Americans, we ought to be able to sell our land.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jonathan Leyva. I am 7167 Triple Crown Lane. It's my address. I've met the leadership of the church as well as their people, and I can truly indicate their impact on the community and what they want to do in favor of everyone in general. As a pastor, I can speak from our congregation, which meets in the facilities, that we're in full support and ask for each of you to please approve this motion. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you. Welcome.
I'm Tim Mason, 300 James Robertson Parkway. I'm not going to insult you by repeating over and over everything that's been said, that this zoning does meet the zoning restrictions. I just ask that you support. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Mike Edley. Y'all must be really tired tonight. I'll be very brief. I think they've laid out the case that all the dots have been, or all the check marks have been addressed, and there's really no opposition from the church anyway, other than they want to get this done. They need a mission. They need to continue their mission. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Richard Org. I'm 1139 Brookmead Drive. Just coming to support this for the church. I'm a parishioner there, so thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome.
I brought a couple of quick things here. I'm Dale Roble, 5710 Knob Road, and obviously I'm 100% in favor of this. They've done everything that's been asked of them, and meeting after meeting, Roy Dale has answered every question that's been asked to nauseam, I might add, and Tom and Roy have been fantastic. But the last time this property came before you, it was one of the issue that we had and lost by a vote was there was no back access, and we do have the back access now, and I would ask that you approve this. One of the major things is where we talked about the ice on the tower, and we've talked about this quite a bit, but I just thought it does help sometimes to see a visual of exactly the different towers we have in our community. Clearly we have the Bat Building that's got 2 tall towers on it. You've also got the Predators who've got their quick big spires on there, and snow and ice, clearly it does, and they're not going to be calling off games when that happens. Clearly also, this right here would be the Titans game. You've got 65,000 people below things like that, and I've been there before when ice is all over the place as well. We can look at the tower over on WSM Tower right at 65, which clearly hangs over youth soccer fields. It hangs over at Lipscomb Elementary School and over millions of cars that go by on I-65. The other one that I think we see so much, this is my son right here. We're in Toronto, Canada. We're in the Sky Dome, and he's standing just behind home plate there. And if you look up in the Sky Dome, clearly you see one of the tallest freestanding towers in the world. And it's right there in downtown Toronto where millions of people are. And they do it. I think the biggest one, and that we all know, is the Freedom Tower in New York. The WSM Tower is really about the same height as the building, and then they add a 400-foot spire to the top in downtown New York City. Think about that. And then we all say that probably our new city bird probably should be the crane, right? It's what we all joke about, but there's cranes all over Nashville, everywhere. And ICE could develop on those as well. So here's what I would say. I just ask for your approval, and there's never been any issue at the church with falling ice. So thank you very much.
Anyone else wishing to speak in support? See somebody? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were in support. Anyone else wishing to speak in support? Seeing none. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? All right, and so please line up, 2 minutes each, and I appreciate everybody coming in.
I see how lucky you are. I don't need a podium. I'm right down here already. My name's Donald Donnelly. I reside at 2603 Belmont Boulevard. I'm here representing the neighbors for Nob Hill. And I want to bring to your attention and ask that it be entered into the record several legal objections that we have raised. The first of which is that, and Mr. White, to his credit, did mention this, it is not appropriate for the staff to direct the commission to not consider the general plan in a subdivision. In point and fact, the subdivision regulations specifically provide for the consideration of the general plan, along with any other regulations, codes, ordinances that have been adopted by government agencies. Second objection we have raised is that we believe that having looked at the general plan and the specifics of that plan, the proposal before you does not follow the plan, and that the insistence on moving forward to it violates the plan in that regard. Looking at the specifics of the plan, you can note that SPA 07 TNM02, transactioning infill building types, house, plex houses, zoning, design-based zoning, does not call out cluster. It says design-based zoning. It's our position you cannot read in or out provisions that are called out. The staff report fails to apply the correct legal standard.
And sir, do you represent the neighborhood association, or are you an individual?
The neighborhood association.
All right, 3 more minutes.
I believe I said that at the beginning. It's all right. Going ahead, subdivision regulations at 16.1 states these regulations are intended to promote health, safety, and welfare of the persons within the jurisdiction. And towards that purpose, they may be liberally construed. Now, there's some debate about critical lots. We've looked at GIS-based information, just as you have tonight. We come to the conclusion that there should be critical lots here, and that's one of the things we feel has not been taken into account and why it's not in compliance. I will state that the code specifically says that you're to use GIS, so that's the best evidence rule called out within your own regulations as the base. So the statement that there's not been field run topography may be correct in terms of it having been shot by a surveyor, but our expert in his report tells you that he has reviewed the site and he finds that it has critical slopes, particularly relative to the side slopes and in particular to how the interface would occur with driveways and the proposed road. His stated opinion is that it's going to be very difficult to achieve the grading required to do that. One last point we want to make here, there's been a lot of talk about conditions and promises. A promise is not a plan. If you follow the rules under the critical lots and otherwise that are cited, there are calls for plans. Your general plan, volume 2, elements, natural resources, and hazard adaptation sets out what a plan would be, goals, policies, and actions. And I'll repeat to you, a promise to implement a requirement is not a plan. It lacks goals, policies, and actions. It's just merely a promise to meet a condition. Nashville invests in and increases its natural environment. You're not meeting that policy. Preserve and expand upon existing tree canopy. Heard a lot about trees tonight. You may have noticed there are a lot of trees on this site. And I would ask you how this plan is preserving those trees. How is it advancing, preserving that environment? I don't think it is in compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Hello. I don't know what to say, good evening or good morning. All right, my name's Michael Aldridge. I live at 798 Watts Lane, Commissioners. I'm at the very end of Watts Lane where the northern road will be connecting. I'm sorry, where the northern access will be joining my property. I'm fine. I'm just going to be. So I'm just here to establish my survey I had done in October of 2017 and showing my boundaries of my property and then showing where it's going to be joining into the proposed northern, it's going to be emergency exit for the fire trucks, ambulances, such forth. So anyway, I have copies here of this.
Give it to the staff.
And then I have pictures just showing I have 164 feet of road frontage. So basically, I'm just here to defend my property and establish my boundaries. So
thank you. We'll make sure it gets in the record.
Very well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
This is a challenge. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Can everybody hear?
Huh? Don't count my time. How about now? Yeah. Okay. I'm Trish Bolian. I live on Hickory Valley Road in Nashville. Imagine, if you will, that in this very small area where houses are to be clustered and each lot is to be developed by each new owner, that I buy a lot and blast and build. You buy a lot 5 years from now, get your blasting permit as required, and begin to blast your home right next door. My home, retaining wall, etc., are then damaged beyond use. Back in the day, in 2019, it was never pinned down who would be liable. But you, me, the developer, the previous landowner, the HOA, insurers, and the city all keep many very expensive lawyers busy seeing who's going to pay for massive damages on this ridge. Multiply that many times over as homes are attempted to be built as described in this concept plan. Add to that the other potential presented issues becoming a reality. These include the resultant issues of massive cost, environmental destruction, flooding, etc., with no fix. It will be duly noted by records, minutes, testimonies, and histories that this is not an act of God and yet was approved. Why would you put yourself and residents of Nashville at such risk? I implore you to consider this disconcerting picture. This is not high drama nor overstatement. It is a fear of the possible, and I hope that we as a city never get to the place that for the desires of a developer, regardless of major presented issues and concerns, we discounted health, safety, and welfare of so many.
Thank you, ma'am. Welcome.
I'll just sit down. I'm Ruth Cirillo, and I live on Fleetwood Drive. I am concerned about ice shards falling from the TV tower. At the April 25th meeting, you heard about 2 to 3 foot chunks falling and hitting homes in a nearby neighborhood and in WSMV's parking lot. Renee Laspina, manager of WSMV, wrote a letter to the planning department February 15th stating concerns about the proximity of the proposed homes given the real dangers of ice falling from the tower and the supporting cables. She said that when there is freezing rain, ice forms on metal towers, and when the weather warms, ice falls, sometimes in large pieces that are capable of causing property damage and injury to people. And yet, in the staff report for this meeting today, there was no mention of the ice, but staff are moving forward with a recommendation to approve. Really? What happened in the ongoing discussion between MSMV and the planning department? If WSMV is not liable, then who is? Commissioner Farr asked about how to address the impact of this falling ice and asked if anyone had looked into this and who would look into this. And Commissioner Atkins requested that a Meredith legal representative come today to answer questions. If Meredith confirms that they are good to go with this development, please share with the neighbors who will bear the responsibility for ice damage to current and future homes. And we neighbors request a copy of any documents about Meredith's position. If there is evidence now of recent damage to neighbors 700 feet away, then ice surely has fallen in the woods where these new homes will be built. Please consider the subregs requirement to, and I quote, promote the health, safety, and general welfare of the inhabitants of the land, end quote. Please disapprove this concept plan.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Katie Patton. I live at 5732 Knob Road. As you've heard on February 15th, WSMV TV General Manager Renee Laspina wrote a letter to Abby Rickoff warning that WSMV had serious safety concerns about Highland View home sites near the TV tower. Ms. Laspina's letter told of 2 ice falls last winter, one 700 feet from the tower into WSMV's parking lot and another 650 feet from the tower onto homes on Maldina Avenue. That letter is the genesis of the 700-foot figure that we've been talking about in relation to ice falling from the tower and the cables. But if you look at the concept plan with a 700-foot radius circle drawn around the tower, you'll see that both Maldina Avenue and the WSMV parking lot are well beyond the 700-foot radius. In other words, to create a safe zone that is based on documented ice falls, you'd probably need at least an 800-foot radius and not 700. An 800-foot safe zone pretty well wipes out the north section of Highland View and removes any possibility of secondary access to the north. There's just no room for such a road out. That's what it will take, though, to build Highland View safely. Development of Nob Hill in the shadow of the WSMV tower will jeopardize the safety of future residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Sarah Boyd. I live at 849 Rusleo Drive. And you have given us several reasons why none of you would be liable. Probably Metros thinks they're not going to be liable. The ice melts and it's gone. Big shards. My neighbor had a huge block fall into her yard. When a tower's that tall, there may be lots of towers all over the world that everybody seems to think is not important, but this is our neighborhood. This is the one we care about. And this tree-filled property is important to all of us. Once you approve this, it means anything can be built up on top of that hill. You might say it's this type of neighborhood or this, but any kind of house can be built there. In the subdivision regulations, number 3.3, it says that the ice fall area is unsuitable for residential development because it endangers health, safety, and welfare of the people who would live there. We're asking you, please, to disapprove this concept. It is very important to our neighborhood. The neighborhood has been built upon a certain standard, and the new Nashville look isn't always that way. On top of that hill, it's up to you guys to make that decision, and we thank you very much for listening to us.
Thank you.
My name is Willie Honegger. I'm living on 6522 Rolling Fork Drive.
And I'm Mike Williams at 6457 Fleetwood, and Willie and I will deliver our speech in tandem. Willie.
Okay. I'm starting. We are talking today about your road number D, which runs up the slope towards north. The numbers of this concept plan tell us that this road ascends from parcel 22, from lot 22, from the middle up to the hill to lot 26 by 380 feet distance and ascends 60 vertical feet. Now, Metro Public Works says a residential street can not be steeper than 10%. A 10% road over 380 feet ascends only 38 feet. Now, please bear with me. Imagine a 10% street going up to that hill. It would ascend by 38 feet, but the top of this hill is 60 vertical feet. That means the difference between two would require to cut a trench, to blast a trench, which is 22 feet deep. This is huge. Nobody talked about that up to now.
Let's look at this room. It's 45 feet from wall to wall. The right-of-way is 50 feet for the street with the pavement, sidewalks, grass strips. That's how wide the trench is. 22 feet, how far is that? This is a 15-foot ceiling. If Shaquille O'Neal stood on top of this ceiling, he'd have to put a hat on to be higher than the land outside of the trench. And then driveways will gouge in. Of course, when the walls of the trench go out, you can imagine how much dirt you're moving. It's massive blasting into a fragile geological terrain that will destabilize the sensitive soil and disrupt the water flow on ground and underground, and gouge a scar on the land that you can't match to what's there now. And massive tree cover loss, too. Road D is a clear violation of the Nob Hill special policy that prioritizes environmental protection over extension of roadways, which is exactly what four planning experts, Lucy Kemp, Abby Rickoff, Roy Dale, and Attorney Tom White told you 2 years ago when they said, in Mr. White's word, that building the road would be, quote, like Sherman coming through Atlanta. It would destroy the woods. It would be a horrible proposal, unquote. Roy Dale may tell you that he can cut and fill to make the trench less deep at the top by piling dirt up at the bottom. This brings new engineering and environmental challenges, and the commissioners should compel Mr. Dale to prove that his strategy doesn't create more problems than it solves. For all these reasons, Road D ought not be built. Your own experts have told you it is too destructive and too much of a violation of the special policy. Please disapprove this plan.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Kyle Miller. I live on DeMoss Road.
Metro codes allow a cluster lot subdivision where a given parcel has some land that is suitable to develop and some land that isn't. Therefore, if a given parcel is wholly unsuitable for residential development, no cluster lot option exists on that parcel. Nob Hill is wholly unsuitable to residential development. Ecologically and holistically, you can't separate the steep slopes from the ridges. Nob Hill, in its entirety, is fragile and complicated to disturb. No one knows what will happen if you gouge into the poor quality mimosa soil and blast apart water-bearing limestone. Developing Nob Hill is chock full of challenges. It defies any rational assertion that the tree canopy be lost, the ecology shattered, and water runoff patterns permanently altered to the detriment of property owners downstream and below. For this reason, we, Neighbors for Nob Hill, ask the Commission to disapprove the cluster lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Druff.
Tom Druffel, 613 Lamar Drive. I'm a neighbor, and as I come down Knott Road, the stormwater runoff is significant. As you come down, you get into floods, especially this spring. So with this development, this is going to add to the stormwater. Now, there's supposedly a system that's going to take and absorb that, but if it doesn't work, there's no accountability as backup. So the neighbors are going to have to absorb and take on whatever responsibility once this is over with. The second point I'd like to make is I'd like to make a request that you amend the condition 1 to include the 20-foot width for Watts Road to make sure that occurs. We've heard talk that actually that's going to happen, but we'd like to actually request that amendment. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Welcome.
My name's Amanda Livesey, and I've lived on Nob Road for the past 29 years, so I know the area intimately and have seen over time how the change in our rainfall has affected the area. We all struggle to maintain soil erosion, runoff, and flooded homes. Highland Park Church are already having severe problems with runoff from the hill behind them, and you only have to look at their parking lot to see the water seepage that is consistently coming through the asphalt. Their drainage at the front is constantly washing out and having to be replaced. A subdivision on this extremely sensitive site would be a disaster in the making. Stoneway Close, that is on the opposite side of Nob Road, had to place sandbags up on Stoneway Trail to stop their houses flooding. And there was a major landslide that destroyed one of the houses up there. The Planning Department and Metro Stormwater cannot deny that runoff from developments on the other side of Nob Hill, in particular Osceola, have caused horrendous runoff and flooding for existing homeowners. Our council representatives can attest to the unprecedented flooding of homes this year due to overconstruction. Nashville residents are quickly losing faith in the integrity and ability of developers. I hope you have given much consideration as to why all 3 council members, in addition to our state representative, have spoken out strongly in opposition to this development. Roydale has insisted that his client can do this by right, but that does not necessarily translate that this is the right thing to do in these circumstances. Our friendly neighborhood, not-for-profit, tax-exempt church is in this solely for financial gain. And if you will notice that the only supporters of this development in the neighborhood weren't even from the neighborhood. They're just church members who live not in the neighborhood. So I strongly ask you to not support this. Thank you.
Ma'am, what is... Are you requesting 5 minutes?
Yes.
Are you the?
I'm president of the Hillwood Neighborhood Association, which represents our homes on Fleetwood Drive.
Perfect.
Next to this development. Dear members of the Planning Commission, I'm Kathy Baker. I live at 6811 Fleetwood Drive, and I'm president of the Hillwood Neighborhood Association. Thank you for allowing me to speak with you today on this matter. We've been told over these last several years, since this has been before you, that the Planning Commission had to approve the concept plan for this subdivision if the plan met the subdivision regulations. The developer told us last meeting and again tonight, it's a simple matter of whether it meets the subdivision regulations or not. And we've all been led to believe that. And that the special policy in the West Nashville Community Plan is just advisory, and that it does not hold any weight if the concept plan meets the subdivision regulations. A court has now ruled that this is not the case. I have provided you copies of 2 different rulings of court case 180020-11, which were recently decided in the Chancery Court of Tennessee. In this case, you were advised by Metro Legal that you had no discretion to disapprove the concept plan for the subdivision if the plan met the subdivision regulations. In other words, you had to approve. The court says this instruction is not supported by Tennessee law nor by Metro's own policies. The court notes that adherence with the subdivision regulations and other zoning presumes a development harmonious with the surrounding community. They quote Macmillan's Law of Municipal Corporations, which states that a decision of the local government to approve or disapprove a subdivision is a discretionary one. This court case stresses that the Planning Commission can deny a subdivision based on policy or whether or not the subdivision is harmonious with the surrounding community. We have cited policy in the West Nashville Community Plan, which I've also included in my handout, which says that while Nob Hill is appropriate for infill development, parcels created should maintain the character of the surrounding lots, which are slightly less than 1 acre. But on new streets behind Nob Road, those parcels can be slightly smaller. We've pointed out that the 20,000 square foot lots are not slightly smaller than 40,000 square foot lots, but we've been told that this policy has to be disregarded by Commissioner. This court case says otherwise. Also, Metro's own infill subdivision regulations, 3-5, describe what makes a subdivision compatible. 3-5.2.d says that in order to preserve community character, lot sizes should be equal to or greater than 70% of the surrounding lots, and that proposed lots comply with any applicable special policies. Again, going back to the West Nashville Community Plan. Chapter 3.5.2 says that an exception to compatibility may be made for cluster lot option. It says it may be made. It does not say it has to be made. The court says that commissioners presumably believe they are adding value to the process and their input is meaningful, and that staff has no authority to tell commissioners they cannot disapprove a proposal. In fact, the commissioners do have the authority to reject a proposal based on a development being harmonious with the surrounding community. This subdivision is not harmonious with the surrounding community and further does not meet the criteria for compatibility as laid out in infill subdivision regulations of the Metro Code. I urge you to disapprove, and I urge you to please take a look at this court case. It was just decided. It's brand new. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Kirkendall. I own and reside at 5753 Maudina Avenue. The red block up there of houses that were very much affected by the ice blocks, not ice shards, ice blocks, 1.5 to 2 foot ice blocks that were 3 to 4 inches in depth that showered upon our neighborhood. That's not an opinion, Mr. General Counsel or Legal Counsel. That's a fact. They showered upon our neighborhood. They landed upon our cars. They landed upon our roofs. They came from Channel 4. Channel 4 has admitted this. It is not safe for developments to be that close to the tower. I am 500 feet outside the 500-foot safety buffer zone. I'm 1,000 feet from the tower, and these things happened. Not even mentioning the lead paint. There are a variety of issues that occur because of this tower, and had I known of the safety issues before I purchased my home, I would not have purchased it. So please take that into regard. Anything that is built closer than what we are, if we're suffering from these situations, any houses that are built directly under that tower, even within the 500-foot safety zone, so-called safety zone, are going to be affected. So thank you very much for your consideration. I ask that you do please vote to reject this concept plan.
Thank you. Welcome.
My name is Ashley Prince. I lived at 5719 Stoneway Trail. I live next to the house where the whole back of the hill came into the house and destroyed it. You know, what I am not hearing here is, like, when I look at like what matters most, and we talked about this before, which is to me the community, it's the homeowners, it's the wildlife, it's the environment. Like, that's who has a stake in this. But you know who's going to benefit from this? A church, an engineer firm, and a developer who's from Texas. Nobody that, I mean, they don't live in the neighborhood, you know, and we that live in the neighborhood experience, you know, my neighbors got flooded, and Metro has been over there trying to, like, for 5 years, figure out how to fix the storm drain, and they just have not solved it. And so this poor man who's, you know, got a brand new baby, his house is continuing to flood. You know, Osceola is a mess. This tower is a problem. This tower was put here in 1950 when there was no houses. You know, think about that. And that is a very unique piece of property. We've walked it. We know it. Like, have you all been out there and walked it? And seen, you know, what you're actually, you know, going to vote on tonight? Because there, to me, is a much larger picture here, and it has to do with, you know, morals and values, and it goes beyond these little check marks that don't make sense to me. We're seeing too much damage for house owners in our neighborhood that have come through the Planning Commission. So to me, there's some major disconnect. And when you have to start with talking about immunity, that you guys are all immune, that concerns me. Because to me, we are each 100% responsible, and if something happens,
thank you, ma'am.
I hope that you will remember that, and I hope that you will disapprove this if something bad happens. You know what I mean?
Thank
we
you.
are responsible. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're getting some folders. I'm going to tell you what's in these folders. Before my clock starts. I get 5 minutes. Neighbors for Nob Hill, 5 minutes, please.
Can't hear you.
I'm not talking yet. I'm not talking to you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We're passing.
Can you please sit down?
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you. We can't hear you.
Thank you. Folders. Sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. Okay, so these folders have information in them. There's a document in here I would like you to refer to, and it is regarding, I'm sorry here. I'll pull this up real quick. I'm sorry, I'm Rob Chiplicki. I live at 6453 Fleetwood Drive. I'm co-chair of Neighbors for Nob Hill. You have a document in your folder that begins with this photo, the same photo that's on the screens. I'm going to try and walk through this pretty fast. I don't have a lot of time. There are 7 numbers on this chart that show you problem areas regarding Nob Hill and surrounding areas. The first are the three rings that everybody keeps talking about. 350, 500 are what Mr. Dale has said is what they're giving us. 700, the purple ring, that is 700 feet. That 700 feet is what was discussed by WSMV. You can see where it goes. It goes over Road D. You can see, I'm going to move on. The third ring is purple, 700 feet from the tower. The orange outline on Modena Avenue is where the homes have been damaged by ice from tower, and it's also where the lead was discovered from sandblasting. The orange outline on Osceola was where there was flooding in 2019 due to massive runoff from West End Community Church and their development of Nob Hill and the clear cutting they've done there. As you move on to number 4, there's a red-blue oval near the northeast edge of the purple SMV tower. That's where there was a sinkhole in 2017 on West End Community Church's property. That was their soccer field. That's part of Nob Hill. They are the two owners of Nob Hill are the two churches. Number 6, the red circle is where the road is deteriorating from constant runoff from under the church. There's runoff and flooding on on Nob Road. We have people, and I'll just kind of make a little reference here. The pastor said they had 100 people in support of this. Most of those people did not live in the area. We have three people in Neighbors for Nob Hill who go to that church who are against this. They're against this because of the flooding they've experienced on Nob Road, which did not happen before the church was built. So, and finally, the most southern red circle is where a landslide happened in 2010 after the major storms that we had. It speaks to what would happen on that hill should anything be built on that hill. I'm going to take you quickly to page 4. You can look at the before and after of Nob Hill. 2005, you can see where it wasn't developed, or you can see actually, I take you back one step. Page 3 shows you at the bottom what was there before the churches started developing. On page 4 at the top, you see the the churches in the upper right middle side, and the bottom is where Highland View is. If you look down below that, you look at the side of Highland Park Church, you look how big that is, and then you look at above it and how many trees are going to be taken out to put in those homes. And we keep hearing that they're going to protect the trees. I think we've given you enough information that tells you that for each lot, they're going to have to take out the trees. Because of there being R20 versus R40, they have less flexibility in what they do. There's going to be clear cutting. What is open space is already open for the most part. There are no trees there because of what is going on with the tower. So again, weigh the difference. Look at where the church is now and look at what they're proposing as a good thing. I'll take you to the slope map. I keep hearing there's no houses being built on critical lots or slopes. You put the Dale map over that, untrue. If you go to page 7, that shows you flooding on Osceola. If you go to page 8, Karen Sky Miller's house on the right, she's experienced issues from a development going on to the left of that property. She's experienced it for the last 3 years, flooding and mud. If you look at the before picture, there's 2 trees protecting her property from what was going to happen. And if you go to the next page, on page 9, you see what's going on. She has had her home sandbagged for at least a year, major flooding because of what's happening from West End Community Church, the runoff, and what they're doing on Nob Road. I might also say that Mr. Dale is part of that project. If soccer field collapse shows you on page 12 what happened. You can see the runoff happening from the church. You go to page 16, West Hillwood, these are the things we're concerned with as we're going. We're not protected. I'll just say one more thing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. One other thing, in your
time has expired.
In your folders are legal documents from
Sir,
Mr. Stammer.
Thank you.
Please look at them.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I'm James Mims. I lived at 6469 Fleetwood Drive for 20 years, and I got water in my basement this year. and I live right in front of the fire hydrant, sits in front of my house. There was a major fire up the street, and the firemen couldn't put it out because there wasn't enough water coming out of that fire hydrant to go put that house out. It burned to the ground. I'm worried about the infrastructure that is already there that is not competent to take care of the services that are there. My water pressure is so low sometimes I can't take a shower. Or if I'm taking a shower, the water will stop. It doesn't come out too good sometime in the kitchen. And if you come down Nod Road when it's raining, there's water pushing up out of the drains because the drains can't handle the water that's coming down the street. The city has just come in and cleaned out the drains up and down Fleetwood Drive because they were stopped up. We were getting so much water that wasn't draining away. The infrastructure, what is there now, won't take care of the people in what is there. And if you're going to put other things on top of it, it's not going to work too good for the people who are there now. And I don't know how it's going to work when you take the undergrowth and the trees off the top of that hill, and that water comes down, and there's nothing to stop it. And the drains in the city right now can't handle it. So I want you to consider that. I'm just telling you what's a fact. I live there. For 20 years, I just got water in my lower level this year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Council Lady.
Good evening again, Councilmember Mina Johnson. I've been here 6 hours ago, but I thought, you may have forgotten what I have said 6 hours ago, so I thought I would come here and say it again, but thank you again for hanging in here. So you are to consider this conceptual subdivision creation of the lot based on the subdivision regulation. So purpose of the subdivision regulation is to, say one more time, provide for the harmonious development of the municipality and its environs for the coordination of a street within subdivision with other existing planned street or with the plan of the municipality or of the region which is the municipality is located for adequate open spaces for traffic, recreation, light and air, and for a distribution of population and traffic, which will tend to create conditions favorable to health, safety, convenience, and prosperity. So I think the last line is the one you are to consider. And subdivision regulation, it was said material evidence, but I don't think you have to consider material evidence. Your subdivision regulation did not specify. You must consider based on the material evidence. So you have to consider if by creating this conceptual subdivision will indeed promote health, safety, and convenience and property for the resident of the Nashville. So I don't know, after I heard so many neighbors' consideration, my gut feeling says it's not really promotes health and safety and welfare for the Nashvillians, but you may have a different opinion because you are the deciding authority. Planning staff and legal counsel is the advice body, and you as a commissioner is the deciding body, and it does not come to council again. So please make right decision for the city of the Nashville. Thank you.
Come on up.
I'm Joseph Johnson again. Spoke to you earlier about trees. I have just a couple of comments. The staff apparently has notified the commission that this proposal, this concept plan, meets all the conditions. How did it meet all the conditions? I respectfully submit that one reason is that the staff has found no critical lots have been identified in this plan. An engineering report by Dr. Stammer suggested there were several lots that would fit the critical lot standard. If there are critical lots, there are additional conditions in the regulations that need to be applied. How do you meet all the conditions in that situation? One is to go back and redo everything. The other is to declare that there are no critical lots identified in the plan. Now, if the standard for identifying critical lots is the map that was shown earlier by the staff, they said that was just a guideline. I respectfully disagree with that. In addition, if there are other on-site surveys that show that the standard in the ordinance is wrong, then that should be made part of the record here. And I have not seen or heard any of such standards or any such surveys being presented. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Well, Council Lady, we'll do rebuttal and then we'll go. You go last. Yep, I hadn't forgotten. Rebuttal, 2 minutes.
Chairman, members of the commission, first, I want to thank you for your service. It's been a long night. Basically, the issue I commented about earlier about fundamental fairness. Landowners, developers have an exact right to rely on what's on the books. That's what they've done in this case. With respect to material evidence, as legal mentioned to you, there has to be material evidence, not just concerns that things may happen. There's been no material evidence that would support some of the concerns that we've heard. With respect to the matter when it came up 2 years ago, the client had a 30-foot easement to go to Watts Lane. That was not a good plan. That's what I said then. I said now. What's happened since then is the client bought an acre of property 100-foot wide. That's how they get to Watts Lane now. The neighbors at that point came down and objected. They wanted a second access instead of a variance for a long cul-de-sac. We did exactly what they wanted to. We did the second access. With respect to the zoning versus cluster lot option, this is a cluster lot option. It's not a zoning issue. I fully understand zoning issues. It's a legislative enactment, Metro Council. It's majority. Most council members go with the majority of their constituents. This is not a zone change. It's a cluster lot option. What the court said in the case that keeps referenced here is that they took it that Metro Legal said this commission doesn't make the decision. Of course you make the decision. The staff makes a non-binding recommendation. They've said repeatedly, ad nauseum, it meets all the conditions. You are the ones that make that decision. That's all the court said, period. And in this most recent case, the court said if it's determined that they meet the conditions by the commission, it should be approved. That's the law. I also comment with respect to the tower. As I mentioned, under all residential districts in Nashville today, if this tower is being built right now, all they'd have to do is have a buffer to the first break point, which is 350 feet. It's 500 feet. So if it was being built brand new, they already complied with that. I'd ask the commission to approve this matter. We appreciate your courtesies and the time, but basically we meet all the conditions. I don't think there's any material evidence that says anything other than that. We'd ask you to approve. Thank you for your courtesies. We'll answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Council Lady Roberts. Thanks for staying so late.
Wow, thank you all. I never miss an opportunity to say thank you for what you do. This is a labor of love. I had to write this down finally. I just couldn't, I was so afraid that there were details I was going to leave out. So forgive me for reading this, but I'm going to have to read this. So safety is the #1 thing that I've been talking about for the last 2 years with this project. This development was first suggested, and actually the first plan was a safety issue, and that was why it was rejected. I bet it's been mentioned that ice doesn't come off of the tower, and they may be right about that. I've been told by the surrounding residents, one of which was Jennifer Kirkendall, who spoke to you earlier, who lives on Maldina, that the ice is coming off of the guy wires I haven't seen that. I can't say that that is what happens, but they're telling me, my constituents who live on Modena are saying that shards of ice and chunks of ice are coming off of the guy wires. There's nothing more than I can say that's proof of material evidence than that. They have insurance claims on their roofs. They've shown me chunks of ice, pictures of chunks of ice that have come off. So that's the material evidence that I can offer personally, well, secondhand, because I'm the council person. I've received calls that they have also had the WSMV towers when they were cleaned, and they'll have to be cleaned again. As was mentioned, that the lead-based paint came off, and my constituents had to have the lead-based paint taken off of their yards, out of their houses, and that's a health hazard. And we are probably going to have that tower cleaned again in the next 10 years, and that lead-based paint is going to come off again. Again, I feel like that's another example of material evidence. When the tower has to be cleaned, we're going to have this same conversation again. The frequency of these occurrences has happened annually for the past 4 years that I've been in office. The impact of these safety issues on the proposed subdivision is avoidable, and it's something that we can proactively prevent today by not allowing this to pass. The proximity of the proposed development to these hazardous safety issues is dangerous, and I'm asking you to use your discretion and authority that you have, combined with material evidence, to look out for the best interests of both my neighbors and my constituents, and please do not let this pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. Commissioner Moore, I don't think you've gone first yet. Yes. Hey, go ahead.
So I just have some questions. And I think it was kind of addressed, but I want to go back, and I think you talked about it last time, the change in the recommendation of the street to the north. I know it was stated that the staff was against that, but if you could just touch on that again for the record.
Sure, I can speak to that. So as you all know, we evaluate plans as they are presented to us. At that time, when the last plan came through, there was a much more narrow strip of property connecting the larger piece to Watts Lane. They were unable, so there wasn't enough room for a connection to be safely made within the standards as established by Public Works through our street standards. Following that disapproval, the applicant went back, continued to work on it, acquired additional property at the north end to provide for a wider piece of property where they could safely put in a road connection and meet the grades. And so it was a change of condition in regards to the amount of property that was available for that connection.
Thank you. And then we've heard a lot about stormwater, and I'm not really sure, I guess, how we can consider that, because I know it's a big issue. And
Commissioner, I think stormwater is here to address, will the plan meet stormwater regulations? Will there be problems? We've heard we've seen lots of pictures and flooding, and right. How is the department addressing?
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Logan Bowman, Metro Stormwater. We do agree that this plan does meet all our regulations as presented. I won't deny that there are flooding within the community that stormwater is addressing on a case-by-case basis. So last time I did talk about how there's a stormwater user fee, and that's collected, and there's a stormwater maintenance that will meet with property owners. They'll have an inspector go out, and they'll address the situation and determine where capital projects can be done, where improvements such as the pipe upgrades that people talked about can be done. So from our standpoint, we don't allow any developments to increase runoff off their site. So this one will meet our standards.
Anything else, Commissioner Moore? Well, we can come back. Think about your questions if you have a...
And then one other question, and I think this was addressed, but there were questions about why in this concept plan, the lot size is allowed to be smaller, so I just wanted to clarify that as well.
Lisa?
So I just have a couple of slides here to talk about kind of the relationship between subdivision regulations and land use policy, which gets to the lot sizes. Section 3-5.1 of the subdivision regulations is the section that deals with infill subdivisions. Now, infill subdivisions are very specifically defined by the subdivision regulations, and I've put that section of the subdivision regulations there for you. It does say that when it's in areas outside of T2 rural or T2 conservation that are previously subdivided and predominantly developed, that residential lots resulting from a proposed subdivision on an existing street shall be compatible with the general plan as outlined in the rest of the sections. In this instance, there are not lots that are being created on an existing street. None of the lots, all of the lots front new public streets. They do not front existing public streets. And so then therefore the compatibility standards that we talk about so much in our neighborhood maintenance areas don't apply in this case. Those apply for existing streets. I think that's it for now.
Anything else, Commissioner? Commissioner Haynes, you want to go next?
Not really, but you called on me. So, council, help us differentiate this case with this church versus the earlier case with the Tusculum Church, just for clarification.
I think the difference would be in this case, the church is a non-party. Here you have...
Because they're a seller of the land.
Right. They are not the applicant.
Okay, so if they were the applicant and they wanted to build houses, would it then have the same application? I'm just trying to learn late at night.
Well, the Religious Freedom Act prevents a governmental entity from substantially burdening the freedom of their religion. It's just, so I guess if they were to apply, then we'd have to analyze that in turn. But as it stands, because they are not an applicant, they are not requesting anything from this body, we don't go through the analysis of if our denial would be a substantial burden on their practice of religion.
That was the answer I wanted. So in the public comments that we received via email, several people referenced an open space policy stating, should the existing use of Nob Hill cease, the intent is for the site to be retained as open space and placed in public use if the opportunity should arise. So can the staff comment on that issue?
So let me talk a little bit about the West Nashville Community Plan and the history of the West Nashville Community Plan. So as you all know, it's not unusual for community plans to be updated over time. Land use policies change with those updates. At times, supplemental policies are removed, added, changed, and so there's a lot of different iterations of a plan that may exist. However, when a new plan is adopted, the previous version of that plan is essentially retired. And so what we have in West Nashville is the 2009 West Nashville Plan, which is what you're quoting from in regards to the potential open space policy. Now, what that said was that if this were to be open space, that if there was the potential to be open space, that should be considered if it was ever an opportunity. It also said that if the properties are not secured for open space, then the alternate policy would be suburban neighborhood maintenance with an infill supplemental policy. Now, that community plan was replaced when an update was adopted in 2015. That update removed the potential open space supplemental policy. So that no longer existed as a component of the West Nashville Plan. The 2015 West Nashville Plan was replaced by the update that was adopted in 2017. And so the 2017 is the current guiding document for the West Nashville Community Plan. And when we talk about the supplemental policies in the area, and this is a little bit small, so I'm going to read some of it for you. Essentially what it says is that this Nob Hill area is identified as an infill area. It also says that in this supplemental policy, if a development is proposed that requires a zone change, the following policy applies. And then it goes into some standards about appropriate lot sizes to maintaining patterns that slightly smaller lots may be appropriate. But it does specify in there that it would be applicable if a zone change was requested, which is not the case in this application.
Okay. Is my friend Devin Doyle back there still, or did he go home? There he is. So educate us on the New Street D and the slope of that versus metro standards. One gentleman commented on and gave us the rise and elevation, and it just seems inconsistent with what Public Works is saying.
Okay. For the record, I'm Devin Doyle, Department of Public Works, and I didn't catch the inconsistent part, but of your last statement.
Well, he was contending that the slope of the street is greater than what y'all have observed. So tell us what you see as the slope of this proposed street and what Metro standards are for the slopes of streets.
So Metro Public Works standards will allow up to a maximum grade of 12% for a local street. We actually, with exceptions, will allow in extreme conditions grades that exceed that, but only as an exception. We did ask for more detail on this specific item because it did come up, I think, at the previous meeting. And so Mr. Dale provided this exhibit and was reviewed by my staff, and it does conform with the standards of the Department of Public Works, which are also conform with AASHTO geometric highway design standards for local residential streets.
So what is the proposed slope based on this drawing?
If I recall correctly, I believe it's 12%.
Okay. All right, thank you, Devin. You know, this is a really, really difficult case. I think clearly the infrastructure in this area is failing. I think as a city, there are times when we have to stand up and say, what's more important, the health, safety, and welfare of the existing neighbors, or in this particular case, this subdivision regulation. And in my mind, the health and safety of the neighbors is more important. Infrastructure is failing, so I'm not going to be able to support staff's recommendation.
Vice Chair.
Okay, so can we go back to the tower discussion a little bit? So if WSMB wanted to come in and put a tower in today, I know Mr. White said that they're permitted with conditions. How would we treat this if this was reversed? Let's say that the development was in place and WSMB wanted to come put a tower here. How would we look at that?
Certainly. So we spent some time talking with our codes department in regards to the applicable zoning standards as they relate to the construction of towers, and what considerations are taken for setbacks of those towers as they relate to the height of the tower. The zoning code essentially looks at towers in two ways, and the setback that is required is dependent on the type of tower that is constructed. There are certain towers that are just a single structure, and in those cases they fall in a different manner, and the buffer that would be required is equal to the height around the tower. There are other towers that are constructed such as this tower, that have various engineered breakpoints on the towers. Those fall in a different way, and the safety buffer zone as required by the zoning code is different. It would be equal to the the engineered break. So in this case, the roughly 350 feet boundary would be approximately what would be required around a new tower should it be built. The zoning code is, of course, a land use code, and so it takes into consideration those sorts of things, the height or the break points, and that is what the setback is based on.
Okay. Okay. So based on that review, though, this is meeting those.
Well, so this property has the established 350-foot buffer that goes onto this property as part of an easement that the former owner of the property established at the time of the sale. And so it would depend on the location of where the tower is located and if they had agreement from the property owner. But generally, it would be from the property line that they would have to, or from the tower, they'd have to have that 350-degree radius, depending on the break point, which we're making that assumption. So it would depend on where it is located on the property as to where that buffer would be. And so if they had agreement from the adjoining property, then it could be in the same exact location, but maybe not, depending on what easements were in place.
Okay, so how do we find out what easements were in place, or do we need to?
Well, the 350-foot easement is in place.
Okay.
And then this development is proposing an additional 150 feet kind of beyond that existing 350-foot easement that was established by the previous owner, which was the owner of the tower.
Okay, okay. All right, it's all very, very confusing. Learning a lot here. Can we also talk about the critical lots? I know that came up last time around, but it was brought up several times by some of the comments. And I think I remember last time that you said there were no critical lots. Where's that discrepancy coming from?
Well, the applicant has indicated on the plans the darker areas are the areas of 20 or above 25%, I think, and then in here, yeah, the lighter gray is the 20 to 25%, the darker is the 25% plus. Critical lots are identified on lots that contain 20% or more areas of natural slope. And you can see on this plan that those areas are located outside of the lots. I think that back in 2017, staff had overlaid that concept on top of our composite slope map. And again, it wasn't scaled, and we were getting an idea. It always gives us an idea of where we should be looking on plans when we're reviewing plans. And so I think that maybe that last plan with the composite slope map raised some concern, but the applicant has confirmed that none of those areas are within the lots proposed on this plan.
Okay. One last question. There was a comment, one of the comments that we received that stated that slopes were too severe to accommodate Metro fire trucks. Is that something that was discussed?
Metro Fire has approved with conditions that they will be reviewing with the building permit. So they've signed off on this conceptual plan.
Okay. I mean, it's so ironic. We just approved this tree ordinance, and now we're clearing a whole bunch of trees. I sort of, in terms of material evidence, as you mentioned, I do think what the council lady said resonated with me. Clearly there have been impacts to the surrounding neighborhood based on this tower that has caused some damage. I don't know. I think I'm sort of along the lines of Commissioner Haynes and thinking that at some point we need to think about what's most important for protecting the health, safety, and welfare of this general area.
Commissioner Elam.
Several times the general provisions of the subregs have been quoted, and I thought it might be helpful for all of us just to kind of get a refresher on the reference to kind of the harmonious development and health, safety, and as it relates to that particular paragraph.
Sure. So essentially Tennessee Code annotated, which gives municipalities the power to adopt subdivision regulations. That section is being quoted in here to say that we are meeting state law by adopting these regulations. Essentially, state law says that you are charged with adopting regulations to provide for the harmonious development. These regulations that you have adopted have done that. You have adopted regulations to provide for harmonious development. There is not an additional standard for harmony. And so our regulations quote state law to essentially show that you are meeting state law in adopting subdivision regulations to provide for development.
So in this, our subregs, is there any mention about harmonious development, health, safety, and well-being?
There is mention of some harmonious development within the infill standards, which again apply when subdivisions are creating lots along existing streets, and so not in this particular instance.
Okay. A question for legal about this case that was brought up, and how we should consider that, if at all.
So so I guess I will state on record, I don't think any advice from the legal department has been that this commission has no discretion, which is sort of what this case talked about. But nonetheless, this case or this order is not a final order in the case. The legal department was aware of this case when we rendered our opinion this afternoon or this evening. There is and that's partly why this particular subdivision has not come back before the commission for another vote, although the opinion said that it was remanded. The court allowed a third party to intervene in the case, and that party was allowed to submit briefs, and they are currently briefing the issue. And so I guess in other words, that's not binding precedent on this body at this particular time, because it's not the final order or the final disposition of the case.
Question, this came up earlier, but infrastructure capacity. And Abby, I'm assuming that as each Metro department signs off, they're looking at capacity. We've heard about stormwater issues, but water capacity, things of that sort. How do the subregs address utilities and infrastructure capacity, if at all?
The plan has been reviewed and approved by all agencies, and most agencies have included conditions with their approvals. For instance, Public Works, one of the conditions was that the infrastructure, the existing Watts Lane, be widened within the existing right-of-way, but where the pavement width is too narrow, to widen that to Charlotte to provide that capacity for the second connection out of the northern access point. Stormwater, generally, like Logan said, they're looking to see if it can provide capacity, if it has room on site to serve the stormwater. At this level, it's a conceptual plan, and so those technical details would come through with the final development plan or the second phase. But at this point, all of those agencies have provided recommendations of approval with conditions.
Finally, the lead paint question came up. I'm assuming, if you have a historic building that has lead paint, there's certain guidelines about you can't sandblast, you've got to, put up safety precautions. Would a tower with lead paint be obligated to abide by those same requirements? Does anybody know?
I'm not sure that we could speak to that in regards to what would be required for something that's off-site.
Okay. That's it. Thank you. I'd be inclined to support staff.
Councilman.
Can you show me the sampling where the lead tests were done? No. Where were the samples I'm not asleep. Where were the samples taken from the site to test?
The applicant may be able to provide a little bit more information on that.
Mr. Dale.
You'll show the slide, the prior slide. That one right there. It would be lots 27, 28, 29, and 30, the ones that are closest to the tower.
Did you test it under the tower?
No, we tested on the lots themselves that are closest to the tower.
Are you going to put a fence to
Yes.
keep people from going into that area?
Yes.
Okay. Because the issue with lead poisoning is that the kids and the pets are not just going to stay on the property. They're going to go around. That's why open areas are designed in the subdivision. So if there is potentially lead poisoning under the tower and we don't have any way to keep people out of there, then it defeats the purpose of this. So is that fence going to be part of the legislation, of the design?
There is a fence there, but mainly that was placed there to keep people out of that zone. The test indicated that the soils on lots 27, 28, and 29, and 30 were 1/10 of what would be required to reach a threshold. So, you know, it would conceivably increase as you went towards the tower. But you know, when I talked to the geosciences gentlemen, they were skeptical that there would be any kind of contamination. If there were chunks of lead paint, most likely they've been removed. So the soils itself have not been contaminated based upon his assessment.
Councilman, we can add a condition to
because
a fence.
In my experience, like I said, I'm a lead abatement contractor. Kind of weird, but what I learned is that you don't really see the amount of lead that will poison somebody is microscopic. You wouldn't see it as a chip of paint. It will be just so small that you hardly see it, but it will hurt you. So,
well, if this moves forward, I think it would be smart under you were the reason why we did the lead testing, and so I think it would be if this moves forward that be one of the conditions.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
Anything else, Councilman?
No, that was my concern precisely because I had brought up that question.
Okay. So we're still in the. I
just wanted to clarify.
Oh, wait.
Council Lady Roberts expressed a concern that it may not be clear who's responsible for upgrading Watts Lane, and that the condition that was placed has been placed on the development, that it is the responsibility of the developer to upgrade Watts Lane in compliance with the conditions that we've established.
Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify that.
Appreciate it. All right, so we're in the portion where we need a motion.
I'm going to try one. I'm going to move disapproval of staff's recommendation based on the health, safety, and welfare of the existing neighborhood.
So let's, council, is that an appropriate motion, or do we need to add more to that?
I think you would probably have to add specifics, what material evidence we have or exist that leads the commission to believe that the health, safety, and or welfare of the property would be affected. So not just a general statement of the general welfare of this subdivision or the surrounding area will be affected. I think Tennessee courts have held that that's generally insufficient.
The problem we have to think about is one of this case, but also of precedent and setting a transparent path forward for a property owner to better understand and a community to understand the rules that we're going to apply. So if we use a general statement like that, then and without defining it, then could look at any future subdivision and change the terms without laying out something specific. So, for example, while we are all incredibly concerned about lack of or infrastructure issues, there are a number of infrastructure issues throughout the county. And so that's why we charge developers with making improvements at the moment of the site plan approval. And so we don't want to leave something out there that would leave a great question as to how the commission would define that issue.
And so, Commissioner, what I would say is that we have and one of the reasons why this case is so hard is it's a very unique case due to a large tower and several safety issues based on material evidence of falling ice. That might be part of your motion, but there has to be more to it. So you can add that.
All right, I'm struggling and need some help. Vice Chairman?
If the tower and the proposal it meets the Metro Code, how is that a reason? Legally.
We have to, so with the motion, the safety part or one of those terms, you have to get more specific on, Commissioner.
So I was trying to find it, but I couldn't. In the statement we got from WSMV, I think there was something about ice falling a certain, I'm struggling, I've been up since 4:30, I'm sorry, a certain distance away from the tower that.
There's a representative here if you wanted to, if the chairman would.
Just for clarification, because we had some people mention that as well from the community.
Yeah, let's get, who's the representative for the tower? Do y'all have a statement on the safety of the tower or any other statement? You could get, yeah, sorry. We're going to get a podium. I do apologize today to everybody.
Well, and I think early on in this process, Mr. Dale kind of outlined really what typically happens when ice is shed from a tower, and you kind of got to apply that methodology.
And sir, I'm sorry to interrupt, but if you could state your name and who you're with and your
My name's Tom Casey. I'm the Vice President of Technology for the Meredith Local Media Group.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So when you look at the layout of this property and where the WSMV studio and the parking lot is, typically in an ice shed incident like that, ice will come out of the north, tower ices up. When the weather changes, the prevailing winds start to come out of the southwest to heat it up and cause the melt. Once the melt happens, it's going to follow the wind and head toward the northeast, which is clearly where the parking lot is for WSMV, as well as, I believe, the row of houses that they mentioned earlier that had taken some ice. The other thing that happens is the farther the ice flies, it's typically lighter weight. Heavier ice falls, doesn't blow as far in the wind. And it does come off the guy wires. That is an accurate statement, by the way. It comes off of the tower members as well as the guy wires. But typically, where they're close to the ground, it's not going to go very far at all. They're far up, it's going to follow the same direction it would as if it was coming off of the tower.
So while he's up here, can I ask some more questions?
Absolutely, Commissioner.
So when WSM and Meredith sold the properties to the churches, did you all anticipate a residential subdivision being developed on this property?
I can't answer that. That predates me, so I don't have a good answer for that.
But you used an arm's length process, hired a broker, marketed this property extensively, and at that point in time, the two offers and the two highest and best uses were from two churches.
That predates me. I don't know the answer to it.
Thank you, sir. Well, any other questions? I just want to make sure while he's up here.
Would it have raised any concerns to you at the time if you had to see a residential development going in that close to the tower?
I don't know necessarily that it would. I mean, I can say sitting here going through this that, yeah, tomorrow it would. watching how it's played out and the consternation that it's created for the neighbors around here. We own a tower in Kansas City, Missouri that's in the middle of downtown that's 1,000 feet tall. It sheds ice off of it every winter. It's damaged some houses to the north and to the east, and we actually bought that property. But to the south and to the west, we've not had one claim. Now, that's not indicative. I mean, that's not enough evidence to say that that would never happen here. And that's why in the letter that the general manager sent to Abby on April 8th requesting that Mr. Dale notify any potential lot purchasers that the potential exists for ice to fall off of the tower.
I mean, that's outside of our purview, obviously, but.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Hold on, let's do one at a time. Are you, Vice Chair? Okay. Councilman? Then we'll come back to.
What is your maintenance plan for the tower? I mean, are you concerned about rusting or potential for the tower to collapse at some time?
No. No, I mean, we keep it painted.
But we
do structural analysis on it regularly.
Okay. How often?
The last one was done in 2018.
Thanks.
So let me clarify my motion based on this discussion.
Well, hold on, before you do a motion. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Any other questions before we do? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
So based on the known facts of the ice shards falling from this tower, which we have evidence that they do, and based on that WSM is not going to accept any liability, I think there's a health and safety concern for this proposed subdivision, and I would recommend disapproval.
That's a proper motion. Is there a second? Second. And so it's, the motion is for disapproval. Any other discussion? Seeing none. All in favor of disapproval, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. One no. It's disapproved. All right, so if we could please have orderly exit, that would be really great. All right, so if everybody could, I know that this is a big deal, but if we still have a lot of items to consider. But I do want to ask a question that for the commissioners, maybe it would be a good time to take a quick 5-minute break to maybe use the restroom, and then we'll be back. Is that okay, commissioners? Is no objection? Okay, 5-minute break. Then the commission will consider a vote on them. So let's try to go through this. There are 2 disapprovals, though, that we do have to hear. And so I just want to be clear. So we'll go through the list. The items that we do have left are items 20, 27, 31, 40, 46, and 47. Items 46 and 47 are disapprovals. We will have to hear those particular cases. Now, is there anyone, so the first item, is there anyone in here for item 20 for disapproval? Okay, perfect. What about item number 27? Okay, perfect. I'm just checking. Item 31 for disapproval, okay. And then item 40. Okay. Well, we'll do what we do best. Let's, item 20.
The next item on this evening's agenda is item 20, the Park at Wiltshire. This is a request to rezone from RS15 to specific plan residential to permit 29 two-family lots. Staff's recommendation is to approve with conditions and disapprove without all conditions. The 14.63-acre site is located at 5581 and 5585 South New Hope Road, approximately 345 feet south of 7 Points Trace. The surrounding area contains primarily single-family dwellings on lots ranging in size from 7,000 square feet to several acres in size. The existing zoning for the site is RS 15, which requires a minimum 15,000 square foot lot and is intended for single-family dwellings. The surrounding area contains primarily single-family dwellings as previously stated, as you can see on the screen. The policy for the site is T3 Suburban Neighborhood Evolving, which is intended to create and enhance suburban residential neighborhoods with more housing choices and improve connectivity. This policy area also indicates moderate density development patterns with moderate setbacks and spacing between buildings is appropriate. The plan proposes 29 two-family lots for a total of 58 dwelling units. Lots will range in size from 10,000 square feet to 18,479 square feet. Setbacks will include a 20-foot front setback, 15-foot rear, and 5-foot side yard setbacks. All lots will contain street frontage in excess of 50 feet. A total of 4.76 acres will be placed within open space areas, which includes a small recreation area within the middle of the site. A sea-level 20-foot wide landscape buffer is provided around the perimeter of the entire site. Sidewalks which meet the local street standards are provided along all streets within the site. The street shown within the plan is a public street and will provide a single connection to South New Hope Road. The plan provides a typical lot layout and includes some architectural standards pertaining to materials, minimum glazing requirements, and excluded materials. In conclusion, staff's recommendation is to approve the conditions and disapprove without all conditions, as the proposed plan is consistent with the T3 Neighborhood Evolving Policy.
Thank you, sir. We'll open this item for public hearing. Is the applicant in the room? Come on up. And you'll have 10 minutes, and you can save 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, I'll save my 2 minutes. My name is Rick Blackburn. I'm here with Gary Winooski. We're the developers and builders of the project. Gary and I have been developing in this area for quite a while. We have developed probably 6 or 7 different projects in the Hermitage area over the years. Tonight we're asking for approval for some single-family attached units on this piece of property, similar to the property that abuts us to the rear, and they're single-family attached also. We have reviewed the staff comments, and we're in approval of those, and Gary will talk a little bit about our products we're going to be offering.
Chairman, thank you. My name is Gary Wisniewski, Chairman of Planning Commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. This project we brought to Councilman Steve Glover back about 6 months ago and worked with Steve on probably 8 or 10 different meetings to design a product and a subdivision that he would like in his district. Steve was concerned about a few things. One, the affordability of the product, and also to make sure that we could design something that would meet more an empty nester need, because he was concerned about crowding possibly at the schools. After looking at staff recommendations, even with this product, if they weren't empty nesters, the staff recommendations from the school board was that this wouldn't overcrowd the schools, even if that were the case. These products will all be single-family residential attached products. They'll all have a 2-car garage, minimum square footage of 2,000, going up to approximately 2,600 to 2,800, which is very much in line with the 7 Points Villages, which abuts this property. That's the exact same concept. We agree with all staff recommendations, and we'd like your approval.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the applicant? You'll have 2 minutes for rebuttal. Appreciate it. Anyone in the audience here wishing to speak in support? Come on up. Welcome. And state your name and address.
Hi, I'm Vern Dant, and I live on South New Hope there, 5587. So I'm a neighbor there. It just seems to me there's a need for quality housing for the empty nesters. And from what I can see, Landmark built many of the subdivisions around there, and I'm all for quality development. I believe that Landmark builds a quality product. So,
thank you, sir.
That's
appreciate it. Ma'am.
Hi, my name is Annette Blackwell. I live on South New Hope Road. In the interest of time, and since it's so late, I'm going to make this short and sweet. I'm for a quality development in the area, and I think Landmark Homes, they had a meeting with us, can provide that for the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in support? Seeing none, anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Come on up. Welcome. And
my name's Rod Linehurst. I own the property that runs down the side and across the back of this property. Have a real big problem with that outlet right there because it would come out right to my back door as far as for no purpose at all other than if we sold our place, they would have a right-of-way right there, which if you change that right there, then they wouldn't take away the trees and stuff. It's going to block some of that right there out of our back door right there. That's a major problem with us just because it opens up that 10-foot buffer where there's power lines that power our house, our garage, and our barn that runs down the side of that. So basically you're running a two-lane street right into our back door right there as far as that little outlet thing that's on the side. Have a real problem with that. And everybody I've talked to is in the same, talking the same way. You know, there's no use in putting that there until it was developed. I mean, even if you got to have a right-of-way or whatever, it doesn't have to be cleared off, I wouldn't think. It doesn't make a lot of sense to us. And the second thing is that we've had that place for a long time now. There was nothing out there when we was there. We cleaned it all up. We've done everything. And Frank Batson built a lot of the houses that's right around us. Done a fine job. And the only thing that's SP that's come up in that whole area is what Frank Batson has built back there on the backside. Now, he's done a fantastic job. I got educated because I thought those was all big mansion houses, but they're two-people houses or two-family houses, whatever you want to call them. But they're really nice. They're brick. They're huge. They could be in Belmead, and they look great, you know. But out here, what they're wanting to do, last year it came up on they was going to build 36 houses. Yes. Well, you know, that was... We're not against them building anything over there other than duplexes. And when you put almost 60 houses on, almost maybe 14 acres when you take the waterways and the common ground and everything.
Your time's run out, sir. I'm sorry. You get 2 minutes and your time's run out, sir. I'm sorry. It goes by quick.
All night. I mean, can I get another minute or whatever? That's
Well, everybody else needs to speak, and so I apologize, but our rules as a commission is 2 minutes for each person, but I do appreciate you coming down, and I think we get it. Thank you. Sir.
Chairman Akins, fellow commissioners, I'm Fred Hicks. I live at 5569 South New Hope Road. I border this development some 1,700 feet on the south side. My objections, through the years, the developers of Cape Hope Pass, New Hope Point, Windsong, Peninsula Point, Peninsula, Newport, and Meadows of 7 Points, Towering Oaks, and Cook's Landings, literally hundreds of homes have complied with the RS-15 zoning regulation for that area. You're being asked to approve a SP project that adds 22 more homes to an already highly densified, about 11 acres densification. Usually, if you look at households, if you look at numbers, we're talking about 145 people. 2.5 people per household. Usually that level of density is reserved for major two-lane streets that are served by traffic lights, that are turning lanes, that have road shoulders. New Hope Road doesn't have a road shoulder. I think we got one traffic light and we got one four-way stop. But there's no road shoulders out there to accommodate that traffic, but yet you're being asked to add 100, maybe 120 cars to that traffic flow on a daily basis on its uphill start or upstream start. Other concerns, the sewage. It's a 3-inch pressure line system. It's served by a gravity tank pump station down at John Hager Road. If that pump station hiccups, the folks in New Hope Point will have raw sewage running down their street, in their yards, in their subdivisions.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am?
We're double team you. Sorry.
My name's Sylvia Hicks. I live at 5569 South New Hope Road, which is right next to this proposed development. We've lived there 34 years and have seen a lot of changes out that way. We object to the duplex concept, and we know that previously last year it was withdrawn to have single-family homes on this property when it was first sold. We got no notice of that at that time. I think that was in September of last fall. We are concerned about the capacity of the water and sewage lines. Sometimes we don't have great water pressure, and we've been told there's no plans at this point to expand the water lines or sewage lines out that way. The architectural character of these homes is not in character with the other homes in this area. We have some very nice subdivisions already there that are a lot of brick, at least brick on the front and maybe sides. To my knowledge, there is no plans to have any brick, hardly at all, on these homes. And then the other concern we have is the road that comes out from this area will be right across the street from another road, so it's going to be a 4-way intersection. How are all these people going to get out? And there's a little rise in the road that, you know, we just see a lot of accidents happening there in this rise. So my request is to deny duplexes. That's what I have a problem with. And I just don't think it's a quality home that's being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, 2-minute rebuttal.
Concerning the stub streets, we have no issues with making those perpetual right-of-way dedications and not building those. That will help the neighbors out. That's not a problem with us. As far as the architectural character and the, you know, we have said in our documents that in the ASP plan that it's going to be brick, stone, or hardy 100%. So there will be no side or anything like that. And as far as the intersection, you know, in our community meeting, we talked about putting a possibility if traffic and parking would approve a 4-way stop condition there. You know, we don't have any problem with doing that to make it safer and an opportunity for people to get in and out in AM and peak hours. And as far as the sewer, we don't hook into that sewer system that gentleman was talking about. We're going across the street to a gravity system. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And the council member isn't here, so seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. And then Vice Chair, you want to go first?
Sure. I guess I was kind of hoping to see, well, I guess it just hit me why they were doing this change. So that we approved a concept plan just a year ago for this, is that right? And the reason this is changing is for the SP is to get the duplex lots. Is that correct?
That's correct. The concept plan was approved for 36 lots.
Okay.
There was a mistype in your staff report under existing zoning saying it was approved for 29 lots. It was actually approved for 36 lots, single family. So now this would be an SP for 29 lots with 2 family on each lot.
And is this whole area neighborhood evolving, suburban neighborhood evolving? Do we have the? Okay.
So the darker tan color is neighborhood evolving. The lighter yellow, kind of there to the north, is neighborhood maintenance. The blue in the center there is civic. And then anywhere where you see kind of green is either a dark green would be open space, and then the other shades of green are conservation, kind of scattered throughout. So primarily, yes, evolving.
Okay. Okay. I think I remember another councilman here earlier tonight saying that this was too much density for that area. And I can see why this is a concern. It is a lot, a significant increase, and we did just approve the concept plan a year ago. That said, clearly this is an area we've targeted for increased housing diversity by making it neighborhood evolving. So this fits in the character of that policy. I'll listen to others, but I think I'm inclined to support staff's recommendation.
Commissioner Elam.
Yeah, I would concur.
Councilman.
I just would like to remove that stub up that the gentleman was complaining about. I wanted to remove the stub up that the gentleman was complaining about, or put a crash gate.
Okay, we can make that part of the condition. Commissioner Moore. Commissioner Haynes.
No comments.
So we'll need a motion. Vice Chair.
I'll make a motion to support staff's recommendation to approve with conditions, with the added condition that it sounded like the developer was willing to leave the right-of-way but not build out the street. So do we need to go as far as a crash gate? That's maybe just, how do we handle that?
I think that that's probably, given that this is an evolving policy and one of the goals is to ensure that we can have future connectivity, a situation where we can get the right-of-way but not actually have it built protects that future integrity of providing for connectivity without actually building the stub street.
So the condition is that they dedicate the right-of-way but do not have to actually build out the road at this time.
To clarify, we're just talking about the one to the north?
Yes.
Yeah, the one that the gentleman.
The one to the north and the south.
Can you pull up the site plan, Lisa? Or Patrick?
There is a stub to both the north and the south. If you'll see there with the bright red arrows that Patrick has drawn.
I think is okay. So my condition is that they dedicate the right-of-way, but do not need to improve at this time.
Are you the developer, sir? No, the guy raising his hand. Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
We have no issue with dedicating the right-of-way.
Okay.
On both stub streets.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. So that's a.
I think you're raising There's a possibility on the.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt, but if you'll come up, just because we record these meetings in case we have to go to court, which we do sometimes.
Yes, my name is Gary Batson. I'm the engineer for this project. And on the stub out to the south, we can shorten that so that we can do that, and we can eliminate it, but I'm afraid that the fire marshal may want that as a stub out. So we're okay with that, but if the fire marshal, we don't want it to fail because of that. And if we shorten it, that will allow the buffer to continue straight across if we shorten it by 30 feet and still leave it
But we
there.
still retain the right-of-way for the entire thing, so that should we build out the future areas? Okay, so do I amend my condition again to say to the extent it's allowed by other agencies?
So yes, I would recommend saying approve with conditions, including a condition that the right-of-way to the north, that the substreet to the north be right-of-way only, not constructed, and to the south that the right-of-way be shortened, but it provide enough space for a fire turnaround if needed.
That the right-of-way be, that the
actual built, yeah.
Yeah, the build-out be shortened.
Yeah.
Retain the right-of-way.
That's the proper
Is that
motion.
Kelly? Yes.
That's the proper motion. Is there a second? Second. Any other discussion? Seeing no other discussion, all in favor with that condition, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We are on to item number 27.
Go ahead. Are we ready?
We're ready.
All right, this is a request to revise the preliminary plan for the Forest View Park Plan Unit Development in the Antioch area. The property is outlined in red. This is located on the east side of Murfreesboro Pike. It's approximately 8 acres, and staff is recommending approval with conditions. The zoning is residential. It's also in a plan unit development overlay and an urban design overlay. The original plan was approved in 1985. All of the PUD has been constructed except for this portion, which was originally approved for 212 units. In 2016, there was a revision to the plan to permit 96 units, a recreation center. There is a final site plan that's been approved for this, construction drawings, everything, so they could go pull permits tomorrow on the 96 units. This is proposed site plan for 56 attached multifamily units. Access will be through a private access easement to Murfreesboro Pike, consistent with the original plan. Parking consists of surface parking and garage parking. As far as the UDO is concerned, this plan would be required to meet the material standards for like brick, hardy plank, and those type things. It doesn't have to meet any other standards except for also landscaping. As proposed, the plan will meet the UDO standards. The Planning Commission can approve minor modifications under certain conditions. These are outlined, the 7 standards are outlined above. The plan does not, you guys have the authority to, I'm sorry, I have not slept since Tuesday. I have a big honey-do list that I made last night. So the changes do not alter the basic development of what was approved by the Planning Commission recently. The boundary is not extended. There is no deviation from the required specific, from any council requirements. There is no introduction to vehicular access to a roadway that wasn't there before. There's no increase in the total number of units approved by council, and there's no change from a PUD approved exclusively for single family. So basically, it's multifamily to multifamily. In conclusion, staff is recommending approval with conditions.
Thank you, sir. It's what happens at 11:30 after an 8-hour meeting. We'll open the item for public hearing. The applicant's got 10 minutes and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Chairman, members of the commission, my name is Tom White, 315 Dedrick Street.
This is a revision which is clearly within the province of the Planning Commission. They're decreasing the number of units from 96 to 56. And the reason is the client has found out in that particular area that there's a model that's going particularly well. And so that's the purpose. Again, dropping 40 units, it meets all the conditions. I think it basically should be approved as a matter of right. I did want to comment that until a few days ago, we had heard nothing from anybody, nor had the staff. We did hear Tuesday of this week from Councilor Porterfield. She's been incredibly pleasant, and she just said she had some concerns and questions about it. So I met her tonight for the first time, introduced her to my client. They asked about some things specifically about was it to be ownership, the paving sections, would they be consistent with public, and basically would there be escrow accounts set up for the HOA to take care of the private elements, all of which we've conferred and confirmed. They may or may not have any objections at this point. They'll have to speak, but we've met with them. We've had plenty of time tonight to go outside and discuss this matter. And I think there's, in my opinion, there's no objection right now. They'll have to come up and speak, but we'd ask you to approve this. Ask for 2 minutes for rebuttal. Hope I don't need it, as I'm sure you do too. Thank you for your courtesies.
Thank you, sir. And 2 minutes for rebuttal. Is there anyone in the room wishing to speak in support? In support? Come on up. Thank you for coming and waiting. And please state your name and
Assuming
address.
this is the seat, we were in the very back, it was kind of hard to tell.
Yes, that's the seat. That's the hot seat. Yep.
My name is Marilyn Metz. I live at 2618 Forest View Drive. And it is true that until Delisha Porterfield, our new councilwoman, introduced us to the information about this, we didn't know that things were moving again. We are aware of what has happened in the past on this particular project. At first, I had some real reservations, and one of the things I didn't know was anything about this developer. And the previous developer that had been initially in the 2016 portion of this was out of state, and there were some real issues that came up. But as Ms. Porterfield gave me some information about how to research this developer, there's a lot of information that says he's vested in Tennessee, he's vested in Nashville, he has a reputation here, and he has quality products that we can look at to see. And that makes a lot of difference. Another piece of this is that it's a reduction, and it's a reduction in the number of residences that this will be. They'll be attached in 12 buildings, but it will be much preferable to more rental in the area. We have quite a bit of rental in the area and quite a bit of subsidized rental in this very area, and so that is a plus from my perspective. Another piece on this is that there is going to be increased density. That's happening. You can, any place you go in Nashville, you see, look at these set of row houses, or look at these tall skinnies that are being built all over the place. And this is along a corridor where we're also asked to be encouraging mass transit use. Well, that would kind of fit in this, and I know that workforce residences are pretty significant, because that's one of the things that's happened as gentrification has happened around downtown, is as those become unaffordable, then there's also the question of traffic. And if you don't know the roads like the back of your hand, you don't know how to get around. And limited access is what the real initial definition of interstates were. Limited access. Once you're on, you're on. And so mass transit needs to be part of it. And for a number of reasons that I haven't gotten all the way into, I now support this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to speak in support? Seeing none, anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Come on up. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Gina Crawley. I live at 2629 Forest View Drive. I'm against this for several reasons. The first reason is I don't think that it meets the minor modifications definition. In particular, I'm going to focus on D, where it states that there is no deviation from special performance criteria, design standards, or other specific requirements made a part of the enacting ordinance by the council. So if you all would go back to the map, the one that was approved in March 24th of 2016, if you look at that and compare, basically, he's imposing to increase the number of buildings from 4 to 56. He has removed recreational facilities facilities, which is required. I think that section is 17.36.070. So if you go back and you look at the one from March 24th, 2016, that was going to have basketball for the tenants, as well as a track and also a gymnasium as well. And I don't see anything for the any recreational activities for the tenants. Also, too, in that panhandle section, which is to my left and your right, that section right there is noted in the PUD file, has toxins in that section. So if you look at the approvals that was approved on March 24th of 2016, they were not going to develop in that section because of the toxins, and that would have exposed the community to toxins. So with what he's doing now, this could potentially expose not just the people who would live there, but also the surrounding community as well to the toxins, which would run afoul to section 17.36030 of the zoning code, which places a higher standard up on people when they develop in planned unit developments. I think that would frustrate the purpose, which is to protect the public health, safety, and morals of the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, and Council, what we'll do is we'll do the rebuttal, and then you can speak after that. Okay. Okay. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, 2-minute rebuttal.
Really nothing to rebut, Chairman. I mean, the staff's made it very clear. It's very appropriate for a revision. We're reducing it by 40 units, and I think everything else has been made very clear by the staff, so I won't repeat things. Appreciate your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Lady?
Thank you all so much for sticking in here with us. I know it's a pretty late night for you guys, so I will try to be brief. As you heard from my constituents, there is a history with this particular property, and one thing that our community is very adamant about, and that's being informed prior to development coming into our area. And unfortunately, we did not have a lot of notice about this particular property potentially coming into the area. I was just notified about it. I believe it was May 30th or May 29th is when I first heard about it. Again, based on the circumstances, being a new council person, when they filed for this back in February, we were going through an election at that time. So unfortunately, our district did not have representation. So this was something that was new to me. Therefore, it was new information to my constituents. They would like to have the opportunity to have a community meeting so that they can discuss the merits of the program. I think it's important to note that going from 96 units to 56 units is a huge benefit, and we believe that that could be a really good project. The issue is we haven't had the time to properly vet it, so there's a concern there. Some of the benefits, it's, the developer wants to provide something for aging residents, providing workforce housing, which are things that will be, very beneficial for our community, and the developer has expressed that they are willing to meet with us after tonight. Regardless of what happens, I'm assuming that he will be willing to meet with us. But I think that just for our community, it was something that they would have wanted to do on the front end. But again, based on the circumstances, unfortunately, we were not made aware in enough time to make that arrangement. Some of the concerns of the community were infrastructure concerns, making sure that the paving will be taken care of. Because it's not a public street, we want to make sure that 15 years from now, if for whatever reason that HOA dissolves, because the developer has expressed that there will be an HOA that will be funded, but in the event that the HOA dissolves, they want to make sure that the paving will be taken care of and that we'll have street lights there. So there are some safety concerns for that. So again, there are, as you saw, Unfortunately, we only had about 4 people that were really vested in this project because of the short notice. I'm sure we would have had a lot more people here tonight that would have had the ability to speak on this issue. And I have to represent all of my community. So as you saw, one of my constituents is now in favor of this project due to the reduction, and 3 of my constituents are not in favor of it and asking for a deferral to give them the opportunity to vet the project and the opportunity to discuss more with the developer. So thank you all so much. I appreciate your time. I will say that the developer and his attorney, they have provided as much information as I think that they could provide. As he expressed, we just connected, I believe it was on Tuesday, and in that period of time, he has been forthcoming with as much information as we could connect with over the last few days. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. Councilman, you want to go first?
Is the road going to be built to Metro standards?
All of the access drives are private drives, so those are not public streets, so they are not going to be public access. They're private drives.
Are they going to be built to Metro standards?
No, Metro standards would require a 50-foot right-of-way, and that's not required for private internal drives.
So they are not built to Metro standards?
No, because that's not required for private drives.
Thanks.
Commissioner Elam?
The comment about recreation, was that a stipulation, the earlier PUD, and is that something they still need to abide by?
So the PUD standards require recreational facilities when clustering of single and 2-family units. There's some requirements that you have recreational facilities. That wouldn't apply in this case. There was a recreational facility included in the previous iteration of the plan where there were almost double the number of units, and that was proposed by the developer. So this is a decrease in about half on the number of units.
So the change then means that the recreation is no longer needed or required?
It wasn't required in the first case. That was just something that was provided.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair?
Can we just look at the maps once more, the previous site plan versus this one? So when when we heard that there was an increase from 4 to 56 buildings going from multifamily attached to the townhomes. I see now.
It was stacked flat buildings, and so there were 96 units, and so the form has changed, and the number of buildings has increased, but the number of units has decreased.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Commissioner Haynes?
No comments.
Commissioner Moore? All right, well, we'll need a motion of some sort. It's time to...
I'll move approval of staff's recommendation, but I do want to make sure that y'all do have a community meeting with Council Lady and all of the neighborhood.
And then I wouldn't mind adding just the intent that it would be great to see some type of recreational facility, or not facility, but whether it's a playground or a basketball court or whatever. I know that that's not required, but that I think in these types of communities it'd be good for, yeah, come on up. I guess it's more of a question. Is there any plan of having any type of recreational?
The reason I reduced this to 56 is we built 42, I'm sorry.
State your name. And
Bill Hostetler, Craighead
Yes,
Development, 421 East Iris Drive.
Thank you, Mr.
Nashville.
Thank you.
We built 42 units last year with master bedrooms down and a townhouse product with a 1-car garage. We couldn't build them fast enough. They were selling so fast. There's an aging population out there that are in all those 2-story houses with the bedrooms upstairs, and they got no place to go. That's what we're doing here, so I'm not sure Granny wants to play basketball. But if you want me to put a basketball goal in there, I will.
Well, thank you for that's what, it was more of a question, I guess. So thank you, Mr. Osceola.
Horseshoes.
How about horseshoes, barbecue pit, bocce ball? I've lost control. I apologize. Thank you for the explanation. So we're back to the motion. And restate the motion. I missed it.
I move approval of staff's recommendation.
And with the intent of them having another public meeting.
With the requirement that they have another public meeting.
All right, that's a proper motion. Is there a second? Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We are on to item 31.
Okay, the next item on the agenda.
Hold on one second. Mr. White, I think you have, are you, is he item 31 too? Is he the applicant?
No. 31?
Is the applicant?
I don't think it's him.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. Next item on the agenda is a request to rezone from IR to CSA for property located at 627 North 19th Avenue North. Staff recommendation is to approve. The property is located on the west side of Nashville, just north of Charlotte Pike. The surrounding zoning is industrial and office. The policy is D, District Industrial. The intent of the policy is to create and maintain districts that are business parks, distribution centers, and manufacturing. The district's goal is to support the compatibility of businesses that are both industrial and non-industrial. Because this site is currently surrounded by mostly industrial uses, some commercial activity will support the policy by creating transition and diversity in the district. Therefore, staff recommends approval.
Thank you, sir. We'll open this item up for public hearing, and as the applicant is here for it's 10 minutes, you can save 2 for rebuttal.
I think some associate will be punished. But I basically listened to the staff recommendation. I don't know what I can add other than with the industrial area that we've got, it seems consistent with the transition as proposed. I really don't know anything about the councilman's position in this area. And it was my law partner, I think Sean Henry, that filed this application, but I've listened to the staff recommendation and I think it is an appropriate planning recommendation. I'd urge you to approve it. Now listen to what the comments are in opposition, but I don't think it makes anything but a good land use policy plan. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And we'll reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal. Anyone in the room wish to speak in support? All right, seeing no one, anyone in the room wishing to speak in opposition? Come on up.
There we go. Good evening. Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Commission, my name is Ed Curtis. I'm the Director of Operations at Westrock, and I'm here on behalf of our Nashville recycling facility located next door at 707 19th Avenue. Westrock is a Fortune 200 company and a leader in paper and packaging manufacturing. We have owned and operated our Nashville recycling business located in the City Heights neighborhood since 1955 and currently employ 20 Tennesseans. We process commercial fiber for consumption at our recycled paper mills. This facility is strategically located
to service our mills, as well as located near our suppliers of the recovered material to help control our collection cost and ensure sustainable commercial recycling. As development and gentrification continue near our facility, we're concerned that we will experience an increase in disruptions to our operations, including difficulty regarding the operations of our waste haulers and other collectors who deliver the recovered materials. We believe rezoning this parcel from industrial restrictive to commercial service will adversely impact future residents who will choose to live, shop, and work next to an industrial recycling plant. Generally, in an industrial area, operations are conducted throughout the day and evening hours. There's constant truck traffic delivering both materials in and picking up the processed commodities, as well as the high output lighting and warning devices and alarms for everyone's safety. On a typical day, we have between 30 and 40 trucks entering and leaving our facility. We feel strongly that the Planning Commission and elected officials should be fully informed as they consider zoning requests that impact businesses that have operated in these neighborhoods for decades. Because West Rock's recycling facility is an integral part of our recycled paper mill system, we have no present plans to relocate. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, 2-minute rebuttal.
Thank you. I didn't realize until the comments were made that this was an objection to a downzoning. I mean, we're going from IR to a CS district. And the comment that I heard by this gentleman was that it was going to be disruption to their business. I don't think that makes any sense. But at the end of the day, it is a downzoning that the applicant has made a request for. And again, if there was something that was said here today that was going to be disruptive to their business, I didn't hear it. I understand they've been there for some time, and maybe they like the area to stay totally industrial, but at the end of the day, I think the staff carried the argument as to why it's an appropriate downzoning, and I appreciate the approval. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. Commissioner Haynes?
No comments.
Commissioner Moore? No. Councilman?
I pushed the wrong button. I think the complainer is not a nice word, sorry. But he makes a good point, because I remember in my district some people that buy property and they are not being told by the developer that there is going to be something in the back that they were not aware of. So I think it does happen sometimes that people will buy a property next to an industrial use without the information being disclosed to them that that's going to happen. So I think it's, although I'm going to vote for this, I think there is a legitimate concern. I just wanted to make the case that I tried to pass legislation in the council that will force realtors and developers to disclose information. I was told that the state preempts that. So we have this quandary here where we really want people to know what they're getting ready to move in, but we don't have any way to force the people selling to make them aware of that. So,
Commissioner Elam?
I'll make a motion to approve.
It's a proper motion. Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We are on to item 40.
All right, item 40 is a request to rezone from 1 and 2 family residential R6 to commercial service for property located on Traverse Street, approximately 200 feet north of Charlotte Pike. The site is 0.12 acres in size and is outlined in red. The staff recommendation is to approve. The vacant site is located just north of Charlotte Avenue, west of Interstate 440. Alley 1140 forms the western boundary, and an unnumbered alley partially forms the southern boundary of the site. The site does not have any direct street frontage. The neighborhood and the area is made up of predominantly two-family residential units north of Charlotte Avenue, transitioning to commercial and non-residential uses on the Charlotte corridor. The site is zoned R6, and you can see the development that's occurring under the existing R6 zoning to the west and north. Property south of the site between the unnumbered alley and Charlotte Avenue is currently contains commercial development in the CS zoning district, which continues along the Charlotte Pike frontage. This site is within the Charlotte Avenue Corridor Study, which was adopted by the Planning Commission in October of 2018 and guides development along Charlotte Avenue between I-440 and White Bridge Pike. It builds on the future character of the corridor on existing and unique assets, connecting neighborhoods to resources and services. You can see this site indicated with the yellow star at the northern edge of the study area. What you're looking at here is a potential development scenario that was included in that study. And you can see that this site was anticipated that it would redevelop in conjunction with the property that does have frontage on Charlotte, since this site does not have any street frontage. This site is within Subdistrict 6 of the Charlotte study, which is shaded in pink on the screen, and is the mixed-use gateway to the corridor heading west. Development in this subdistrict is anticipated to be small in scale, though urban and walkable, and transition appropriately to the adjacent residential neighborhoods. Buildings are typically up to 4 stories and built up to the sidewalk, with uses focused on residences and smaller scale restaurants and retail services in this subdistrict. Rezoning to CS would allow for those types of uses, retail, commercial, office, and other non-residential uses in proximity to the corridor, consistent with the corridor study, Subdistrict 6. The zoning will encourage mixed-use development that connects the surrounding neighborhoods to the Charlotte corridor, in keeping with the development guidance for the area, which you'll see some of those connections that are anticipated on this mobility study. Given the guidance in the Charlotte study, which was recently completed after extensive public engagement, staff finds that the CS zoning is consistent with the policy and therefore recommends approval.
Thank you. We'll open this item for public hearing. Is the applicant can come on up? You've got 10 minutes, and you can reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Good evening.
Please state your name and address. Thank you.
Yes, I'm Samantha O'Leary. I'm with Southeast Venture. We're at 4011 Armory Oaks Drive. Well, planning has kind of addressed most of the items, but to reiterate, the current owner has owned both parcels, the R6 and CS, for some time now. So we're, on behalf of him and the developer, looking to consolidate the zoning and the parcel with that adjacent CS. The alley, the unnumbered alley between the two, partially between the two, we're currently in the process of abandoning that alley to help consolidate the two parcels. Again, consolidating with the CS, which the CS does front the major Charlotte corridor. Again, addressing the Charlotte Avenue corridor study, this R6 parcel is within that Subdistrict 6, which is that gateway subdistrict. So still being consistent with that corridor study that has taken place. Another item, within the CS zoning, there is a significant buffer between residential districts and the CS zoning, so that would be just something to consider that we are taking into account with future development, which is a larger buffer than if we were to develop the R6 as the residential development it could be. We've spoken with Ed Kendall. We've met with him a few times and discussed the plans, and are very much open to meeting with him and anyone else that would like to discuss the future development and the consolidation of the parcels. But outside of what has already been addressed, I think those are the main items that we want to touch on, and we'll leave some time for rebuttal after this.
Thank you, ma'am. You have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Great.
Anyone in the audience wishing to speak in support? Seeing none, anyone in the audience wishing to speak in opposition? Come on up. Appreciate you coming.
Good night, everybody.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Michael Fisher. I'm a local attorney. I live at 408A, 33rd Avenue North. I'm a member of a family of 3 with 2 dogs. We've lived in the house. If you could pull up the other one, there's a little bit closer view of it. We lived there for a couple years now. We were attracted to this area because we moved from 9th Avenue. That's my house right there to the left, right in front of the area they're seeking to have rezoned here. So I disagree that there's a significant buffer. That's my driveway right there that goes directly into that lot. We moved here because of skyline views. That's why everybody who lives on this hill paid the price they did to live on this hill. What we're worried is going to happen is that view is going to be taken from us. It happened to me on 9th Avenue North, and now we're afraid it's going to happen to us again. More people would probably be here if they had noticed of this. I found out because my neighbor's mail accidentally got delivered to me, and it was a couple weeks ago. Many people haven't heard about it. The sign that was up keeps getting blown away in the area that it's at. And this is on an alley, too. So they're wanting this to be zoned commercial. There's no easy way to get back to that area. My fear is that there's going to be a large self-storage unit. I believe there was talks of that in the past that was going to be built here. And I'm looking off my balconies, which I have no windows on the side, just on the end, to look at downtown and be looking at somebody staring back to me at their house or residence or a commercial property lit up. Zoning code 1736-390, I-440 impact area. R6 and R6A base zone should be maintained. There should be no expansion of small CS. That's in the zoning code. And that's exactly what they're seeking to have here. The owner did own all those lots all the way up to Trevor Street. Those recently sold and are being built as residential, and now they're seeking just to expand their CS to make it more valuable for a sale. So I ask that this be disapproved. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, welcome.
Hi. Thanks for being here so late. I just had a visual. My name is Lily Lewin. I live at 3306A Trevor Street, which is up at the top of that hill. I want to keep R6 because their houses built where the trees were there. And if you look at the page that I just passed out to you, the place that they want to build is where the last tree is right there behind Bros. There is no traffic light right there at the alley. There's no traffic light on 33rd. There's no traffic light on 35th. And to try to get out 33rd in the morning at about 8 o'clock or 7:30, we have to turn right to go down West End. We can't get down Charlotte because there's no light and there's so many traffic. The traffic is just over an abundance now. I don't think that we need any more density. I believe in development. I know there's going to be development. I've been to the meetings about the Charlotte plan, but that's a bump in the Charlotte plan. That's a bump that will block views of the people who pay the money to live there. I've already had my view blocked twice up at the top of the hill, and I just believe that this is overdevelopment. And we were not talked to by Ed Kendall. We were not talked to by the developer. And if they want, I am in charge of the Sylvan Summit community, and nobody has talked to me or knocked on my door, and I would appreciate that in the future. I'm willing to talk to both Ed Kendall, and I've talked to him before. He doesn't answer his phone, and he doesn't listen to his emails. So, but I would be happy to talk to the developer. But right now, I think we need to keep it R6. And I have 16 seconds left. So if there's anything else the traffic thing is a big deal, and the density is a big deal. And I believe that it still should be R6. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none, 2-minute rebuttal.
Yes. I'm Paul Plummer with Southeast Venture, 4024 Crest Ridge Drive. And just in 2 minutes of rebuttal, we want to say that Mr. Bro here has owned the property since 2003. Operated this business on this parcel, and that parcel as a CS zoned lot is relatively small. The small addition of that, of additional 50 feet of depth, is appropriate to bring that into a single parcel, which allows him the flexibility to redevelop it to a quality level. What we say is that the parcel as R6 can be built to 45 feet in height per the code, 5 feet to the property line. So we know that any neighbor who would be further away from the sky view is going to be blocked by a home that could be built on that same lot. So we would expect there to be opposition to any construction on this lot, but we think that the quality of the development for Mr. Bro as the owner, that it's appropriate to consolidate it to the CS, and we respectfully request that with Ed Kendall's support.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. Commissioner Haynes, you want to go first? I'm running it, we've gone through this all several times.
So staff talk about this I-440 mandate restriction on rezoning residential to commercial that the first person spoke about.
If you all could keep talking, I'm going to do a little bit of research to make sure that I can answer appropriately.
Okay.
Okay? So if you've got a couple
We'll
more
come back.
questions, we'll come to
Good
that
question.
back
What
side.
else?
All right, so relative to the existing residential zoning and this 45-foot height, is that correct?
So it is in the 1 and 2 family, single family and 1 and 2 family zoning districts. Generally, the height is 3 stories. This property is within the urban zoning overlay, and so when you're in the UZO, there's some additional guidance for height for 1 and 2 family, and it is 45 feet, but you can also have an exposed basement, so I believe of up to 7. So I believe it may actually go to 54, so 52, yeah.
So for the gentleman who was concerned about height blocking his view, which is a very legitimate concern, they could build a 52-foot structure here that was residential, and it would still block his view.
Potentially, yes. That would be the maximum. I don't know. I can't say if it would block the view, but they could build to that height.
I'll listen to my fellow commissioners.
Commissioner Moore?
So with the commercial zoning, how tall could a building potentially be?
I'm going to wish you good morning while we're looking and tell you that we're not going to quote the zoning code at this hour without checking. So Bob will get it in front of me and I'll tell you exactly what it is. And it's the A district they're going to, I think. No, it's just CS. You're right. CS? Yes.
Yeah. Maximum height at the setback line for CS is 30 feet, and then you have a slope vertical to horizontal of 1.5 to 1 slope plane from that setback line. So I don't know how deep this property is, but you could basically go 30 feet plus a little bit more.
So, yeah. So basically, a commercial building could potentially have less height here.
Yes.
And also keep in mind that the CS, if the property immediately to the north of this is zoned R6, and so CS, between CS and R6 would require a 30-foot sea level, or I'm sorry, not 30 feet necessarily, but a sea level landscape buffer, and so it wouldn't be immediately against the back property line. Okay. There would be a landscape buffer required there.
I'll continue to listen.
Did we answer Commissioner Haynes?
Yes, this property is not within the I-440 impact overlay. That does not apply to all properties along I-440. It's a specific area, and this property is actually not within that overlay.
Councilman?
I don't know if it's that I'm half asleep or what, but so he owns a property that is commercial, and he wants to expand to another property that is zoned residential and wants to make that into a commercial property? Is that what I understand?
The property owner, if you see the building kind of south of that red block, that parcel, which fronts on Charlotte, is owned by the same person that owns this property. And so in an effort to consolidate both of those properties and have consistent zoning in line with the Charlotte Avenue Corridor Plan, which you all adopted, that's what this request is. So to have consistent zoning across both pieces of property that he owns.
So the property that he wants to rezone, you say that is in line with the idea of making it commercial?
The policy, and Sean, if you could go back to the policy, to the Charlotte Pike Corridor. So this first map that we're on right now, where you see the yellow star kind of on the very edge of your screen, that's this piece of property. What this map is one of the development scenarios that staff created as part of the adoption of the Charlotte Avenue Corridor Plan. And this development scenario envisioned this property developing in concert with the property in front of it. And so rezoning it to CS is essentially bringing it in line with the concept that was adopted as part of the Charlotte Pike Corridor Study.
So this was approved?
Yes, this Charlotte Pike Corridor Study was a plan that you all adopted as a part of a study for the whole corridor of Charlotte. It included various determinations about height, and it included a development scenario kind of to show how the corridor might develop out. It had sub-districts. And Sean, if you want to go to the next one.
So I'm sorry. The part that confuses me is you say in this scenario. Is there another scenario?
So what we sometimes do with corridor studies, if you'll recall, hours ago on Dickerson Pike, we showed and included various sub-districts with heights. That's what you're seeing on this screen here. And then oftentimes, staff will sketch out a plan to show what a potential development might look like. That was what that scenario was. But in this plan, you can see also the yellow star is in Sub-District 6, which was a mixed-use sub-district. And so this property was intended with the adoption of the Charlotte Pike study to develop in coordination with the property in front of it on Charlotte.
And so Sub-District 6 was meant to be commercial?
Yes.
Commercial and residential, or just commercial?
Mixed use.
So it could be residential?
Well, this piece of property was intended to develop with the property in front of it, so it would be commercial.
But they are two separate properties?
Under the same ownership, but shown on the development scenario in a consolidation of development.
So why is it zoned residential?
Because the zoning that's in effect today predated the development of the Charlotte study. So the Charlotte study was an update to the vision for this corridor. And presumably what we'll start to see is that there will be rezoning requests for folks who are trying to develop in a manner that's consistent with the Charlotte study vision that was just adopted.
Thanks. Sorry for all the questions. I'm trying to stay awake.
Commissioner Elam.
You just mentioned this, and I can't remember what you said. What is the setback for the CS property to the north?
Lisa was speaking about the landscape buffer yard. So when you have more intense zoning adjacent to less intense zoning, there is a landscape buffer required. And in this case, it would be a type C. The width of that will vary depending on how densely it is planted. It's usually between 10 and 30 feet. And if it's narrower, it has more plantings and sometimes a fence. As opposed to if it's wider, it might be less densely planted. That will be along the northern property line because that's where it would abut R6 zoning. If you're interested in the setbacks for the buildings.
The required rear setback in CS, which if consolidated, this would be the rear setback line, is 20 feet.
And what about if it remained R6?
Five, yeah.
Vice Chair.
So this could become a self-storage facility right there. I guess that's allowed under CS. there's really not another alternative, right? I mean, the other alternative would be to come back with a specific plan for that one. Is that correct? That would allow us to look at the two parcels together with an actual development plan for it. Is that right?
We could always ask for a specific plan, whether or not it's really rises to the level of needing that.
Right. No, I'm just trying to think of the alternative. We wanted to have a better feeling for it, because so to the neighbor's concern that this could end up being a self-storage facility. Like, we don't have any knowledge of what's actually going to go into this space right now. We're just approving the zone change, which would allow, so if we have any concern about the uses that are going to go in there in an area adjacent to a residential.
I would hope that that had been contemplated with the adoption of the Charlotte plan.
Okay.
Which was a community-based discussion.
Okay. I mean, it makes sense. It's definitely encroaching further. I mean, that lot is already an odd-shaped lot, and it's already encroaching into the residential area a bit. So, in some ways, I can be hopeful this actually might make it better, because it's going to pull the building closer to the street. The redevelopment will be closer to the street, maybe. Maybe it'll be lower than the residential alternative. I just wish that we knew what the use was going to be. But I guess, unless there's other people who want to say anything.
It's time for a motion.
I will make a motion.
Oh, wait, is there any other?
Let me clarify one thing, because Commissioner England brought up a very good point.
Yep.
The current residential zoning has a 5-foot rear setback to the north, correct?
Sorry, the rear setback is 20, the side is 5, but as it currently is configured as a residential lot, the north is the side setback. And so that would be 5 on the north, but as the side setback.
Okay, so the north setback is 5 feet.
Under R.
By changing it to commercial, we now have a 30-foot setback to the north.
20.
20. So we go from 5 to 20 on a 0.12 acre lot. So it seems to me we're improving the condition of the setback. Okay.
What is the width of the lot?
$50 feet.
Okay. Commissioners?
I move approval of staff's recommendation.
That's a proper motion. And a second, any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose?
No.
1 no. Passes. We are on to item 46. All right, item 46.
Item 46 is a request to rezone from specific plan to CL commercial limited zoning. Staff's recommendation is to disapprove. The site is located at 213 Cleveland Street at the northwest corner of Cleveland Street and Stockwell Street, and contains 0.22 acres. The site is currently zoned specific plan, which is a zoning district category that provides for additional flexibility of design, including relationship to the street, to provide the ability to implement specific details of the general plan. In this instance, the specific plan permits all uses of the RS5 zone district and detached accessory dwelling units. The policy for the site is T4 Urban Neighborhood Evolving, which is intended to create and enhance urban residential neighborhoods that provide improved housing choice and connectivity. The proposed CL zone district is inconsistent with the T4 Neighborhood Evolving policy. The policy does not support commercial uses. While the CL zone district permits residential uses, it also permits non-residential uses. The commercial uses allowed within the CL zone district present a conflict with the goals and objectives of the T4NE policy, and therefore staff's recommendation is to disapprove.
Thank you. We'll open this item for public hearing. Is the applicant in the room? Come on up. You have 10 minutes. State your name and address, and you can save 2 of the 10 for rebuttal.
Hi, my name is Ryan Page. I live at 508 Davidson Street, and I wish I would have known that I could come at midnight and be on time, but you know, it's a learning experience. Clearly, I'm probably naive about a number of things. You know, I did notice that everything else on the agenda was approved by staff. Like literally, I'm the only one up here with something that wasn't approved by staff. The reason that I'm coming up here with something that's disapproved by staff, is it possible to flip to the page on, or the slide that had all the purple? Okay. And am I correct that all of this dark purple is allowed to be retail, or is allowed to be commercial? Am I only supposed to talk? Do I not ask questions?
No, it's okay.
Okay.
You can ask questions, and we're not really, but we're going to do it. But Lisa, would you answer the question for the young man?
That dark purple, kind of outlined by the pink, is a neighborhood center policy, which does allow for some small-scale mixture of uses. The lighter purple, where this property is located, is neighborhood evolving, which is residential only.
Okay, so I appreciate that. So yeah, basically the reason that you know, I came up here against the recommendation of staff, which I know is a very uphill battle, is because if you'll notice that I am 2 parcels outside of where I would be allowed to open my coffee shop. My understanding was that a zoning request of up to RM20 would be honored, which would allow me to build 4 houses on 1 lot. There is strong support from the neighborhood and also the endorsement of the council person. He's perhaps not so passionate that he was willing to stay till midnight for it, but he has said that he would support it. So basically, you know, I think that conservatively, 95% of the neighborhood would prefer to see a historic home turned into a coffee shop and a historic home turned into a co-working space, rather than 4 very large buildings. There's a ton of retail on Cleveland. There's a ton of retail on Meridian. I've somehow found myself 2 houses outside. This isn't about money, you know. If it was, I'm not a developer. I'm a small business owner who's trying to change the zoning for the purposes of opening a coffee shop, which has been something that both Cleveland and McFerrin Park have been requesting for as long as I've been there, which is about 10 years. So beyond that, all I can say is that even Sarah Martin, who ran for council and understands all these zoning things very well, thought that that planning would approve at least a mixed-use neighborhood. But what I was told was, you know, like he said, that anything that involved any sort of retail would not be allowed. Also, I would note that I looked up if it was to be zoned commercial, what the parking requirements would be, and there's more than, by my reading of the code, I would need as many as 8 parking spaces, and there's more than adequate room to support 8 parking spaces. Also, notice that, you know, I'm on the corner here, and this, you know, just because these houses orient to Cleveland and then these orient to Stockel, that nobody parks on either side of that street as it is, you know, in that first block. And so for me to basically, like, parking's not an issue. It sure doesn't seem like. I think that what I'm asking to do is community oriented and also walkability oriented. So I think in terms of the impact on traffic, I think most people would agree that it's minimal. You know, I had people here earlier to come out and support, but you know, again, I thought it was going to start at 4, and I told them to come at 4, and it just, the later it got, the more of an ask it seemed like, you know. And also my understanding was that even if I had 5 people here in support, you know, going against staff, like that wasn't really going to make a whole lot of difference at this juncture. But I would really like to ask the, you know, everybody to consider, like, I am just 2 houses outside here, you know, like what I'm wanting to do is not big, you know, and like I said, there's a lot of support for it. So
thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Anything else?
Do I have?
You can still go, yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
You got
Okay.
10 minutes.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, that's more or less it. I understand everybody wants to get out of here. Yeah, I guess, I know that it's very unusual to go against staff, but I hope that there will at least be a moment where we can discuss, this in particular. I'm going to have to take it before the council, and getting 27 votes, even if the whole neighborhood signs off, is going to be a challenge. So I don't know a ton about this process, and, if you all could engage with me about why a coffee shop is something that planning doesn't want to see happen in Cleveland with Fairham Park. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. And we'll reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal. And so anyone in the room wishing to speak in support? Okay. Seeing none, anyone wishing to speak in opposition? We have to follow this process, sir.
No, I know.
So we're at the rebuttal stage. Seeing no one wishing to speak in opposition, but we can close the public hearing. I think we understand what you're asking for.
Probably, yeah, makes sense.
All right. So seeing no one else wishing to speak, declare the public hearing closed. And Vice Chair, you want to go first?
Capable at this point.
So, I understand exactly where the applicant is coming from, that we're right to 2 lots across the street from the mixed-use area, but I also know that we are very concerned with protecting residential areas from commercial zoning, and you can kind of see pretty clearly where we have intended to have a neighborhood center. So I don't know. I feel like we have to be careful about the precedent we set about commercial into the residentially zoned areas. Unless, am I missing something?
May I ask a clarification? Did we walk the applicant through a policy amendment discussion?
There have been discussions in the past in this area in regards to expanding the neighborhood center policy, which, as you can see, is the large area kind of immediately there to the east. And then as you go down south, there's a pretty significant linear section of neighborhood center. And so in the past, when there has been discussion of potentially expanding it, there has not been a desire from the community given the amount of neighborhood center that's already existing and undeveloped. And so I think that as a consideration, it may have been difficult to entertain, but that is always an option.
Well, so that's a good point. And when you look at the development pattern in the broader area, if you go down to the other end of Cleveland, you've got kitty corner commercial nodes there. You've got that other little commercial node. I don't know enough about the intersection of Stockwell and Cleveland to know if that feels like a commercial node. But it seems like if you were to go that route, you would want to look at doing the whole. It would have to be a consistent thing for the whole 4 corners, right? So that could be an option if the applicant wanted to pursue something like that. But as a standalone zone change, I think we need to be cautious about doing that.
Commissioner Elam. Councilman.
The problem with the request is that CL is very broad, and somebody could put other commercial. I know he wants to put a coffee shop, but once we change the zoning to ZL, somebody could come and put a variety of commercial uses. And so I think it would be easier to support it if it was some kind of a SP, like a, how you call them when I'm brain dead. Yeah.
Regulatory SP.
Mm-hmm. So will he need to resubmit, or is that something that can be changed?
I think the path forward is, just by way of background, the community in many parts of Nashville have said, be very careful about protecting residential character. So that's the purpose of the policy. Sorry, I know I'm supposed to be speaking to you. I just thought it would be helpful. So if you want to entertain an SP, my recommendation would be an SP with a policy amendment application. And that way, if indeed 90% of the residents support a coffee shop there, they'll support a policy amendment, and then you'll have your SP that limits the uses.
That's what I had in mind, that he may have a path forward if he can make the case with the community that that's what they want.
That staff would look at to say, how do we want to structure the policy change?
I would leave my recommendation, since we're sort of on the spot here, would be through a consultation. We would look at whether a one-off or a block or a corner, sometimes for a coffee shop, it's just appropriate to have something, not to take the whole street. And so we would advise on that if he decided to proceed in that direction.
Commissioner Moore.
I do like the concept of it. I just wonder if we went that route, if it would just open a can of worms at every corner. And especially when we look at this area, we often find ourselves in these conversations. So I can say all that to say I support staff on this, but I like your concept.
Commissioner Haynes.
No comment.
We need a motion.
I move to approve staff's recommendation of disapproval.
That's a proper motion to disapprove. Is there a second? Second. Any other discussion?
Just urge the applicant to come back in and talk to planning staff.
Is it possible to ask a question? It's not trying to change. So just in terms of the implications of this,
Well, sir, unfortunately,
you can't tell me. Or I don't mean that you don't know.
No, I want to tell you. But I think we're in the middle of a motion, and so legally we can't have any more. No, it's good. And then if you'll do me a favor and talk to the staff after, okay? All right. Or tomorrow might be better.
It is tomorrow.
It is tomorrow. So if you'll talk to them today, later, that would be great. Later today. All right. So we're in the middle of a motion. And we're calling the vote. Seeing no other discussion, all in favor of disapproval, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. It's disapproved. And then we'll talk. You can talk to the.
He's the next one, too.
Oh, you got two.
Yeah.
So you stick around.
Yeah.
All right. So item 47.
Mm-hmm.
The next item on this evening's agenda is item 47. This is a request to rezone from RS5 to CL zoning. Staff's recommendation is to disapprove. The site is located at 321 Cleveland Street, the northeast corner of Cleveland Street and North 3rd Street, and contains 0.19 acres. The site is currently zoned RS5, which is intended for single-family dwellings. The policy, as previously mentioned, is T4 urban neighborhood evolving. Staff's recommendation is to disapprove based on the previous analysis that the CL zone district is not consistent with the policy at this location.
Thank you. We'll open this item for public hearing, and the applicant is here, and we're going to turn it over 10 minutes, and you can reserve 2 for rebuttal.
Well, for those of you who were here for my last presentation, you may be familiar with the argument that I made at that time. I would like to point out that although my last application was not approved, I feel like that's a travesty considering that I left opposition speechless. They literally had nothing to say after my argument. Not really, it's obviously it's the same sort of thing over here. Even when you pulled up the other map, it's like, goodness, I'm just boxed in by stuff that's allowed to be coffee shops. And the irony here is, to go RM20 would be allowed, and then I would bulldoze both of these beautiful historic homes, and I would go back with 4 new builds, and somehow that's considered more. That is retaining the character of the neighborhood more than me keeping the existing structure exactly as it looks, keeping the historic home and making it available to community benefit. I'm skeptical if there's anybody in front of me that actually thinks that we would be more keeping with the character of the neighborhood for us to build massive new structures rather than just taking this one old house and letting people use it a different way. Thanks for your time.
We'll reserve 2 minutes for rebuttal.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah, the other thing that I wanted to say in terms of what was said before, I guess on the other side of a policy amendment. It might be a different thing, but what I was told was that even an SP would be turned down. Any SP that I presented that involved me trying to have any sort of retail would be shot down for the same reason that this one is, that it's not consistent. What was said earlier, that, you know, basically the community plan doesn't allow for selling anything. So the SP also is not an option. Yeah. Thanks.
Is this another coffee shop?
So the idea here is a co-working space. The reason that I chose these uses on both of these places were things that were community-oriented, things that could have a low enough price point that they could be inclusive for people on both the low end and the high end of the income spectrum, and also things that would have a minimal impact on traffic and neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Anyone in the audience wishing to speak in support? Seeing none. Anyone wishing to speak in opposition? Seeing none. I'm sure you don't want to do a rebuttal. Thank you for that. Seeing no one else wishing to speak, I declare the public hearing closed. Commissioner Elam, you want to go first?
I'll make a motion to accept staff's recommendation to disapprove.
That's a proper motion. And second, any other discussion? Seeing none.
I think whatever we can look at. I mean, maybe there's an argument for some of this idea of a policy change along that street, but we can talk about that at a future date.
We can ask the staff to do that. And so there's a motion to disapprove and a second. Any other discussion? We're on the discussion. Seeing none. All in favor of disapproval, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. We do appreciate you coming down and waiting till 12:30.
And I'm right that if I hadn't waited, it would have been a problem, right? Like that you guys wouldn't have been able to proceed without me yet. Is that correct?
Yeah, we would have proceeded just if you were here or not.
Oh, so this would have gone the same way?
It would have gone the same way. But it's good to get it on the record. So I appreciate you coming down and appreciate it. Thank you.
And you also learned that there is a way for you to move forward.
That's true. That's true.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, so that concludes our normal public hearing, and so now we are on to, item 50, nominations. So we got to stick around a little bit. So this is the election of the officers, and so this comes around once a year, and so we have to elect all these folks, and so the first is the chair. Is there a motion to?
I had a really long speech that I'd prepared to talk about our chairman, about his leadership and poise and guidance, but I forgot it. Forgot it 4 hours ago. So I would like to nominate our existing chairman for another year of chairmanship.
I probably need to hand the gavel over to the vice chair for this one. So, vice chair, here's the gavel.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't need the gavel. Can I just say, do I have, we have a nomination? Do we have a motion to support? What do we want?
You'll need a
second?
motion. You'll need a motion. You got the motion.
No, I got the motion. Just need a second. Any other discussion? Anybody else want to put their name in for this prestigious role? Okay. All in favor? Aye. I don't need the gavel, do I?
It's symbolic. There you go.
All right.
Thank you. I'll give my talk after this.
Well, I know it's late, but I told Lucy, look, I enjoy it. I know that y'all are very passionate. I feel like I'm passionate about the direction of the city, and I'm proud of the work that we've done, not only on the commission, but the work that we work with the council so closely. And I think we do a lot of good work. Do we make everyone happy? Absolutely not. Clearly not. But I think that we're all very passionate and want to see the city move in the right direction. So I appreciate it. And I told Lucy I didn't really care if I was the chair or not, so I enjoy doing it, and I appreciate it.
Question.
Chair, if I may. Oh, yeah.
I think she nominated, but we didn't vote it.
Yeah, no, I said all in favor.
Yeah, we voted.
Man, I really need to go to sleep. Sorry.
Did you not want to vote?
No, yeah, I think he's great, but I just didn't remember that we voted, so
You voted no.
Well, I just want to say how much I appreciate Chairman Adkins' guidance and how much work he's put in over the last several years, particularly with all the changes in the department and helping to set us on a good course. And we're really grateful, Bob and I both, in working with you, as well as the land development team and the rest of the team at planning, for your support. So thank you for agreeing to continue to chair the discussion.
I got tears.
Okay.
Thank you, Director.
TV.
All right, so now we're on to Vice Chair. Anyone want to make a motion?
I, too, had a very long speech, but in the interest of time, I would like to nominate our current Vice Chair, Jessica Farr. I think you've done a really great job always, especially since my time being here, and kicking us off for discussion and kind of opening my mind to new things and helping me learn. So I'd like to move
That's
that we
a
approve.
proper motion. Is there a second? Any other discussion? Before we say that, I really appreciate the Vice Chair, and she's opened my mind to a lot of different things over the years too. And so I do appreciate her very much, and I think that we work really well together. So appreciate that very much. So all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. And congratulations for another distinguished year of staying around till 12:30. Good morning. Now we're on to the Historic Zoning Commission representative. Is there a motion?
Since he's not here, we could nominate him for many things. I'd like to make a motion that Brian Tibbs remain the Historic Zoning Commission representative.
That's a proper motion. Is there a second? Any discussion? I'll say Brian is a very, very passionate person about historic zoning, and he's extremely knowledgeable on the subject, so I think he's a great person to do it. He's represented us very, very well. And he was the chair of that commission at one time too, and so he's extremely knowledgeable in that area. So all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, and Brian is reappointed. Now we're on to the Parks Board representative.
I'm up. I move that we, I don't even know what to say. I move that we approve Jeff Haynes as our Parks representative.
It's a proper motion. Is there a second? Second. I want to say thank you, Jeff, for doing this. Commissioner Haynes has represented us well. Is very passionate about parks, and he's also handled a lot of controversial issues with Grace. And so I do want to say thank you for that. So that's proper motion. Second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
All my friends.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Jeff, congratulations. And then we are on the Executive Committee representative.
I can do that too, since she's not here. Commissioner Blackshear, I'd like to nominate her for the Executive Committee representative.
It's a proper motion. Is there a second? Again, very, very knowledgeable, very passionate, but she does a good job, and she's our one of our resident lawyers on the commission. So glad to have her, a wealth of knowledge, and so that's a proper motion. And second, any other discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. And we don't have anything from historic, anything from parks.
Cheekwood. It's exciting.
Cheekwood. And then on the executive committee report, we did meet, the executive committee did meet today. And just to tell you and brief the commission, we have recommended a salary increase for our director. Very well deserved. And director's report.
Thank you all for your service. We're grateful, and staff, those of you that are left, we know that it's a huge lift right now, and y'all are doing great, so thank you.
So can I move that next year we do not do elections after 9 p.m.?
You can. We could do them first, probably.
In front of everybody.
In front of everybody.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay, withdraw your motion. Anything on the legislative front, Councilman?
We are having the exciting process of the budget, and so we are enjoying every minute of it. But the one thing that you guys might like is the school system is interested in building a school, Nashville School of the Arts, and the council decided not to support the purchase because they wanted to. They wouldn't protect an existing historic building, a historic eligible building that used to be a segregation area, School of the Blind. So anyway, we voted against it. And then I was able to reach out to the state and get an extension. And so now hopefully we'll be able to work something out with the school system so we can get a new building while preserving the historic structure. So that's something that happened today, so I wanted to share that.
Excellent. All right, well, that concludes our agenda. And is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
We're adjourned at 12:42.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.
When we originally had bought this property, I